Sorry, chum. Stop wiggling.
Hi there, folks. Hi, Ty. Papa, would you swing with the old ex?
I presume that in some unknown tongue that's a request for my signature. Oh, your report card.
You don't have to read it now. I'm late.
I'd like to hear it.
World History 100, English 100, Psychology 100, Geometry 100. Marvelous.
Here's pen.
Thanks. First, let's find out who made these remarkable grades. Your cousin Cathy.
Told you not to read it. Boy, that's real crooked. Wish I'd thought of it.
You will.
I'm ready.
Oh, Cathy, do you happen to have Patty's report card?
Why? It's all right. I'm a loser.
I'd like to hear that one, too.
Well, there's more like it. All 70s, except for French, in which you got a 65.
That's my French teacher's fault.
She's not good at French?
Her mind was on other things. She just quit to get married.
Patty, let's get something straight. If you weren't capable of getting a better report card, I wouldn't expect it of you. But you are, and I do. If you were graded in boys and telephone, you'd be at the top of your class. There are other things in life.
Name one.
Books, for instance. And isn't 65 flunking?
Oui. But French is a moth-eaten drag. I mean, it'd be different if I were going to marry some Frenchman and have to speak French. But I'll probably make the big splash with Richard someday.
Then you won't even have to speak English.
There's my monster now. Bye.
Cathy, see if you can't rub off on her a little bit.
I'll try, Uncle Martin. Bye.
For heaven's sakes, don't let her rub off on you.
Wait for me.
I think with Cathy here from Europe, Patty would mature a little faster.
Haven't you heard, darling? Girls are influenced by boys. Bye.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Cathy loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I'll trade you 4 Frankie Avalons for 3 Dion's. I don't know. I don't have...
Good morning, Duz.
Here we go with the French bit again. Let me grab when I can flunk and get it over with. I know what you mean. As far as I'm concerned,
I'm your new French teacher. My name is Henri. As you know, Mademoiselle Tourneur left to get married. Since I do not have the good fortune of being married, I'm here as your substitute teacher. I'm going to enjoy teaching you French, and I'm sure you are going to enjoy learning it.
Yeah.
French is the language of statesmen, the language of poets, the language of lovers.
I'll buy that.
Now will you give me, Alice, the different meanings in French of the word undivided?
Undivided, entier, indivisé, and unanimé.
Unanime. That's all right, thank you. Now, mademoiselle, please.
Me?
Yes, you, s'il vous plaît. What is your name?
Mademoiselle Patty Lane.
That's a very charming name.
Do you like it?
Well, in our lesson today, we have the word nightmare. Could you please tell the class what it is?
It's a bad dream.
Yes, of course, but in French.
It's probably a bad dream in French, too.
You're probably nervous. There's no need to be. The word in French is cauchemar.
That's it. Called.
Now, you are all very good students, and I think we will get along very well together. If you will turn in your homework before you leave, please. You. Mademoiselle Lane, don't you want to turn in your homework?
I'd love to, but I didn't do it.
Why? Don't you like French?
Oh, I do. I think it's a beautiful language.
All sensitive people think so. Of all the romantic languages, it is the softest and the most expressive. There are things that can be said in French and can be said in no other language.
Well, I'm sure there are.
Betty, I would like you to do me a favor.
Anything.
I would like you to be my test case.
Your test case?
What you Americans call guinea pig.
I'd love to be your guinea pig.
Now, I understand your French grade is 65, no?
Yes.
But I would be very unhappy if you failed in French. I would take it as a reflection on the French language. As a matter of fact, if a girl as intelligent as you wouldn't have a mark of 100, it would make me feel that I failed you. Please, do not let me fail you.
Oh, I won't.
Thank you.
Hey, Patty, how's the new teach? Hey, Patty! Want to go for a wallet?
Another time, maybe, Richard. Thanks for asking. Patty? What did you call me? Patty? Patty. Isn't it funny? I never realized what a beautiful name it was before. This is the greatest day of my whole life. What's happened? Can't talk about it. We always tell each other everything. Some things are too fragile to discuss. Someday, maybe you'll understand.
Cathy? Boy, she sure is acting far out, isn't she? What did she say?
She didn't say.
Gang, let's get moving. That picture starts at 7:36. You know, they must have little men all over the country who plan it so that movies never start at a convenient hour.
I've been ready since noon.
Where's Patty?
She's not coming. She's staying in to do some homework.
Patty?
I don't know which Patty you're talking about, but the Patty she's talking about isn't passing up a movie to do homework.
Le donne à réfléchir. That is food for thought.
Oh.
Cela vaut mieux comme ça. It is better that way.
I understand you're not going to the movies with us tonight.
I hope you don't mind, mon père.
Oh, no, of course not. Not if you'd rather stay home and study French. Well, I'll see you later. Au revoir, ma fille.
Enjoy the movie. Cela vaut mieux comme ça. It is better that way.
Now, who can translate the phrase, that goes without saying? Patty.
Cela va sans dire.
Very good. Who would try and translate, that is food for thought?
Cela donne à réfléchir.
Excellent. Now, Alice, will you please decline the verb servir?
Servir. Je sers. Je sers. Tu sers. Il sert. Nous servons. Vous servez. Il sert.
Patty, please leave some French to the others. You are excellent today, Patty. A little bit enthusiastic, but excellent.
Thank you. Here's my homework for today.
Thank you, Patty.
And here's my homework for the rest of the week.
You are very ambitious.
And here's my homework for next week. Cuckoo. I wouldn't want to let you down.
I appreciate that, Patty.
Ever. I'll bet you miss Paris.
Very much. Have you ever been there?
I've never been farther than Staten Island.
Well, if you ever go there, you must allow me to show it to you.
Do you mean it?
Of course. I'd be delighted. I know all the enchanted places. There's a little square near the Bois de Boulogne that is filled with chestnut trees. And there's a bakery on the corner, and you can smell hot brioche blocks away. We used to walk there on spring mornings.
We?
Yes, Louise and I. Louise was my fiancée.
Was?
We had a quarrel. So I came to America alone.
Oh, that's too bad.
She was very lovely.
How lonely you must be.
That's why I enjoy teaching. It's less lonely when I'm around you.
I know how you feel.
It's beautiful. I cannot tell you how happy you make me.
Oh?
It's perfect. It's exactly what I knew would happen the first day we talked.
What is she like?
Who?
Louise.
Oh. She's warm and loving. Someone to share things with. And with all that, she's a very good housekeeper. A very good cook.
I can make fudge with nuts.
I'm sure you can. And I'm sure you'll make a wonderful wife one day.
Good morning, dear.
Morning.
Feeling better?
Yeah, it was just a touch of indigestion. Is there any way we can get Patty to stop making those brioches?
Oh, don't discourage her. She was up early this morning, made breakfast for Cathy and Ross, and cleaned up the kitchen.
I hope my health holds up.
I hope so. She's made you a nice, fresh brioche.
I don't deserve such happiness.
Mother, dear mother. Would you mind signing my report card?
You got these grades?
Why, every one of your grades has gone up. Martin, look, she got 100 in French.
Patty, boy, we're really proud of you. I mean, you've...
Grown up overnight.
One must mature sometime, mustn't one? But I think of all the time I've wasted. But there's no point in crying over lait perdu. That's spilt milk in French. I'd better get started for school.
Isn't Richard picking you up?
That's all over, Mother. Have you ever noticed how young poor Richard is? Would you mind if I had someone from school to dinner one night?
Of course not, dear. Who is he?
His name is Andre. Andre Malone. Goodbye, my darling.
Goodbye, my darlings.
Andre Malone. Where was he when we needed him?
He must be a newborn.
Cathy,
Hello, Richard.
can I talk to you for a few minutes?
Certainly.
It's about Patty. Did I do something wrong?
I'm certain you didn't.
She acts like I don't even exist. She gave me back my pin and wouldn't even tell me why. She begged me for this pin.
I don't know what's happened to Patty either. But I'm sure it will work out.
At first I thought it might be another guy. But I looked at them and I looked at me and, well, it couldn't be any other guy.
Sometimes a girl can be attracted by more than just good looks.
Yeah. Well, if it's somebody else, she better get him out of her system fast, because I might not be around.
You wouldn't do anything foolish.
I already have. I sent my application into the Merchant Marine.
You did.
I didn't want to go. I get seasick. Listen, you're a girl. There must be something I can do to get Patty back.
The strongest weapon against a woman is usually jealousy. Cathy, Richard?
Maybe I should join the Foreign Legion.
Am I interrupting?
Not at all. Come in. Come in, Betty.
You like it?
Well, it's,
Oh, but,
it's very lovely.
thank you. What's that little red thing on your jacket?
The Legion of Honor
How did you get it?
during the war.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Oh, I talked to my parents. They want to meet you.
I'd be delighted.
I haven't told them about us yet.
Us?
Father will love you, just as I love you.
What did you say?
I love you.
Betty, there may be some misunderstanding. I mean, you're extremely sweet, but you are also extremely young.
Changed me into a woman.
I did nothing of the sort. What about your boyfriend?
Richard? You don't have to worry about him. I gave him up the day I met you. See, you asked me to be here. You're guinea pig.
I meant in French.
Au revoir, mon cher. Au revoir.
Give it another lead and see if you can stretch it out for an extra column. Tell Holt to stay over there and cable any new developments. I'll get back to you later. Yes?
You late me lunch today. J.R. wants to talk to you, and there's a Mr. Andre Malone outside to see you.
All right. Call the restaurant, tell him I'm on my way. Tell J.R. I'll see him right after lunch and get rid of Miss... Wait a minute. Did you say Andre Malone?
Yes, sir.
The miracle worker. Got to meet that boy. Send him in.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir? My name is Andre Malone.
Mr. Malone? Where's your son? Andre Jr., Patty's new boyfriend.
There's only Andre Senior.
I
am Patty's French teacher.
You mean that you and my underage daughter...
Oh, no, sir. Until this morning, I had no idea Patty was romantically interested in me. I picked her out.
Aha!
I picked her out because she had the lowest marks in the class. I wanted to find out what encouragement would do. But Patty completely misunderstood.
That explains a lot of things. Well, sit down, Mr. Malone.
I think she wants to marry me.
It'd serve you right.
No, no jokes. I need your help. What are we going to do about it?
You're French. You think of something.
Forbid her to see me.
Oh, no, you don't make me the heavy.
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, tell her the truth. Tell her that she's made a mistake, that you actually are not interested in her.
Oh, no. As a Frenchman, I could never do that. No, it would only humiliate and hurt her.
Well, then tell her something else. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. You're old enough to be her father.
That's it.
You realize this is our first real date together?
Yes. Patty, I'm sorry I cannot take you dancing or bowling or any of the things you love to do. But I like to spend my evenings in a rocking chair, reading.
Games are for children. So excited I can't eat.
What would you like?
Shrimp cocktail, tenderloin steak, baked potato with sour cream, salad, and some strawberry shortcake.
A glass of hot milk and some crackers for me.
You must be excited, too.
The French digestive systems are terrible.
I'm learning to cook all your favorite dishes.
Well, you can heat my milk.
What are all those pills for?
That's all that keeps me going. Rheumatism, liver, high blood pressure, digestion, circulation, infirmities of my age.
You're young and hard, Andre.
Hay fever.
Andre, I know it's terrible of me to say this, but I'm glad you have all these things wrong with you.
Glad?
I'm going to spend the rest of my life nursing you.
I tell you, I've never met anyone like her. I cannot do anything wrong. I tell her that because I'm a Frenchman, I will flirt with other girls, and she understands. I tell her that I will often get drunk. She says she will carry me home. I tell her I'm a gambler. She offers to place my bets. I cannot cope with a woman like that.
But she's not a woman. There must be some way to discourage her.
Well, we better find it quickly, because I just received a letter from my fiancée, and she's arriving here to join me.
Oh, don't worry. We'll find a way.
Well, it won't be easy. I'm quite attractive, you know.
Did you find out anything?
I found out who he is.
Just tell me his name, boy, and
Andre Malone.
I'll go check with the Merchant Marine again. What's the use if she prefers old Frenchmen to me?
Well, I don't believe she really does. Now, here's what I want you to do. First of all, if you'll get yourself one of those knit 1, purl 2. Purl 2, knit 1. How is Andre? He's very sick. You think he's sick? Look at this. Star quarterback suspended from football team. Richard Harrison dropped on eve of game with Lakeview. They can't take Richard out of the game. He's the star. He was the star. How could this happen? It happened because he's failing in all his subjects. Mr. Edwards, the principal, offered to let Richard take makeup tests, and he refused. He's even trying to enlist in the Merchant Marines. Richard? He gets seasick. He simply doesn't care about anything anymore. And it's all because of you. Me? Have you any idea what you've done to him? You have taken a boy who was a football star, president of his class, a scholar, and you've turned him into an empty shell. I did all that? Why didn't you tell me before? You wouldn't let me. He said you wouldn't be interested. Not interested? How can you ruin a person's life and not be interested? I've destroyed him. I wonder who that could be.
All right, mates.
Richard. You need me more than Andre does. Hello?
Oh, come in, Betty. I must have a talk with you.
I must have a talk with you too, Andre.
It is about us.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Andre, I know this is going to come as a terrible shock to you, but I've made an awful mistake.
No, it was all my fault. You see, I'd never met an American teenage girl before, and when I... What did you say?
We both almost made a mistake. You see, I was trying to take Louise's place in your life. I felt sorry for you. But that's not the same as love. We could never have been happy together.
Moment! What makes you think I couldn't make you happy?
Well, for one thing, I'm too young for you.
But you'll get older. You said so yourself.
I've decided to get older with Richard.
Richard! Are you throwing me over for Richard?
I can't ruin his life. He was ready to destroy himself.
But... I see. Well, I'll be broken-hearted for a while, of course.
And you'll be careful of your diet?
Oh, don't worry about me. Manage.
Thank you, Andre. I shall never forget you.
Your Richard is a very lucky young man.
Yes, he is. He's back on the football team.
Oh,
Maybe you could make up with Louise.
that's a wonderful idea. She's a great deal like you. In a vintage model.
Well, c'est la vie.
Everything cuckoo?
Yeah, he'll be heartbroken for a while, but he'll get over it.
How about more? Cuckoo. Let's split.
Ouch!
Sorry, Tom. Stop wiggling.
Hi, Ty. I need a doodle from the Speaker of the House.
I presume the English translation of that is you'd like my signature?
You cut it.
I was just lucky. French 65.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Never mind. I mean, it's not as though you were going to marry a Frenchman or anything.
Monster time. Bye. Bye.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins. sparkle light. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I want you to... Cathy, where's Patty?
I believe she's in her room, Aunt Natalie.
Didn't you do the dishes last night?
Yes.
And the night before that?
Patty and I always toss a coin, and I always lose. She is very lucky.
And I'll bet it's always her coin. Cathy, your cousin is taking advantage of you.
Oh, I don't mind doing these, Aunt Natalie. Patty had some homework to do.
What's she studying? Rock and roll?
Mom, you cut off the surfer swing.
Followed by your allowance.
Now what have I done?
Nothing, Patty. You haven't done anything this week, last week, or the week before that.
Who can understand parents?
That includes the dishes, your homework, your room.
You want me to grow up to be a drudge?
Your cousin Cathy is in the kitchen doing your job.
Mom, I'm doing this for Cathy's sake. I mean, she's traveled around Europe all her life with her father, living in hotels. She never had a chance to wash dishes. I mean, that's not natural. We're giving her a chance to feel at home.
Forget it, Tom Sawyer. Your house, your room is like a disaster area. Your clothes are in a mess.
Is this a private war? Can anybody join in?
I'm treated like slave labor. Susan Baxter got her own television today. Emily Johnson goes to the movies 3 times a week, and Richard gets to watch television as late as he likes.
Well, there's no problem there. Anything else?
Now that you ask, I need an increase in my allowance.
Your friendly loan company says no.
Yes, you can give me that 2-headed coin, get into the kitchen, and start washing dishes.
That's my good luck coin.
Yes, I know.
You think we were too rough on her?
No, I don't care what Dr. Spock says. I say you have to grind them under your heel or else they'll rise up and get you.
Students, I've asked you to assemble here this morning to meet Mr. Snell. Mr. Snell is with the National Educational Testing Survey, and he's been going all over the country giving intelligence tests.
What's he doing here?
Good morning, students. The big news I bring is that automation has come to your schools. Our organization, NET, has perfected a machine to create your intellectual capacities and problem-solving facility. This electronic device, Teach, as we call it, will supply in 3 minutes your intelligence quota rating, your percentile group in your school, and your percentile group in the country. We're going to begin immediately. Thank you.
The testing will be done in the study hall.
Sit right down there, please. And your name, please?
Patty Lane.
This is Teach, Technical Electronic Amplifier Code Handler.
Like hi.
Please, Teach will ask you questions in various categories. You will type your answers on the typewriter keyboard, which is an input-output printer.
Spooky bit.
Oh, not at all. The typewriter is simply a device by which we communicate with computers. You are not to touch any of these buttons.
Okay.
The machine has asked me to name two primary colors that make purple.
Red and blue.
Type your answer.
Oh.
Very good. The machine will feed you a new question every 15 seconds. If you miss one, just go on to the next. Blast off.
Name the origin of lac dye.
Just to get you started. It's derived from the Southern Asia lac insect.
Oh, sure. Give the two hypotheses of the kinetic theory of matter?
Take your time. You have 15 seconds.
Telephone call for you from Washington.
That must be the president of our company. You just stay with it. The machine will do everything automatically.
Give the latitude and longitude of Montevideo. Montevideo is... Define centrifugal force. Centrifugal force. You mean Kansas City? Give the metric equivalent of 1 U.S. yard, 1 U.S. pound, 1 U.S. gallon. Metric equivalent. Multiply by 10. Or...
on you like this. I'm Edwina Morgan, Cathy's psychology teacher.
Oh, yes.
And I'm Mr. Snell of the National Educational Testing Survey. We've come to see you about a rather urgent matter.
What is it?
We'd prefer to talk to Mrs. Lane at the same time, if you don't mind.
Please come in.
Thank you.
This is Mrs. Lane, my son Ross,
How do you
Miss
do?
Morgan, Mr.
Snell.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Miss Morgan, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Miss Morgan is Patty's psychology teacher, dear.
Did Patty mention taking an intelligence test today?
No, we're not on speaking terms.
If Patty flunked an intelligence test, it's because she wasn't trying.
Mrs. Lane, I've been giving these tests for the past 18 months in schools all over the country. Your daughter has set a new record.
I knew she could do it. Patty hit an all-time low.
An all-time high. I'm happy to inform you that Patty rates in the highest category of genius.
Patty who?
I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Mr. Snell. Patty's a bright, intelligent child, but I'd hardly call her a genius.
Our machine is incapable of making a mistake. I checked the results 7 times. 90 to 110 is average. The genius class ranges from 153 to 180. Patty's average was 185. 5 points above the top genius rating. Mr. Lane, your daughter's in a class with Michelangelo, Socrates, Da Vinci. Her mind is one of America's natural resources.
Boy, are we in trouble.
Oh, here's Patty.
Oh, no, this is Cathy, Patty's cousin.
Hello, Miss Morgan.
Hello, dear. This is Mr. Snell.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Cathy, where's Patty?
In the kitchen doing the dishes. We used my coins.
She's doing the what?
Is that wrong?
Not wrong, Mrs. Lane. Tragic.
That's true. She breaks a lot of them.
I don't think you people have any real understanding of this situation. The time that your daughter is forced to spend washing dishes could be time that she might be devoting to, say, discovering a vaccine that could save all humanity from disease. Patty?
Or an invention that could radically change the course of the world.
Patty?
You've had a great responsibility thrust upon you. The most important thing you can do is keep Patty's mind free so that she can cope with this greatness. She must have absolutely nothing on her mind.
She hasn't.
We're going to do everything we can to cooperate at school.
But that won't help unless Patty receives the same kind of cooperation at home.
We've managed all right for the last 16 years.
May I ask your IQ, Mr. Lane?
135.
Mine's only 150. Do you really think that you and I are equipped to control a brain with an IQ of 185? Who knows the irreparable damage you might have done to her mind in those 16 years? The paintings that won't be painted, the mathematical formulas that were lost while she was doing the dishes.
Mathematical formulas? Her average in mathematics is 70.
I know. Interesting, isn't it?
What organization did you say you were with?
National Educational Testing Survey. NET.
Yeah, that's right. National Educational Testing Survey. NET. Are you sure? Oh, see. No, it's nothing special. I was just thinking of writing an editorial on it. Mr. Snell, I owe you an apology. I just checked on your organization. Not that I didn't believe. Well, I mean, Patty is...
Please. Parents are always the last to know.
What do you want us to do?
The first thing is to remove any frustrations from Patty's life so that her mind is free of irritations. Is there anything she wants that she doesn't have?
She wants an increase in her allowance. She'd like her own telephone. She hates doing chores.
Sure, she'd like to spend all her time watching television and the movies.
Typical. On the surface, that seems like a childlike desire. But who knows what gigantic ideas might be formulating in her mind while she's watching the movies or a television show. Newton was a bird watcher. Galileo collected buttons. Give her anything she wants.
We've arranged to have Patty moved into a special class we've just set up.
Well, I know at a moment like this you want to be alone with your daughter. Both yourselves out. Good night, Edwina.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Ross, go get Patty.
Me?
Yes, you.
What'll I say to her?
Well, just tell her to... just ask her if she'd please come in here.
Okay. Excuse me, miss. It isn't too much trouble. Your parents would like to know if you could please come into the living room for a minute. If it isn't too much trouble. You focus. Yes, ma'am.
That's exactly the way to handle it.
She was doing the dishes. It broke my heart. What's the scream?
Patty, sit down right here.
What'd I do now?
Your father just thought you might be more comfortable sitting.
Unless you'd prefer to sit here. What didn't I do now?
Mr. Snell and Miss Morgan just left.
Oh. They told you about the intelligence test today. They were terribly excited. Don't blame me. I couldn't help it. I just got so frustrated that I...
Snell was right. I have been frustrating you. We've been holding you down for years.
You're not angry?
Angry? We're very proud of you.
You got the highest scores I have ever had. Oh, I can explain that. The cookie machine was going so fast, I just got mad and let...
And you showed them. Oh, you're a chip off the old block, honey.
Well, I'm glad everything's cuckoo. I better get back and finish the dishes. Oh, no. I'll do them for you.
Oh, we've decided you won't have to do any more dishes.
Me? Ever? Ross and I will be glad to do your share. Yes, ma'am.
And you're going to have your own telephone.
For real?
For real. And if there's any special television shows that you want to see or any movies, you just say the word. As of now, your allowance has been doubled.
Man, it's like Christmas. Miss Morgan and Mr. Snell know all about this? They suggested it. I always thought Miss Morgan was such a square.
You don't have to use words like square anymore, Patty. I mean, I imagine there are superior verbal equivalents that you prefer to articulate, now that you don't have to refresh your real mental abilities any longer.
Yeah. Well, I gotta buzz Richard. Bye.
It's going to take her a little while to get used to it.
Me too.
Me too.
No, sure. Gonna get my own telephone? Maybe a television set. He said,
Good morning, Patty.
like hi, Mrs. Snell.
Like hi, delicious.
I thought class was inducted into modern psychology class.
Yes, we've made some new arrangements for you, and I think you're going to be very pleased with them. You'll have only one class from now on. And you won't be needing these.
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo. In here. Patty, this is Antonia, Emil, August, and Peter. Patty Lane. Each student is working in the creative field of his own choice. Antonia is a sculptress. Emil is in abstract mathematics. Peter is a poet. And August is working in pre-Aristotelian philosophy.
And you're gonna lock me in with them?
I think you'll find the intellectual climate in this room very stimulating, Patty. And if you need any tools or special equipment of any kind, don't hesitate to speak up.
What is your field?
My field?
Your specialization?
Oh, I don't specialize much. I'm sort of interested in everything.
A generalist. That's remarkable. Assuming, of course, that you're in agreement with Spengler.
Oh, yeah. Completely. He's a blast. What?
Would you care to indulge in a game of chess?
I've been playing all morning.
Oh. August, how about you?
My pleasure.
How do we stand?
32, 37, and 3 draws.
You have white. Go ahead.
Queen's pawn to queen 4.
King's rook's pawn to rook 4.
Very good.
I haven't got a chessboard.
Chessboard?
Cuckoo. Hello, Patty. Oh, hi, Cat. How are schools? Cuckoo. They put me in an almond factory. You want a cuckoo? They were playing chess without a chessboard. Did they use queen's pawn to queen 4 openings? And retaliate with king's rook pawn to rook 4? You're as way out as they are. If you go up to your room, you'll find a surprise there. Cuckoo. Alice, guess what? I'm talking to you on my own status symbol. Isn't that the fittest? Can you come right over? Crazy. Bye. Peggy.
Patty? 3 o'clock in the morning, honey. What are you doing up?
Watching the late show.
What are you watching?
Beast with 5 bony fingers.
Suppose it has more meaning for you than it does for someone like me. I suppose you view it in nihilistic terms, huh? You know, sometime I'd like to have you explain it to me. I mean, the inner meaning that you get out of a movie like that. Well,
Do you really believe these electronic brains know what they're doing?
Sure I do. Why?
Well, take me. I mean, that machine says I'm a great genius.
Honey, you must have more confidence in yourself. Now, that machine said you're a genius. Well, it's right. You are. You're our little genius. And you believe in that. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night.
Good morning, Sleepy Eye.
Hi. What time is it?
10:30.
Jack, I'm late for prison.
No, you just stay in bed and relax. I called Miss Morgan. She said you can come in when you feel like it. You have no regular school hours.
Miss Morgan said that? You know, Mom, I was all wrong about you and the father figure. I said you didn't know how to treat kids. Well, you sure do.
Thanks.
Mom, salt and pepper?
Oh, sorry about that. I'll get it.
Thanks. And butter.
Cathy, I'd like to see you a minute. Have I got some exciting news for you?
What's up?
He's here.
Who's here?
Mr. Hawks, our president. He's come up from Washington just to meet you.
He has?
He sure has. And I can't tell you how excited he is about your test, and he wants the pleasure of seeing you take another one.
I can't do that. I mean, I was up most of the night with 3 ghosts.
I've started the machine for you, so go right ahead and I'll call Mr. Hawks.
But you can't.
Sit down.
Hi, Chum.
The thing about this girl is the protective patina of average behaviorism. All camouflage, of course. Very insensitive father, bourgeois mother, no idea of the treasure they have. But their repressions have only served to sharpen the most incredible intellect I've ever encountered. A giant, Mr. Hawks. A giant. Activating the key monitor buttons, Patty accidentally triggered off the mechanism that had the machine answer its own questions and then grade itself 100%. In the 30 years our organization has been functioning, this is the first time a thing like this has ever happened.
Have you told her yet?
No. We thought it best for her family to tell her. I'll just see myself out.
Yet, Patty.
Yeah, man. The ex-genius is coming. I hope this is important. I was watching a show on my new television set. Yeah, it helps me to think. Let's take in a movie tonight, Kath.
I wouldn't plan on it.
Why not?
You're going to be too busy.
Doing what?
I'm glad you asked.
Patty, when you finish those, you can start cleaning your room. The hall closet's a mess, your bathroom needs doing, and there's quite a lot of ironing to do, and, bye.
You win some, you lose some.
lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, pop and cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Any sign of him yet?
Negative. Green light.
Good. Keep watching. See, there's our route. Lake George is about 5 miles off the highway. I've even reserved the same cottage we honeymooned in.
Girl, I think it's the most romantic thing I've ever heard, Aunt Natalie.
Sneaky-wise, it's great.
Sneaky-wise or not, we're turning your father's birthday into a vacation. If he won't take one himself, we're going to take it for him.
Cops the managing editor, why doesn't he manage to get himself a vacation?
Because something always comes up. But this time, we're not giving him a chance to say no. We're going to keep this a complete surprise. I'm packing the suitcases and shipping them on ahead. I've arranged for the cabin, the boat.
We forgot the fishing license.
You're right. Can you pick one up tomorrow after school?
Sure. I'll spring for it with my own loot. It'll be my contribution to the birthday bit.
You know, he still talks about the speckled trout he caught on our honeymoon. Come to think of it, that's all he talks about.
Hi, family.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Hi, Cat. I'm sorry I'm late. I got held up. It was a South American Revolution I got involved in.
Oh, you look tired, darling.
Yeah, well, I am tired.
Why don't you take a vacation? Ow! Nothing.
Let's eat.
Yeah, we're having speckled trout for dinner. Ow!
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
Statement from her family. Now hit the human interest angle. Whether they suspected what she was going to do, whether they knew the boy, and so on. Let's milk it. I'm going to do an editorial on it. You send your copy in as fast as you can. Right.
World caved in yet?
It's caving, JR. Did you see this? 14-year-old girl in New Jersey eloped with a folk singer.
Oh, that's terrible. Folk singer.
Do you realize the increase there's been in teenage marriages in the last 5 years? They're up over 30%.
Well, that's not too bad, considering there's been over 100% increase in folk singers.
Kids today think of marriage as a kind of a game. They take on responsibilities they're not equipped to handle emotionally, mentally, or economically.
Sounds like an editorial.
That's exactly what it is. And I'm not going to blame the kids. I'm blaming their parents.
Well, I'll see if the mayor has any comment on it. I'm having lunch today at City Hall. See you later, Martin.
Right.
Folk singer. Flies in the buttermilk. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
There you are. One fishing license.
Thank you.
That'll be $3.
Do you really think you can keep a secret from your dad?
Sure. Slide.
You can see we do a booming business here, Mr. Castle. Why, this is our third biggest week for marriages. It's incredible how young some of them really are. Martin was right. They're just babies. Oh, there's Patty Lane.
Who?
My managing editor's daughter. Excuse me, I must say hello. Patty?
But you know the father figure. If he got wind of this, he'd kill it. He doesn't believe in it.
Do you want me to keep the license for you?
No, I have a place to hide it.
Hey, how about the honeymoon cabin?
It's all set. We'll zip up Saturday. We'll use Hodad Jeep, and we'll tell him we're just going for a little spin.
Oh, J.R. Just finishing my editorial on teenage marriages.
I'd say it wasn't a moment too soon, Martin.
Now, listen to this. It's time that we place the blame squarely where it belongs. Not on the frail, inexperienced shoulders of the newlyweds, but on the broad backs of the mothers and fathers who allow these situations to develop under their very noses in ignorance. And there's more.
That's what I've come to tell you.
Oh, you talked to the mayor. Did you get some information for me?
Some? Your daughter's getting married Saturday.
For a minute, it sounded as though you said my daughter was getting married on Saturday.
I did. I saw her at the Marriage License Bureau.
And you thought... Well, Patty was at the Marriage License Bureau. She was probably there with a friend.
She certainly was, and I heard him advise her to hide the marriage license at the honeymoon lodge until they got there on Saturday. And if you're whole dad, they're using your heap to get there.
True, I'll put a stop to it, of course. But...
Oh, in my opinion, that would be a most unfortunate approach.
You have a better suggestion?
Well, I've had some experience in these matters. You're dealing here, Martin, with adolescent emotions at a white-hot pitch. You have no idea how delicate the situation is. I would advise you to handle it very carefully.
You would?
I certainly would. The usual procedure in these unfortunate occurrences is for the blundering parents to rush in and forbid the marriage. The pages of history are strewn with the bodies of star-crossed lovers.
Patty, a star-crossed lover? She's hardly learned to roller skate.
Perhaps they don't intend to do a lot of roller skating.
J.R., I'm sure there's some logical explanation for all this. I mean, Cathy will know the answer. There are no secrets between Patty and her. If Patty were going to elope, Cathy would know about it. I'll ask her. Cathy?
What makes you think she's going to tell you the truth?
She doesn't have to. I'll know. See, Cathy's got a built-in lie detector. Whenever she says something that's not true, she hiccups. Kath?
Hello, Uncle Martin. You're home early.
Yeah, I had something to attend to. You know Mr. Castle.
Yes, hello. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Castle.
Cathy, you're looking very well.
Thank you.
Where's your Aunt Natalie?
She went shopping.
And Patty?
Patty? She's at Red Cross class. Excuse me.
Cathy, is she alone?
Who?
The girl we're talking about, your cousin Patty.
Oh. Yes?
Did Patty say anything to you about any special plans for Saturday?
Saturday?
Yeah.
No.
I'll kill him. When I get my hands on him, whoever he is, Do you think you could identify him if you saw him again?
Well, it would be a difficult face to forget. He was a peculiar-looking boy, moved around like a perturbed pelican. He was tall and thin and looked a lot like, him.
Him? Well, it couldn't be him. I mean, that's Richard. Nobody would marry Richard.
Why not?
Well, it's just out of the question, that's all. He mowed my lawn last summer. You think my daughter would marry a gardener?
Well, what does he do when he's not gardening?
He eats. He lives in my refrigerator. I've been practically supporting that boy for 2 years, but I'll be hanged if I'm going to make it legal.
Martin, getting excited about it isn't going to help anything.
Well, wouldn't you get excited if he was going to be your son-in-law? Do you know what his income is per week? $10. I wouldn't buy Patty's bubble gum. Now, wait a minute. We're getting carried away, J.R. There's some perfectly innocent explanation for this whole thing. Patty thinks of me as a quaint old man from the Stone Age, but she genuinely loves me. She wouldn't do Richard to me.
There must be an easy way of establishing the truth.
You mean go out and confront them?
What sort of a newspaper man are you? I mean, we spy on them.
Spy on my own daughter?
Better than babysitting.
I'd love to see the Speaker of the House when he makes the scene.
You'll have to scrape him off the moon.
What do they say? What I'm due for a big shock.
You know, we should be halfway there by the time Pop knows he's been had.
Any questions?
If he weren't so stubborn, we wouldn't have to do the sneaky peek bit.
This'll kill poor Natalie.
Patty, did you get the license? Check.
Yeah, you should have seen the line. Looked like everybody in town was doing it.
I paid for it with my own money. Isn't that right, Richard?
Let's hide it before your father runs across it.
I've already got it stashed.
My own wife. She's in on it.
I don't like Patty paying for the license. It doesn't owe you well for the marriage.
I've arranged with Mr. Landis to mail the key to the cottage and to the boat. Now, tomorrow, you get the suitcases out of the garage without your father seeing you, and I'll start packing.
Nap time.
I'll help her.
You know, I can't wait for Saturday. I wish it was here already.
I'm sorry I had to open up this Pandora's box, Martin, but it's better to know the truth.
You know what hurts most, J.R.? That they could do this to me behind my back. My own wife and my daughter and my niece treating me like I was an outsider. Well, I'm going to have it out with Natalie.
In my opinion, you'd be making a terrible mistake.
Why?
Well, I imagine the reason they didn't come to you in the first place is because they're afraid of you.
Afraid of me? What is nonsense? All Patty had to do was come to me and tell me that she wanted to marry Richard. I'm a reasonable man.
What would you have done?
I'd have killed her.
You can still stop her, Martin. She's a minor. She's got to get your permission.
She's got her mother's permission. I guess they expected me to read about it in the marriage notices. Patty is just a baby, J.R. She's not ready to get married yet. Nobody's ready to get married to Richard.
Well, maybe this boy's got some quality you've overlooked. Perhaps you're being unfair to him.
Unfair? To Richard?
Try to get to know him, Martin. And then you can bore from within.
I got a better idea. I'm going to scare him out of the marriage.
Hey there. I got it split. Bye.
Don't go, Richard. I'd like you to meet Mr. Castle, the publisher of the Chronicle. This is Richard Harrison.
Like, hi.
Quite. Come on into the living room, Richard, and sit down.
You're inviting me into your living room?
Yes, I thought we could have a little chat. Come on.
Okay. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Make yourself comfortable. You know, we've never really had a chance to get to know one another, Richard. I suppose that's my fault.
Yeah.
The point is that I think it's high time we did get to know one another. You know, man to man.
This isn't going to be the birds and the bees bit, is it, Mr. Lane?
The birds and the bees bit?
Because my father image and I already ran that.
I don't know much about your family, son. You don't mind if I call you son, do you?
Not if it gives you pleasure.
What does your father do?
He's a brick and mortar type. He does the expressway bit and all that kind of movement.
What did you say his father does?
He's a highway construction engineer.
Oh.
Is your father a wealthy man?
Pop swings pretty good with a lute.
Maybe your father's planning to take you into his business.
That's for me. I'd love being a cement jockey.
Then it's all settled.
Yeah. He won't have me.
What's your present income?
$500.
$500 a what?
A year.
So what it boils down to is that in the course of the next year, your income will be $10 a week.
Oh, no, sir. In the summer, I earn my own money. I cut grass.
I know. Were you under the impression that you and Patty could live on that amount of money?
No, sir. Were you?
Not for one instant. Nor was I under the impression that I was going to support you.
Well, gee, why should you?
Exactly. Why should I? Can you support Patty?
I thought you were supporting her.
Well, you thought wrong. You'll have to support her.
I will?
You know, getting married is a major responsibility at your age.
It sure is.
Well, I want you to think very seriously about it.
You mean about me and Patty?
That's exactly what I mean.
Oh, sure, if that's what you want.
Well, I'm glad we had this little chat.
So am I. Thanks a lot, Mr. Lane. Sure had you figured all wrong. Goodbye, Mr. Palace.
Pass.
Funny, I had the system for memorizing names and... Bye.
Well, I'd kill him.
You know, you haven't said 2 words all evening. Still worried about South America?
North America.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get home early this afternoon.
So am I.
I wish your work didn't put you under such a terrible strain, darling.
I imagine everybody around here's been under a terrible strain.
We've been worrying about you.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
Well, perhaps one of these days you can get away and take a little vacation. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. Then we could relax and exchange confidences. Tell one another all our secrets.
Secrets?
Well, if there were any to tell, I mean. Of course, I'm old-fashioned, Natalie. I've always felt that the fabric that held the family together was honesty. That husbands and wives shouldn't keep secrets from one another.
Oh, I agree, but sometimes the only way to manage things is to do a little secret plotting. Well, I'm going up to bed, dear. Tommy?
No, I'm going to sit here and drink my milk.
Good night, dear.
Yeah. Over my dead body.
I got here as fast as I could.
Come on out in the kitchen. I'll give you a cup of coffee. I didn't sleep a wink all night.
What happened?
Natalie came right out and admitted the whole thing.
No.
I couldn't believe it. She said that sometimes the only way to get things done is to do a little secret plotting. It's frightening that you can live with one of them for nearly 20 years and not really know them.
Marriage at all costs.
You were the one who was telling me that there might be something to that boy.
That's right, there is, and I've seen it. You must prevent this marriage at all costs.
Not all the bodies of lovers that are strewn through the pages of history.
That might not be a bad solution. There isn't a jury in the world would convict you.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming over here and giving me your moral support, J.R.
Anything I can do, old boy?
That's probably the minister.
I'm Ted Landis.
Yes?
I brought the keys to the cabin.
The honeymoon cabin?
Yes. I was going to mail them, but Mrs. Lane told me how top secret it was, so I decided to bring them myself.
You've made a brilliant secret agent.
Thanks. I told Mrs. Lane how lucky she was. It was the last cabin on the lake. Oh, and here's the key to the boat. I think you'll find everything satisfactory up there. Did they get the license?
Oh, yes, they got the license, all right.
Good. We wouldn't want any trouble on that. They're very strict up there. Oh, it's a beautiful place. Quiet and secluded.
Are you fond of secluded, quiet places, Mr. Landis?
Me? Oh, my, yes.
Well, that's fortunate. You may be spending the next 7 years in one.
The kids you rented that cabin to are underage.
Kids? Underage? Why, Mrs. Lane didn't say anything about...
I'm telling you.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. The honeymoon cabin is no longer available.
Don't forget the key to the boat.
Good morning.
That takes care of their honeymoon plans.
Well done, Martin.
Well, while I'm at it, I've got another little spike to put in Cupid's quiver. I'm going to make sure that Hodad's heat is unavailable. Honeymoon cabin at the lake, nice secluded spot. I know Patty is a rebellious child, but Richard is ridiculous. I beg your pardon? Oh, is this the Sunset Garage? Now, this is Mr. Lane. Say, Eddie wanted to do some work on my transmission. I told him I was going to need the car. Well, I've changed my mind, so tell him he can pick it up anytime he wants. No, he can have it over the whole weekend. We're not going anywhere. Thank you. They can't go anywhere without a heap. Car.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant, Martin.
These are the heaviest empty suitcases I've ever seen. Why don't we just take them in through the front door?
Because the parent hasn't gone to work yet. Mama doesn't want him to see him.
Now for the last step.
What's that?
I'm going to disable the groom.
You think a 3-day vacation be long enough for your father?
What do you mean?
Have you talked to him lately? He's driving himself into Flipsville.
What'd he say? Just what do you think you're doing?
Fixing the window.
Borrowing water.
Cathy said you wanted to see me. Oh, hello, J.R.
That's that?
Is anything wrong?
I just wanted you to know that your little scheme was finished. Over. Kaput.
What little scheme?
Oh, it's too late to play innocent, Natalie. I'm talking about Saturday. Remember the license, the honeymoon cabin at the lake? Hodad's Heap?
You found it.
You bet I did.
Who's the stool pigeon?
I didn't sing. Cathy.
No, I'm afraid I'm the stool pigeon, Natalie.
You found out and told Martin?
I had no alternative.
And they say women can't keep a secret. Oh, well, we tried. I'm sorry the surprise is done, but it really doesn't matter. We can still go ahead with our plan.
Well, that's where you're wrong. I canceled the honeymoon cabin and the boat and sent the heap in for repairs.
Martin, that was the last cabin.
I know.
And he handled it beautifully.
Would you? I thought you'd love it.
Did you really? Well, you thought wrong. When my only daughter gets married, I'm not going to have her sneaking off with someone behind my back.
Would you mind repeating that?
Patty is not getting married this Saturday or any other Saturday. At least not for a few years. So your little scheme didn't work.
Oh, you found out that Patty was getting married.
I sure did.
Oh, well, we tried. Oh, yeah. I didn't.
It's always a fatal mistake to underestimate one's adversary.
Oh, I can see that now, Martin. I should have let you in on Patty's marriage from the beginning.
Would have been nice.
I thought I covered all my tracks. How did you get onto it?
I saw them buying the license.
Oh, that explains it. Imagine. Little slip like that.
And now, one last thing. Let's destroy that license.
Mom, are you going to let him
He's
say
done
something?
everything else. Give him the license.
I'm sorry, Richard.
Well done, Martin.
Pop, I wish you
You
would...
sit down, young lady. You and I'll have a long private talk later. Now, I'm going to be charitable. I don't mind admitting that this has hurt me very, very deeply. But I'm sure that all of you are feeling pretty ashamed of yourselves right now, so I'm not going to rub it in. This will end the incident, and I hope it's a lesson you'll never forget. This is a fishing license. It's made out to me.
I paid for it with my own money. Right, Richard?
What for?
For you to catch your speckled trout with, the way you did on our honeymoon.
You mean that this is the license that Patty and Richard...
We wanted you to have a vacation at Lake George for your birthday. The cottage is the same one you and I had for our honeymoon.
Well, I think I'll be pushing along now. By the way, Martin, why don't you take the weekend off? Do you good. Happy birthday.
Gee, it was nice of Mr. Landis to send this trout down to us. He felt terrible when I explained what happened.
I wish somebody had explained it to me.
Oh, well, these misunderstandings do occur, you know.
Well, at least you have your fish. And barbecues are fun. Boy, they're beauts, Dad.
I think those trout are about done, Martin.
You think so?
Oh, yes. I'll give you a hand. Speed things up a little.
I have to finish my homework for art class tomorrow. I'm doing a wedding scene.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Everything is done but the wedding gown. I have to have the wedding gown done by tomorrow, or it'll be too late.
I can't wait to see it.
Martin!
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sight the girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I'll get it. Hello? Cathy Lane? Who's calling? The overseas operator? Oh, she's right here. Oh, hold on, operator. Don't go away. I'll get it. Okay. Cathy! It's for you. Thank you, Cathy. It's your father in Paris. Hello? This is Cathy Lane. Hello, Father. I'm wonderful. How are you? I miss you, too. Aunt Natalie and Uncle Martin are treating me wonderfully. They're fattening me up. You, too. Here's Patty. Hi, Uncle Kenneth. You should see Cathy. I'm making a real swinger out of her. Here's Mom. Love ya. It's Uncle Kenneth in Paris.
Hello, Kenneth. Oh, everything is fine here. Cathy looks wonderful. I hope you can come and visit us soon. Here's Ross. Goodbye.
Hi, Uncle Kenneth. Did you hear the funny story about the
Write
man
it to him, son.
I'll write it to you. Say hello to the Eiffel Tower for me. Bye. I was talking to France. Oh, boy.
Hello, Cat. This is a pleasant surprise. How's my favorite foreign correspondent? I'm fine. Martin, how's Cathy? She's wonderful. She and Patty are confusing the whole neighborhood. Reminds me of our youth. The twins bit all over again. Oh, by the way, Aunt Pauline just paid me a visit. You poor devil. She's on her way to see you. What? I just put her on a jet for New York this morning. She's stopping off at your house tonight for dinner. I thought you'd like to know. Thanks a lot. Aunt Pauline is going to have dinner here tonight. You may not find the old girl in a very good mood. We had our annual argument just before she left. Let me talk to Cathy again. Goodbye, Ken. And here's Cathy.
Daddy?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Kit Kat.
I loved your story from Yugoslavia.
Hurry up and finish school and get back over here. I miss you like the devil.
I miss you, Ted, more than you miss me.
Goodbye, Kit Kat. I love you.
I love you, too. Bye, Daddy.
I wonder what time Aunt Pauline's arriving.
Father has talked a great deal about Aunt Pauline, but I haven't seen her since I was a little girl.
Now, I admit that Aunt Pauline is a little eccentric, but we have to remember that she's all alone in the world. We're the only family she has.
Yeah, and she's worth $1 million.
That's neither here nor there.
I wish it was here.
I'm not supposed to know, but Aunt Pauline willed her money to a foundation for sailors' widows. So you're going to be nice to her for her own sake.
Will you send me away to camp, please?
No, I will not.
up to the basement year after year?
It makes Aunt Pauline happy to see the presents she gave us.
Then why don't we put them back in the basement when she goes? Do you want to live with us? I live with you.
Certainly is ugly, isn't it? Don't let Aunt Pauline hear you say that. She sculpted it herself.
Out of old peanut butter, I think. I know. You're not allowed to criticize her. Sometimes she gets me so mad. I just hope I don't lose my temper.
You better not, young lady.
Father and I used to have a code. If either of us starts to lose his temper, we'd say it's tea time. T is for temper. Cuckoo. It's quite effective. It's about the same as counting to 10. Got it. It's tea time. It's tea time. He's here.
Here, up at this, behind the couch. Crazy.
Aunt Pauline, welcome. Nice chair. You look lovely. You gained weight. Where are the petite ones? There they are, the little loves. Cathy.
Aunt Pauline?
Ross. My, you've grown.
Yeah. Thanks.
And this must be little Cathy. Très jolie.
Hello, Aunt Pauline.
You know, the resemblance is really remarkable. Of course, even as a child, Cathy was a little prettier. Other than that, one could hardly tell them apart. Charming. One forgets what a teeny little house it really is. Oh. Charming. Oh, I like it. Just right there, Arthur.
Kenna didn't say anything.
Oh, it's going to be so nice to be in a real home again. Hotels are so outrageously cher, and that means expensive.
Yes, I know. J'ai étudié à la Sorbonne, quand mon père travaillait au journal Paris.
I loathe Sean. I'm afraid with all that luggage, I'll have to have the large bedroom. I hate to put you and Martin out, dear.
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll move into the girls' bedroom.
And we can move to a hotel.
And you'll move into Ross's room.
And I'll go to camp.
You'll sleep on the sofa.
That's all. Thank you, Arthur. Shoo. This is Ding Ding. Isn't she, dear?
She's lovely.
Isn't she sweet? I got her in on Peace. That's north of Nice.
Isn't it south of Nice?
You dear child. You really are quite a lot like your father.
I'm afraid for you to put her down. I'm a little bit worried about Tiger.
Tiger. Oh, get that beast out of here. Here, don't tell him to get out of here.
Tea time.
Put Tiger on the patio. We'll figure out something.
Come on, Tiger. Come on. Be a good boy. Tiger.
Well, don't be anxious. Don't be afraid, darling. Your mommy will take care of you. Now, children, go quickly. Get your presents. They're all marked. They'll have your names on them. Go along. Oh, come, my love. Yes. Now, here's a good place, little Ding Ding. There we are. Yes. Of course, it's not what you're accustomed to, darling, but you'll be all right. Oh, my lovely statue. Oh, I'm so glad you appreciate the beautiful presents I brought you. Well, come along, children. Come on, open your presents. This time I've outdone myself. I brought a glockenspiel for Martha. This is my musical year. Oh, you can't imagine how heartwarming it's going to be to think of you all sitting around the fireplace here playing when I'm far away. Oh, I'm afraid I didn't bring anything for you, Cathy.
Oh, I don't mind. Cathy plays a wild piano.
I'm surprised you ever had the time to learn, the way your father drags you around the world.
Well, that wasn't Father's fault. When you are a foreign correspondent, you must go where they send you.
Why don't I get on with dinner? I have a wonderful roast in the oven.
Just take it out. You're not to lift a finger. I'm going to do the cooking.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Aunt Pauline, but
No, don't thank me. Only keep the maid out of my way.
We don't have one.
Oh, well, de nada. The kitchen is out of bounds for you, Natalie. Now, while I start cooking, why don't you go and take your things out of my room? And take these along with you. Now, come on, children, come on. Patty, I want you to go to the grocery store for me. I'll make you a list. And Ross, come on, I need something from the drugstore. And you two, Cathy, come along. You can help us.
It's tea time. It's tea time.
Hi, darling, I'm home. Aunt Pauline arrived?
Like a tank battalion.
Going out?
Don't tempt me.
Oh. Where is she?
In the kitchen, cooking dinner. My kitchen is out of bounds to me.
Aunt Pauline is cooking dinner?
She insisted.
You know, that's rather sweet, really. She's starved for a home of her own, so she's trying to make this her home.
She's doing a bang-up job. Our bedroom is out of bounds, too.
What?
She's in, we're out.
You mean she's moved in here?
That's right.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If she thinks she can come in here...
Martin, you said it yourself. Aunt Pauline doesn't have a home of her own. We're all the family she has. We can't be mean to her.
Ah, Martin.
Hello, Aunt Pauline. I'm sorry I wasn't here to meet you.
Oh, well, I assumed you were detained on urgent business.
Yes, as a matter of fact,
You're thin. Natalie isn't feeding you properly.
Oh, of course she...
Well, I'll take care of that. I've always been a wonderful cook. But on this last trip to France, I realized that I knew nothing. Rien. Wait until you taste this dinner.
I'm ready. I'm starved. Isn't there any way that you can hurry her up?
She won't let me in the kitchen.
Maybe she doesn't want you to steal any of her favorite recipes.
Do you remember those crepe Suzette she made last year? They were marvelous.
Here we are. You see, the good things in life are always worth waiting for.
I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
That won't be necessary, young man.
Looks delicious. What is it?
Beef steak.
I love beefsteak.
Oh, well, these are especially good. You really will love these. Now, go ahead, everybody. Eat your heart's content because there's plenty more in the kitchen. Enough for seconds and even thirds if you want them. Beef steak. Yes, isn't it delicious? And for dessert, I'm making a walnut souffle. Come along, come along. Eat it, it's delicious. Waste not, want not.
Hurry up, Natalie. I'm beginning to fade away.
Yes, so am I. Hi.
Welcome to the club.
What are you doing up in the middle of the night?
Same as you, trying to stay alive.
Hello, Tiger. Good boy. Has he been fed?
Yes, don't tell Aunt Pauline, but we gave him some non-vegetarian dog food. This is ridiculous. I'm starving to death in my own home.
Darling, what would you like?
Food. Glorious food.
I think I'll start with lamb chops and work up.
I want a hamburger. I'd like some sausages. That's what I want. Lamb chops, hamburger, and sausages.
Oh, it's you. I thought perhaps it was a burglar, and I hurried right down.
Aunt Pauline.
Uh-huh. I caught you. I knew you'd want some more of my beef steak. Remember, I told you there was enough for seconds and even thirds. Come along, everybody. We'll sit down and have a delicious midnight feast.
And some tea.
Anybody home? What's going on here? An Eskimo convention? It's freezing in here.
No use closing the windows. Aunt Pauline will just open them again.
She learned it from a doctor in Newfoundland. They never catch colds up there.
Then let her go to Newfoundland. This is ridiculous.
She's your aunt, not mine.
Why didn't that blow away?
Dear me, it's getting stuffy in here. Oh, Martin, you're home.
Am I? I'm not sure anymore. You know, I think it's time that we have...
Tea time. Tea time.
I think it's a lovely idea.
You certainly are a tea-drinking family.
It keeps us from freezing to death.
Now, about that doctor of yours in Newfoundland.
Oh, wasn't it lucky I ran into him? You know, when you're virtually alone in the world and have to travel every place by yourself, it's so important to meet nice companions. What were you going to say about the doctor, Martin?
Oh, just that his pole theory sounds interesting.
Oh, I knew you'd think so. Ah, there, that's better. Wakes up the lung sacs. I have the most wonderful idea for tonight after dinner. We are going to have a musical.
I'm sorry, Aunt Paulina. I have to stay with Richard. And I have some work to do.
And I have some mending to do.
I have this editorial to write.
And I have to go to camp.
I'm going out shopping. What would you like for dinner? Carrot steak or spinach pie?
I think I'd like...
I know. Neither would I. It won't last forever. I know she's difficult, but she's our only aunt, and we can't turn her out, can we? Or can we?
Notice that most of Uncle Martin's conversation the past few days has consisted of tea time.
She's quite a woman. I'm really very fond of her.
Father has talked to me about her for so long, and yet there is no real way to prepare one for Aunt Pauline.
You miss your father, don't you?
Very much. In a way, having Aunt Pauline here makes me feel that Father is closer. I mean, she is part of his family, isn't she? I think I'd like spinach pie for dinner.
You know something? I not only love you, I like you.
I'm glad. There you are, Tycoons. There you are.
That's very unsanitary, Cathy. Dogs can give you hydrophobia.
Oh, not Tiger. He's a sweet dog. He would never hurt anyone.
You're an argumentative child, aren't you?
I don't mean to be, Aunt Pauline.
I'm sure you don't. It's just the way you've been brought up. Or should I say the way you haven't been brought up?
I didn't mean to be rude.
The one thing I will not tolerate is insolence. But knowing your father, I'm not surprised. I think it's disgraceful the way you've been reared, dragged around the world like some nomad without any home or roots.
That wasn't Father's fault. When Mother died, he wanted me with him, and I wanted to be with him.
Well, that's no way for a young girl to live, hobnobbing with those ruffian newspaper men.
They're not ruffians. They're very nice.
I think I know a little more about it than you do.
Father and I have always been very close. It was terribly difficult for him to decide to send me here to live while he's traveling so much.
Well, he had no alternative. It's very inconvenient for an attractive widower to have a teenage daughter around.
That's a horrible thing to say.
Well, I'm a woman of the world, and your father always was a mouton noir, a black sheep.
Because he won't kowtow to you? My father is the finest man I've ever known. Old moneybags.
Old moneybags?
That's what he calls you. He says you have a money bag for a heart and tinsel for a brain. I'm sorry. I should never have said that.
So, that's the way my family talks about me behind my back. The ingratitude. Well, I shan't impose on any of you any longer.
Oh, no, Aunt Pauline. I'm terribly sorry.
You can tell Martin to send my things to the Hotel Mallory.
But...
Dinner's ready. blame yourself for what happened, Cathy. She had no right to attack your father.
And I had no right to be rude to her. I simply lost my temper. I was horrible, Uncle Martin.
Wish I'd been here.
Where will she go?
Mexico City, I suppose. Now, don't worry about it, Cathy. She's pretty tough. She'll be back next year.
No, she won't. She's terribly proud. She meant what she said.
We'll talk about it later. Come on, have something to eat. You'll feel better. Aunt Natalie fixed some stuffed veal chops. Real veal.
Would you excuse me? I don't care for any dinner.
There you are, Ding Ding. There's your dinner now. Come in.
Oh. They sent you to beg me to come back. Well, you're wasting your time.
I came to apologize.
You only said what everybody's been thinking about me for a long time. Only they wouldn't say it because they wanted my money. But I have no intention of being the family joke. Please go.
You're wrong, Aunt Pauline. I don't blame you for being angry. What I said was thoughtless and rude and unforgivable. But please don't punish them because of me. They need you.
You mean they need my money?
They don't care about your money. They've known about the Foundation for Sailors' Widows for years and years. It's you they need. I believe the reason you act the way you do is because you're lonely and you want attention. Then, when people pay attention to you, you get angry because you think it's your money they're interested in. You're not the easiest aunt in the world, but you're all we have. We love you, and we need you, and you need us. Won't you forgive me? I'm sorry. Goodbye, Aunt Pauline.
Things sure are quiet around here without Aunt Pauline.
Patty, want to warm up your zither? Natalie?
That's terrible. What's the matter with all of you? Where's the rhythm? You have no sense of rhythm. No, that's terrible. Come on now. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. don't you know the difference between a B and a G flat?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights the girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they walk alike, sometimes they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What is the difference between Capri and Anacapri? That's what I say. What's the difference? Capri is the lower part of the island. Anacapri is above it. A little funicular takes you to the top. You know, cousin, it isn't fair. I strained my brain studying about all these crazy places in books, and you've been to all of them. It's a cinch for you. You know why you get better grades than I do? Why? Because you're smarter than I am. No, I'm not. What you said is true, Patty. Father and I have traveled almost everywhere. We spent a week in Capri when he did a feature story on the Grotto Azzurra. This week he's in Greece. Next week he goes to Helsinki to cover the opening of Parliament. Boy, I wish my father were a foreign correspondent. He does lead an exciting life. Do me a favor. When you finish school and go back to Europe to join your father, take me with you. I'm tired of school. I want to get into real life. Expecting an Indian raid? Are you in some kind of trouble, Ross? Boy, am I. You lost on your gambling debts and the syndicates after you. Don't open the door. How are we going to find out who it is if we don't open the door? I know who it is. It's a girl. Well, what does she want? Don't ask. Hello.
Hello.
Is Ross at home?
I think so.
I'm Nicky Lee Blaze.
How do you do? I'm Ross's mother.
I knew you must be. You have the same warm eyes. Ross? What? I'm going to hide.
Have you seen Ross?
Yeah, not in the last few seconds, Aunt Natalie.
He must have gone out again.
He's very shy. I think it's just shy. Ross, shy? You're new around here, aren't you? Yes. We moved up from Virginia last month. I'm Nicky Lee Blake. Why, you must be Ross's beautiful sister, Patty. Well, Ross is finally acquiring some taste. And you must be his remarkable cousin, Cathy. He speaks of you all the time. Does he? The reason I came by is that we're having a novelty leap year dance Friday, and the girls are asking the boys. I want to go with Ross.
This isn't leap year.
I know. That's what makes it a novelty. Why didn't I think of that? You're not from the South. The boys are to have corsages for the girls, but I'll send my corsage to Ross so he won't have any expense. My father and I will pick him up here Friday night at 7 o'clock. Thank you so much, Mrs. Lane. Goodbye, Patty. Bye. Goodbye, Cathy.
Goodbye, Nicky.
Now I know why the South almost won the war.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, till there They walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Ron, what are you doing behind the piano?
Eavesdropping. Mom, you don't know what I've been going through. She follows me everywhere, and she keeps bringing me all kinds of presents. I'm the laughing stock of PS8. Come on, Kath, I'll play you a game of darts.
All right. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Lane. Oh, hello, Mrs. Blake. Yes, Nicky Lee just left. The dance Friday night? Well, I'm afraid Ross doesn't... Charity dance? A charity dance for orphan children. The school is sponsoring it? Well, of course, Ross would be delighted to go. Well, that'll be fine. Friday night at 7. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Mom, what have you done to me?
I had to accept, darling.
Why would you want to do that to me? I'm your only son.
It's for a very worthy cause.
I won't go.
Oh, you're being silly about this. Of course you'll go.
Watch this one. Patty, can I talk to you for a minute? You're in trouble. You robbed the bank, the police are hot on your trail, and you want me to hide you out. You did hear, officer? I want you to talk to Mom and get me out of the dance Friday. You mean that's really bugging you? You're afraid. Afraid of a little girl. Boy, I've waited a long time for this. You mean you aren't going to help me? Help you? Do you remember the summer you sold mimeographed copies of my diary? The time you entertained my boyfriends by showing them baby pictures of me on a bearskin rug? And you're coming to me for help? Ha ha ha! Okay, never mind. Cathy, Ross really seemed disturbed. Come on, stop worrying. It's only a kid dance. Let's finish our game. Perhaps we should have given him some help. Whose side are you on? It's the battle of the sexes. He'll learn all the tricks soon enough. He's a natural-born monster. Come in. Oh, it's you. What are you doing? Running away. Do you want to come with me? I can't. I promised to go to a movie with Craig Saturday. Are you running away because of the dance? You bet I am. I'll send for my handset. Don't let Craig touch it. Ross? Why are you so afraid of girls? How do I know? I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm just a scared kid. Afraid of me? I'm a girl. You're only a cousin. You don't have designs on me. I'm sure Nikki has no designs on you. She seems very nice. All you have to do is take her to the dance and bring her home, and that's the end of it. No, it isn't. That's only the beginning. First there's another dance, and they expect you to take him to that. Then you have to take him out to dinner and to the movies. Before you know it, you're engaged, and you have to wear clean shirts. Then you get married, and you have to take your old bride with you on your honeymoon and get a job. And for the rest of your life, bills. Cathy, I'm not ready to get married. No one said anything about marriage. It's only a dance. You don't know Nicky Lee Blake. She's murdered. Why don't you tell your mother how you feel? She sold me down the river. All you women stick together. That's how you get it. Goodbye, Cathy. All right.
Certainly, son. Okay.
I'm having girl trouble.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me about it.
To tell you the truth, I can't see why everybody makes such a big fuss about girls. They're nothing. I mean, they don't do anything. They're terrible at games.
They're either crying or giggling all the time, and they play with dolls. You're not even allowed to hit them. Why would anyone want to give up baseball for that?
Well, as you get older, Ross, you'll develop more mature interests. Girls will be among them.
Not me. I'm never going to get married. You have to support your wife for the rest of your life, and what does she do for you?
Oh, she'll cook, clean, be a companion, nurse you when you're sick, wash the dishes, do the laundry, bring up your children.
Who wants to marry an overpaid maid?
You think your mother is an overpaid maid?
Well, of course not. I mean, she isn't a woman. She's Mom. They don't make them like her anymore.
I agree. You know, if you're very lucky, son, maybe one day you'll meet someone a little like her.
Promise me you won't get your feelings hurt if I tell you something?
Of course not. Shoot.
I wish I'd found her first. Papa. It's the Rock Hudson of Brooklyn Heights. Dance with me, Rock. I'm going to swallow. You think you're so funny? Well, I hate you. What did I say? Hey.
Ross is going through a very trying period right now, Patty.
Because he's going to a dance?
Because he's going to the dance. This is the first time he's ever had a real date with a girl. That's an important step in his life.
So he has butterflies. He'll get over it.
You could make it a lot easier for him.
Me? When I first started dating, he used to tell my dates insanity ran in the family. He told one boy I was a kissing maniac. I tried 5 frogs in my pocket.
Patty, the important time to forget a person's past mistakes is when he's in trouble and needs you.
Well, he's not going to get me. Can I borrow a book, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Patty, do you remember your first date?
Do I? Herman Brinkerhoff. Boy, I had a crush on him. He invited me to his 12th birthday party. After he blew out the candles, he got me in the closet and tried to kiss me. The braces on our teeth got locked. I wanted to die.
I remember you came home and begged me to move us to another city.
I didn't want to have to face Herman Brinkerhoff again. He was in every one of my classes. You know, Papa, I'd forgotten about that. I was sure a silly kid. I must have cried for a week.
What would you do if that happened today?
I'd laugh so hard at... Oh. I fell for the psychology bit, didn't I?
Patty, this is a difficult time for your brother. He's discovering a lot of strange new emotions that he never knew he had. That can be very confusing and very painful.
Yeah. I still remember the panic I was in the night of Herman Brinkerhoff's party. I didn't want to leave the house. It was like somebody was shoving me over Niagara Falls in a barrel.
Your brother is upstairs going through that same thing right now, Patty.
What do you want me to do?
Will you lend him your barrel?
He doesn't deserve you. Neither do I. Well, if he has to go over the falls, I guess we might as well see that he has a comfortable ride.
Right. Patty? Thanks.
Who is it? Me. Go away. I want to talk to you. Leave me alone. I'm sick. Please open the door, Rob. What's the matter? I keep having these dizzy spells. If I could stay in bed for a week, I'd be fine. You're scared about Friday night, aren't you? Of course not. What's Friday night? There's nothing to be scared of, Ross. I don't know what you're talking about. Everybody has to go out on a first date sometime. Why? I don't know. It's just part of the birds and the bees bit. Why can't everyone just leave me alone? It's fun once you get used to it. Nikki seems like a very nice girl. They'll have to drag me all the way to the dance. I was scared stiff on my first date. I didn't have anybody to help me. You've got me. What good are you? Girl, if you're going into enemy territory, you should have a guide. You mean it? What do you think big sisters are for? Well, to tell you the truth, I am kind of scared. I mean, Nikki thinks I'm kind of a man of the world. And actually, I haven't had much experience with girls. I won't know what to do with her. It's simple. You'll dance, and you'll talk. Can you dance? No. Can you talk? No. That's hopeless. What do you mean, hopeless? Before you can count 1, 2, 3, you'll be acting like Cary Grant. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Good, you've got it. You're a natural born dancer. But I only know that one step. Am I going to stand there all night and do that step? You won't be dancing all night. You eat and talk. I know how to eat. But what'll I talk about to old Nicky Lee Blake? The first thing you have to do is stop thinking of her as old Nicky Lee Blake. She's a very cute little girl. And she likes you. Okay, let's practice conversation, okay? Cathy, you go out and be Nicky. All right. Here we are at the dance, and here's pretty little Nicky. Hello, Ross. Hi, Cathy. I'm Nicky Lee. Oh, hi. Oh, that'll sweep her off her feet. Can you put a little more enthusiasm into it? Hi. It certainly is a nice party, isn't it? Yeah. I love to dance, don't you? Yeah. Have you lived here all your life? Yeah. Did I do something wrong? Well, you're laying there like a lump of wet concrete. Have you got anything to talk about? It's no use. I'm not a ladies' man. Now, let's try it again. The big secret in being popular is to make your date feel you're interested. Okay? Now, ask questions. Go ahead. Say, what do you think of the Mets this year? I thought you'd try a more general question. What kind of ice cream do you like? Maybe we could get a doctor's certificate saying you're sick. Okay, come on, we'll try it again.
They'll be here any minute.
Ross must be up in his room. We better go get him. Ross! Come on! It's time to go!
Ross!
Ross! The crazy mixed up kids run away. Come on. Out. Come on. Let me go. Let me go.
Ross, what were you doing under there?
I lost one of my marbles. What an opening.
Look at what you've done to your nice new suit.
Mom, feel my forehead. I have a high fever.
He does feel a little warm.
That's war nerves. Son, pull yourself together. Nicky's going to be here any minute.
I can't go. You're not going to chicken out now after all the work we've put in on you. I just can't do it. I tried. Honestly, I tried.
Son.
Please, Dad, don't make me do it. I don't need girls. When I grow up, I'm going to be a real estate salesman.
You know, it wouldn't be so bad for you if you just faced the music.
They're here.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go see Nicky. Come on. You don't understand. I have this terrible headache.
stop acting like a baby. It's only a party. I'll give you all the money in my bank if you let me go. That's only $50. Will you cut it out? You act like you're going to your execution. I forgot how to bow. Please, let me go upstairs and practice.
No. Well, good evening, Nicky.
Good evening, Mr. Lane. Good evening, Mrs. Lane.
Good evening, Nicky.
Daddy's in the car. Is Ralph ready? I can't go. I'm sick. What's the matter? I think it's pneumonia. Oh, I'm so sorry. Have you seen the doctor? You don't seem to have any fever. That's the trickiest kind. See, that's a pretty dress. I'm sorry I have to waste it. That's the bravest thing I've ever heard of. Here you are, dying of pneumonia, and you're worried about me. Well, that's the way I am. I used to get colds when I was younger. I had one after another. They stopped when I had my tonsils out. I had my tonsils out, too. They gave me ether. Really? I had ether, too. I was a terrible coward about it. You must have been very brave. I guess so. It's different with a man. I'll bet I ate 10 quarts of ice cream after I woke up. Did you really? I like ice cream, too. What's your favorite kind? Strawberry. You got my cussed eyes. Yeah. Thanks. Gee, I'm awfully sorry about the dance, Nicky. To tell you the truth, I'm a terrible dancer. I'm probably the worst dancer in Virginia. Anyway, I like just talking to you. You're the most fascinating boy I've ever known. Me? Fascinating? Oh, yeah. Well, I feel better now. I guess Nicky and I will be going to the dance.
Well, that's fine, son.
Have a good time now, son.
Thanks. You know how these old dances are. Have Ross show you some of the new steps he knows. What new steps? Oh, just some of the very newest dances I picked up. I'll teach you if you're interested. I'd love to. Well, shall we go, Nick? We'll probably be late. Don't wait up. Good night, everyone. See him? He was over there. He's a natural-born lady killer.
Oh, what are you crying about?
Isn't it silly? I feel as though I've lost him.
That dance can't still be going on. They said he'd be home by 10 o'clock. Something must have happened to him.
Martin, it's 5 minutes to 10.
Oh. Well, then my watch is fast. He's here! He's here!
Martin, let's not all descend on him like a bunch of mother hens.
What are you talking about? I was just going to bed. Night, girls.
Night, Papa. Good night, Uncle Martin. Thanks for a lovely evening, Ralph. It was nothing. You made it perfect. You're the best dancer I've ever seen. You make my sister Patty look like nothing. You want to go to a movie Saturday? There's a new Western. I love Westerns. We'll go Dutch. Mother would like you to come to dinner one night next week. Great. And you come over here for dinner. Do you believe it? Well, Father's waiting. Good night, Ralph. Good night, Nicky. Hi, Kath. Hi, Sis. How was the party? Okay. You know how dances are. You've been to one, you've been to them all. She's okay, I guess. I see. Well, I'm going to hit the sack.
Good night, Cathy.
Good night, Ross. He didn't mean any of that, Patty.
Let's face it, he's selfish and ungrateful. When I think of all the trouble we went to so that he...
Oh, I forgot.
What?
Thanks for the greatest evening I've had in my whole life. Good night, Ross.
Men.
What are you going to do with them? Let's go to bed.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Do you think 30 sandwiches will be enough?
No, there are going to be 8 of us. You know, this is my very first slumber party. You've lived in Europe too long, cousin. Now you got acquainted with some of our swinging American customs. What does one do at a slumber party?
Everything but slumber.
Boy, Mom, tell us.
Ross, these are for the slumber party.
Can I join the party?
No. If you step 1 foot out of your room tonight, I'll clobber you.
Who wants to watch a bunch of crazy girls in pajamas anyway? You've seen one, you've seen them all.
Mom, couldn't you put them up for adoption?
They look good. Maybe I can have the gang over for a cookout Saturday.
Well, I don't know why not.
Because my girls' club is meeting here Saturday.
Oh.
Maybe the Saturday after that?
Oh, I'm afraid my civics club is meeting here, but we'll find a day for your cookout.
Sure.
Will you please get out of my way?
Who are we expecting, the 6th Army?
The 8th.
You want to play a game of chess, Dad?
You don't play chess.
You could teach me. I'm a quick learner.
No, good night, son.
Then will you watch television with me?
Yeah, I've got some reading to do.
Sure. Well, I guess I'll go to bed. Have a nice party. Gee, I wish there was someone in the family younger than me so I could pick on them. Oh, leave me alone.
They're here. Mom.
We're going.
Wish I knew how customs like this got started. Make it a lot easier to help stamp them out. I've heard of camping out, but this is ridiculous.
Oh, come on, older generation.
Well, we made it. Is there anything to eat? Stow your gear and we'll go out and change. Get out of here, you Benedict Arnold. What'd you do that for? I was walking in my sleep. Then start running in your sleep, Buster, all the way up to your room. If you come down here once more tonight, I will personally kill you.
Boy, when I grow 6 more inches, am I going to get you?
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
bird's nest out of our hair.
I'm in my nightclothes.
Put the chain latch on the door. The long man upstairs says no boys allowed.
Hiya, Cathy.
I'm sorry, Richard. I can't let you in.
Yeah, I know, but I'm already in. Where's the goon squad?
The what?
The fillies, from up at Dreamsville, the girls.
Oh, they'll be here in a second. They had to get some things out of their hair.
As long as it's not us.
Greetings, monsters. It's the wolf pack.
So toss us our little Red Riding Hood, wench.
Down, Syne.
You can't turn us out like this.
It hurts us worse than it hurts you.
Good night. Don't think it hasn't been fun.
Don't be hasty, girl. The night's still young. Yeah, so are we.
And that's what the long man upstairs says, and that's why you have to leave. Bye. Whoever thought a boy must have made $1 million. Then somebody came along and thought a girl. Think of the money there must have been in that. I'm famished. Boys give me an appetite. Do you think our parents ever went to slumber parties? They didn't have them in medieval times. Give me a picture of our history teacher at a slumber party. Oh, Tuttle the Terrible. I can't picture her doing anything. She was born an old maid.
The trouble with Miss Tuttle is that before she gets through with it, she makes certain that history is dead.
How to make Roman history sound a little more interesting. I mean, she was there. You know who's the snap? Mr. Henderson. Give him the big toothy one, and it's an automatic B at least.
Oh, I wish those boys didn't have to go. Speaking of boys, how about that absolute dreamboat in our chemistry class?
That new boy, Paul Martin? He's really off time.
But you have Richard.
Oh, Richard's all right. But Paul has that certain something that Richard hasn't.
I know, a new car.
No, it isn't that. Paul seems so worldly. Wonder what it'd be like to kiss him.
Why don't I find out and let you know?
Maybe I'll find out for myself.
Natalie, are you awake?
Yes, are you?
No, I'm talking in my sleep. Do you know what time it is?
Don't tell me.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and those kids are still awake down there.
Well, of course, they're having a slumber party.
Somebody must explain that to me sometime.
You remember the block parties we used to have when we were kids?
That was different.
Oh?
Oh, I was expected to be asleep by 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't you think we're being too permissive with Patty?
Of course not. I told her she couldn't have a slumber party.
Listen to them. Sound like a gaggle of geese. What in heaven's name do they find to talk about all night?
Boys, food, boys, teachers, boys, clothes, boys.
I'll certainly be glad when they're over this stage and a few years older.
No, you won't.
Why not?
Because Patty and Cathy will probably be married and living in their own homes. And we'll remember tonight and them downstairs with their friends at 3 o'clock in the morning. And we'll be grateful for tonight.
Yeah. Can't win, can you?
Good night, dear.
You want to bet?
Thanks, Patty and Cathy. It was dreamy. We'll do it again next week. My house next time. Okay. Gee, I hope breakfast is ready when I get home. Bye-bye now.
Bye, Patty.
Bye.
I'm exhausted. It's the first time in my life I've ever stayed up all night.
Yeah, but wasn't it a gas?
Are human beings allowed in here now?
Hi, Bubbles. Good morning, Uncle Martin.
How was the orgy?
A blast.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like from upstairs.
Oh, I'm sorry if we kept you awake.
To think nothing of it, I'm going to curl up with a good newspaper. Your mother is upstairs, sleeping off the party.
That's what I'm going to do. I can't stay awake another minute.
Me too. Richard's taking me to the movies this afternoon. I don't want to fall asleep in the middle of 13 bony men.
You know who's a snap? Mr. Henderson. Give him the big toothy one, and it's an automatic B at least. The trouble with Miss Tuttle is that before she gets through with it, she makes certain that history is dead. Why, it's exactly what we said last night. Word for word. Observe the handwriting. It's that of Brother Rat. How could he? I don't know how could he, but we're going to find out. He's escaped. Come on. Hey, you. Oh, hi, girl. You promised you weren't going to listen in on us last night. Who says I did? I hand you Exhibit A, and here is Exhibit B. I wasn't sure whether to write that or that new boy, Paul Martin. He's really all time. Keep talking. Oh, Richard's all right. But Paul has that certain something that Richard has. And you can stand here and tell us you weren't listening? Yep, that's what I'm doing. Standing here and telling you I wasn't listening. Then how? Remember the tape recorder I got for my birthday? You taped that conversation? There's some real juicy stuff on it. I like the part where... Never mind. Locked in the safety vault at the bank, with orders that if anything happens to me, it'll be played at my funeral. It's not in any safety vault. It's a Sunday. Hand it over. See my attorney. I'll see your parents. That's who I'll see right now. One word to Mom and Dad, and I'll play the tape for Richard. Ross, why are you doing this to me? What have I done to you? Nothing. But all of a sudden last night it hit me that no matter how old I get, I'll never be older than you. Now for a while I can be. I want a little attention paid to me around here. Why are you doing this to me? You're just an innocent bystander. When I find that tape, I'm going to strangle you with it. You won't find it. By the way, I've got a lot of homework. I'd like it done by tomorrow. Why should I do your homework? Not you, Cathy. I don't want to flunk. Why should I do your homework? The trouble with Miss Tuttle is... Where is it? On my desk. You can make my bed and clean my room. You monster. If you think you're going to get away with it... You're so worldly. I wonder what it would be like to kiss you. What are we waiting for? Hi, Richard.
Hey, you're not even dressed.
I can't go to the movies with you.
What's the matter? You sick or something?
Not exactly, but you're warm.
The family ground you? Well, then what's the matter?
I just can't go, Richard. I've got a headache, I think.
You think? Either you've got one or you haven't.
And I've got one, a big one. It's bigger than both of us.
Someone else?
How could you say such a thing?
Easy. I've seen you eyeing that Paul Martin character in chemistry.
He doesn't mean a thing to me. You go on to the movie, Richard. I want you to enjoy yourself.
Enjoy myself? Go to a movie alone? I'll never understand women if I live to be 30.
The capital of Uruguay is Omaha, Buenos Aires.
Montevideo. Why?
Hello, Uncle Martin. I just thought it was time we learned more about our Latin American neighbors.
Well, that's Ross's homework you're doing, isn't it?
Ross had an important ball game.
And you're cleaning up his room for him. Now, you never set foot in here. You always said it wasn't fit for pigs.
It is now.
How did he con you two into this?
Oh, he didn't. We offered to do it. He looked sort of pale, and we told him to go out and get some fresh air or something.
Girls, are you sure everything is all right?
Fine, Uncle Martin. Sure. We'll do this for Ross, and he'll do something for us someday.
I'd like to live that long.
You must be more careful. Yeah. Listen, I've got an idea. You take this side of the room and I'll take that side. That tape has got to be here someplace. You must have swallowed it. Perhaps he has a buried somewhere. It has to be here. But I give up. Come on, Cathy, go. Go. Oh!
Martin, there's something funny going on around here.
I know.
Patty and Cathy are upstairs cleaning Ross's room.
Well, he had a very important ball game.
Patty even broke a date with Richard to go to the movies. Wish I knew what was going on.
Why don't we ask this gentleman? I have a feeling he knows.
Hi, Mom. Dad. What's wrong? Is my face clean or something?
Ross, I saw Cathy doing your homework today.
And I saw Patty cleaning your room.
How do you like that? You can't beat girls.
All we want to know is why.
That's just because Patty's a great kid. After all, she comes from wonderful parents.
Flattery will get you nowhere. What have you got on her?
Gosh, can't a girl do a good deed for a brother without everybody getting suspicious? In your case?
No.
The unanimous opinion of her wonderful parents that something shady is going on.
Dad, there isn't. She just loves me like a brother, that's all.
Whatever it is, we'll probably never find out.
You know something? I'm glad.
Thanks. You may leave. Dear Daddy, the other night I went to my first slumber party. At a slumber party, you don't sleep. Don't ask me why. He's giving me a coffee break. There must be some way to stop him. Do they sell hand grenades to minors? I don't think we'll have to find out. I have an idea. We can't drown him in the bathtub. He never takes a bath. I know how to find out where he's hiding that tape recorder. We will have to wait for the proper time, but I know it will work. Could I please speak to Paul Martin? Paul, it's Patty, dear. Oh, no, I'm sure Richard doesn't know anything about it. Oh, same meeting place? That's wonderful. He'll never find it. Paul, you really do? Well, I feel the same way about you, too. Same place. Tomorrow? Darling, you know I'll be there. Bye. Here is his secret weapon. Thanks, Kath. The reign of Little King is almost over. I shall summon His Majesty. Ross? Ross? Cathy would like to talk to you a moment. What does she want? I'm watching television. I don't know. She said it was important. What is it? Come over here where we can't be heard. Listen, I'm worried. Mom and Papa are beginning to wonder about all the service you're getting. So what? What they don't know won't hurt them. What if they find out? Why should they? I fool them all the time. Oh, do you really? Are you kidding? I can wrap them around my little finger anytime I feel like it. You can? How? There's nothing to it. If I want something from Pop, I tell him how great his editorials are. But you really think so, don't you? Who reads them? How do you handle your mother? That's easy. She eats up flattery. She comes down in the morning looking like a mess. I tell her how beautiful she is and the world's my oyster. Well, if it's easy as all that, I guess we don't have to worry. All you have to worry about is me. By the way, I'm running a little short of my allowance again. I'll take care of you. I know I can count on you. You certainly can. Didn't you hear the bell? Sure, we heard it. Well, we have something for you to hear. There's nothing to it. If I want something from Pop, I tell him how great his editorials are. Not this time, buddy boy. The king is dead. Long live the queen. You aren't going to play that for Mom and Dad, are you? You bet we are. I was only showing off. You know I love them. It would hurt their feelings. Look who is suddenly worried about hurting people's feelings. All right. We won't give it to them. As long as you do exactly what we tell you. All right. You may leave. Do you know, Patty? I feel sorry for him. Save your sympathy. We've got him just where we want him.
Rod?
Hi, Dad. You know what it's going to mean, having our own private slave? He'll do our chores, run our errands.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Papa.
You two seem very happy.
We are, Uncle Martin.
You know, Ross doesn't seem very happy. I'm worried about him.
Oh, don't worry about Ross. We'll take care of him.
I have a hunch that he feels he's being neglected.
I promise you, he's not going to feel that way anymore.
Good. I know sometimes he's inclined to show off a little bit, but that's the only way he can fight back.
Fight back?
Well, being the youngest member of a family can be very painful, particularly if you're a sensitive boy with an older sister. Now, we all get so busy with our own problems sometimes that we forget how important Ross's problems can seem. All he's looking for is love and recognition. Well, he gets plenty of love, but I'm not sure we've been giving him enough recognition. So I know I'm going to try a little harder, and I'm glad you're going to help. Well, going back to what you were doing.
Don't say it. We lost our slave. Any more hot dogs? I want some more chili. Sure, we're loaded. You mean to tell me you ate all that food already? You get sick. dogs and chili in the whole block. Promise you won't think I'm a sissy if I tell you something? Promise. I love you. I love you, too. Shh, not so loud. I don't want the guys to hear.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What time is it? 5:15. That's the 10th time you've asked me in the last half hour. Here. I don't need a watch. I need a dress. To tell time? To make time with Richard. He was supposed to have picked me up 2 hours ago. Do you know where he is? With Sue Ellen Turner. She has a new evening gown for the Saturday night dance. Richard wouldn't break a date with you. You haven't seen that evening gown. There he is. His Royal Highness has finally decided to show up. Well, he's not going to keep me waiting for 2 hours while he's out with another girl. Cathy, don't worry. I'm not going to bawl him out or get hysterical and cry. I'm going to be very aloof. I'm going to be very calm, sophisticated. I'm going to say to him, Richard, that's the most inconsiderate thing I've ever heard of. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours, and if you think you can just come around whenever you feel like it and tell me you're sorry, and that it'll never happen again, and if you want me to take you back, well, I won't do it. I don't care if I ever see you again. Sue Ellen Turner can have you for all I care. Oh, you can take Sue Ellen to the dance Saturday night.
Okay, I will.
Then why are you so upset? I don't mind leaving him, but I don't want him to leave me. Richard said he misunderstood about Saturday. I'm sure if you called him, everything would work out. Do you think I would stoop low enough to call him? What did he say? He's still taking Sue Ellen. You'd better hurry up, Patty. We'll be late for school. We're having our chemistry final this morning. They can't teach you chemistry in school. Either you have it or you haven't. I haven't. Are you the most popular girl at school? Ha! I can't even get a date with my own steady. Until some blonde comes up with a copy of a Paris original. You know, it's funny about boys. You think you have them all figured out, then whammo, you're nowhere. Yesterday I was an expert. Today I'm a wallflower. That's it. That's what? The dress I'm wearing to the Saturday night dance. I thought Richard broke his date with you. Well, he'll unbreak it when he sees me in that dress. Patty, it's so expensive. Where will you get the money? Papa will give it to me. Are you certain? Positively. I can wrap him around my little finger. All I have to say to him is, Papa, darling,
No.
Are you serious?
Test me.
But it's for the dance Saturday night. It'll be the most important dress of my whole life.
You don't need a dress that expensive, Patty.
Papa, if I don't get the dress, I'll lose Richard.
That's the first promising thing you've said yet.
I'm old enough to pick my own dresses.
Honey, when you're old enough to earn your own money, you'll be old enough to pick your own dresses. But while your mother and I are paying, we're picking.
I'll pay for it myself. All I need is an advance on my allowance.
You're already well into next year.
Boy, they talk about teenagers going through a difficult stage. What about parents?
Now, Patty, there's very little that your mother and I refuse you.
Yeah, but when you do, it's a matter of life and death.
I'd hardly put Richard in the category of life and death.
I could lose him.
I don't think that's going to happen. He never even dates any other girls.
That's just it. He thinks I'm great because he has nobody to compare me to. You should see Sue Ellen. That's really unfair competition.
Don't underestimate yourself, honey.
One date with her and he'll probably never look at me again.
Patty, if Richard is so fickle that he can be swayed by a dress, do you really think he's worth having?
Yes. Now, will you buy me the dress?
No.
But, Patty, your father said you can't have the dress. Oh, no. He said, honey, when you're old enough to earn your own money, you'll be old enough to pick your own dresses. So, all I have to do is think of some business to go into. But you can't possibly earn that much money between now and Saturday. All I need is enough for the down payment. Now, what can I do? You can forget it, Patty. Have you ever earned any money? Sure. I've done lots of things. To wit, what? Well, if I've had a newspaper stand out front, as soon as Papa finished reading the morning papers, I'd go out and sell them. I've done some babysitting. Babysitting? Oh, you mean tot tending? When Father had a newspaper assignment in London, I used to do that to earn extra money. Well, babysitting or tot tending, it's no good. You get $1 an hour, but you can go 2 or 3 weeks before somebody asks you to sit. There's no organization to it. An organization for babysitting.
And that's why you brought me over here? All the nutty ideas.
Nutty idea? That's what they said about Columbus when he went looking for America. Don't you see? If we organize all the babysitters at school to work for our agency, and they pay us a commission.
Why?
Because we get them the jobs. The people with the babies call our agency.
Why?
Because they can make one call and be sure of getting a babysitter trained in talcuming, burping, diapering, and pablumum and numbing.
And who trains them?
We do. All right, I do. But it's silly of me to explain all that to your executive brain.
It sure... My what brain?
Executive. I mean, you'd be sitting behind that big old desk. Doctor's babysitting service. A one-sitter? Right. What address? Bring. Hold it, please. Doctor's babysitting service, Richard L. Harrison speaking. Bring. One moment, please. Doctor's babysitting service, Richard L. Harrison, president and manager speaking. I mean, you'd be doing all that and assigning the sitter. Okay, boss, 320 Park Avenue. Right on, boss. I'm the double boss. And, of course, you'd also be busy handling the agency commissions and putting our profits in the bank.
Well, I can see you're going to need someone to run it for you, or you'll make a mess of it.
You said it, boss.
That, doctor's babysitting service?
Well, I sat for Dr. Fletcher once, so I'm a doctor's babysitter. And it's obvious to a big executive brain like yours that calling it that will give parents confidence in us.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Mom's reading glasses made me look older and more reliable.
Yeah, they do a lot for you.
J.R. Gresham. Oh, I'll take that now.
Oh, what's in it?
Baby supplies.
Oh, it seems like I should carry it.
In the medical profession, the nurse does the heavy work, not the doctor.
Well, listen now, don't you tell those people I'm really a doctor.
All right. Are you still taking those pills for your stomach?
Sure. In the morning and before I go to bed.
Well, at least I can say you're taking medicine. Somebody's coming. Well, here we go. Our first call. Good luck. Are you Mrs. Gresham?
Yes.
Do you have a child who sometimes needs the services of a babysitter?
Well, I do have a 5-year-old boy, but when we want a sitter, we usually phone around and manage to find somebody. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. I dropped my doctor's babysitting service kit, which is full of baby supplies, and which all our sitters carry because we're so efficient at babysitting.
I don't think...
And if you use our service, you don't have to do all that phoning around. One call to doctor's babysitting agency will bring a qualified, trained babysitter to your door practically before you hang up. If we could step inside and tell you about some of our services, we have a whole gob of advantages. After you, Doc.
You seem quite young. You did say Doc.
Yes, ma'am. Harrison.
M.D.?
No, ma'am. Richard L.
We call him Doc because he's taking medicine. Really? Oh, yes, ma'am. Night and day.
It's my stomach. It's nervous.
My name is Patricia Lane. Miss Patricia Lane. I have never married.
Won't you sit down? At least I can listen to a few of your agency's gobs of advantages.
Well, our biggest advantage is that we can always keep an eye on everything.
Are you all right?
Yes, ma'am. I was just so interested in telling you about our agency's advantages, I didn't see the little old chair. Our other advantage is that all our babysitters are trained in baby care.
Well, that is an advantage.
Not only are they trained, but wait till you see the kit. Each of our sitters carries this doctor's babysitter services baby service kit. It's very complete. Talcum powder, diapers, safety pins, blanket, and wrap.
Honey, you know what those landlords have done? They have arranged to bring up that zoning revision at the council meeting tonight.
Can they get it passed?
Well, not if we get every tenant in the building down there to protest. And that's what we have to do. Now.
We can't leave Edmund alone, and they're the other parents. Wait. These youngsters have a babysitting service.
You think they're reliable?
Well, they're cute and very sincere, and I'm sure they're a lot more conscientious than the teenage sitters that we usually get. Miss Lane, could you get 5 babysitters here by 7 o'clock?
Our sitters do have a lot of jobs tonight. 5. Yes, ma'am.
Well, you better hurry.
Don't worry. We'll be back. Miss Lane, yes. Thank you. We did it. We're in business.
You promised her 5 sitters. Now, where are we going to get 5 sitters?
Why not? All the kids are in this building. I'll get Cathy. The 3 of us can handle it. And think of the money we're going to make.
I wish I really were a doctor. I feel sick.
Come on, what can go wrong?
I won't know until 7 o'clock.
Aren't you ready yet? I'll be there as soon as I can. If I don't post my letter to Father before 8 o'clock, it'll be a day late and he'll worry.
Oh, Patty, dear, that's no way to eat your dinner.
I know, Mom, but my whole future as a businesswoman and a wife depends on what happens tonight. You don't want me to be an old maid, do you?
Where are you going?
To work. Remember, you said if I earned it, I could buy it.
Buy?
Bye.
Buy what?
Bye, Mom.
Honey, the meeting starts in 15 minutes. Oh, come in, Mr. Mickle.
Oh, we're leaving now, Gresham. I just wanted a word with the sitters.
Patty, Richard, this is Mr. Mickle. He's in apartment number 4.
How do you do?
I want you to treat my little Bobby with care and consideration.
Oh, we will, sir.
Well, some of the sitters have been prejudiced against Bobby. He's a wonderful, charming, perfectly normal boy. Both his psychiatrists say so.
I'm going to get started. I'll be right behind you.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Michael. Kids, this is Mr. Anderson, apartment number 7.
How do you do? Now, listen, I want you to put your best sitter in my apartment, number 7. You see, little Rollo is only 6 months old, and, well, he's just a baby, and he misses us so much, and, well, he cries when we're gone.
There, Charlie. Rollo be all right?
I promise you, sir, we'll take special care of Rollo.
Oh, thank you.
In all my life, I've never seen a man so crazy about a puppy.
Puppy? Well, I guess from now on it's Doctor's baby and puppy sitting service.
Patty, Richard, this is Edmund.
Oh, hi, Edmund.
Now, he can stay up and watch TV until 8 o'clock, but after that, it's sleepy bye.
Good night, son.
Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Mom. Well, you get Edmund started on his television. I'll go open the doors to the apartment so we can hear anything that goes on.
Good idea. What do you want to watch tonight, Edmund?
I want Wagon Train.
Wagon Train isn't on right now.
I want Wagon Train. I want Wagon Train. I want Wagon Train.
I've already got a problem with little Edmund.
Well, change him.
I will not. Anyhow, that's not the problem.
All right, I'll be there in a minute. I want to look at our puppy. Hello there, nice puppy. Nice to watch it.
Are you all right?
Oh, fine.
Oh, boy, we gotta do something about that little Edmund.
I want to watch Wagon Train. I want to watch Wagon Train. Are you the babysitter? Yeah, I am. Could you come in here, please?
Number 4. You know, both is psychiatrists. I better handle it.
Oh, no. You take the puppy over with Edmund. After Rollo, anything will be a pleasure.
Come on, Rollo. Sweet Rollo. Nice Rollo. I can handle him fine.
Good. I don't want to knock you off too early. I figure I can get a couple more hours of fun out of you tonight. You little Michael, please, I've already been called everything. The one I like best is the babysitter killer of Avenue B. Now, it's a mean trick dropping that bucket of water over the door. Please don't tell anybody, please. Well, I don't know. Please don't. That trick's strictly amateur stuff. You'll ruin my reputation around the neighborhood. You'll be good on it. I'll do the best I can. But I'm just a fun-loving little monster. Okay, let's get some action around here. How is the babysitting business?
Don't worry, the wagon train will be along any second now. Bobby promised he'd be good if we read to him. So Patty went to get his book.
I have both babies in the other bedroom. They're sleeping beautifully. After a while, I'll move them to number 6.
Well, here's the bedtime storybook, The Life and Times of Jack the Ripper.
Please go with that Mother Goose jazz with you. I have to get back to my nursery. If you need me, call. My healthy little body is too charged with energy to listen to a book. I want you to play a game with me.
I know a nice little game I'd like to play with you.
Richard, I think that's illegal. I want to play pin the tail on the donkey. All right, if it'll keep him out of trouble, I'll play with him.
I'll play with you, but we won't play pin the tail on the donkey.
Okay, I ain't got no donkey anyway. We'll play finger in the ear.
Finger in the ear?
I close my eyes and see if I can put my finger in your ear without looking.
Okay. But we'll do it the other way around. I'll put my finger in your ear.
Okay.
Put him into bed. He's asleep.
Ain't that sweet?
You've been very sweet, too. The last 5 minutes, anyway. Hey, don't turn it up. You might wake it.
I'll just look at it.
Good.
Everything's quiet, huh?
At last. Better go to and let me handle Bobby. Oh, no, I got us into this. I'll handle him. You're the boss. You heard what she said. From now on, I'm gonna boss. Sit there. Mother Goose. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, so the poor dog had none.
Oh, look at the puppy in the picture.
There's no puppy.
There, a little bitty puppy. I can see it. Look closer.
Where? I don't care how permissive your parents are.
Kiddo.
That Bobby's not to be believed. I don't know what he'll do next. I think we'd better find out. I'll go peek in the Greshams' kitchen to see what he's up to. The parents are back!
Well, how's Rollo? He's all right, isn't he?
Oh, he's fine. He's number 6, and so are Edmund and the other babies.
Where's Bobby?
Bobby!
I'm in the kitchen, Patty. Come on in. I've got a big surprise for you.
A surprise. Isn't that sweet?
Why don't you go in and you surprise him?
Bobby?
You won't let me, Patty? I'll clean you off. That's tonight.
If you're not, you're sure gonna be. Come here.
Cathy, you look beautiful. If you didn't have a date tonight, I'd take you to that dance myself.
Thank you, Uncle Martin.
Isn't Patty ready yet?
She's putting on the finishing touches.
Raising a daughter is really an education. For instance, men always wonder when it is you women start being late for dates. You start in your teens.
We need the bronzes.
How do you like my new dress?
You look too good for Richard Harrison. So you must have really impressed him with your business ability for him to break his date with Sue Ellen and take you out.
I didn't impress him. I put him in a state of shock. He's taking me out because he says I'm helpless without him.
That's a marvelous approach, dear. Remember it.
You mean it's been used before?
Well, I won't say it's old, but I'd be willing to bet that Eve asked Adam if he'd mind reaching up and pulling down the branch so she could pick the apple.
There's the voice. Hi.
Hi,
Patty. Good evening. Hi, Cathy. Here's your corsage.
Thank you, Craig.
Here's the corsage I bought for you, Patty. And here's one I found on the doorstep.
On the doorstep? To Patty from a secret admirer.
Oh, some guy's got a lot of nerve. Who sent it?
How do I know? Is a girl expected to know all her secret admirers?
Oh, let me see it. Bobby. That little monster. That's some secret admirer.
Don't laugh. It was very sweet of him. Gives you kind of a warm feeling to know you reformed a bad little boy.
Whatever you say.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights the girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, they turn, they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Which works faster, strychnine or sulfuric acid? Sulfuric acid.
And besides, strychnine leaves such an unpleasant aftertaste.
Go ahead, laugh. What do you care if the whole entire student body cries itself to sleep tonight?
Would you be willing to tell us what the whole entire student body will be crying about?
The basketball team. We're going to lose the big game.
Don't be silly, child. For the first time in 10 years, we've got a team that can't lose. With Stretch Edwards in there, we're a cinch to win the league title.
That's the point. He's not in there. He left school today.
Stretch can't leave. I mean, the big game is only a week away.
Hi, everybody. Isn't it lovely? It was expensive, but worth it.
Isn't that a Ferranti original?
That's right.
Beautiful.
Only one in the world like it. I'm going to have shade made for it.
That's nice.
It's made of Carrara marble.
It's wonderful. Now tell me about Stretch.
His father got a job in Detroit. They moved today.
Well, somebody should have talked to his parents.
They did. The principal, the coach, and the president of the student body.
Is basketball really worth all that fuss?
It is when you spent 10 years with a losing team and you finally get a chance to make mincemeat out of the opposition. Why can't they fly Stretch back for the game?
Papo, if a student lives out of the district, he's ineligible.
And so everybody just sat around and did nothing while we lost the greatest center that Brooklyn Heights High ever had. Why didn't you tell me this before?
I just found out.
You'd think some public-spirited citizen would have stepped forward and offered his home for this boy.
Like who?
Like us. He could have stayed here.
Martin, let's not get carried away.
Now, Natalie, it would only have been for a week. Brooklyn Heights hasn't won a championship for 10 years. Where's your loyalty?
It's a shame it's too late.
Yeah, he's probably halfway to Detroit by now.
You mean you would really have invited him to stay here?
Certainly. Why, if that boy weren't on his way to Detroit, he'd be an honored guest in this home tonight. Yeah. Come on in, Stretch.
I sure appreciate your hospitality, Miss Lane. Thank you, sir.
They don't make Carrara marble like this.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see.
You sure cook a lot like my mother, Mrs. Lane.
I imagine she spends most of her time in the kitchen.
She always said I could eat faster than she could cook.
I believe her.
Basketball players have to eat a lot to keep up their energy. There certainly is a lot of them to keep up, isn't there? I'm going to be a basketball player, too, as soon as I put a little height on. Say, while you're here, do you think you could teach me some basketball plays? Stick to checkers. Boy, when I grow 6 more inches, am I going to get you?
I'll clear the table. Why don't you go in the other room?
I'd like to help Mrs. Lane.
Oh, never mind. The girls will help her.
I really want to help. I appreciate everything you've done for me.
Oh! Did you hurt yourself?
No, I'm fine. It's okay.
I'll have it raised.
Thanks. Let me help you, Mrs. Lane. Gosh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't give it another thought, boy. That just goes to prove what great shape you're in. Right?
Wrong.
These look nicely. Cuckoo, one for each foot. Isn't it wild having Stretch here? It's awkward, isn't he? Not on a basketball court, he's not. Stretch Edwards is the greatest center Brooklyn Heights High ever had. So he can toss a ball in a basket. He scored over 30 points in all the games this year. If Stretch Edwards isn't great, I'd like to know who is. Vladimir Horowitz. Where does he play? Philharmonic? Oh, that's Vladimir Horowitz. Boy, wait till I tell the guys Stretch Edwards slept here. They'll flip. I sure wish he'd teach me how to play basketball.
Gee, this looks great.
All set, Stretch. We put an extension on for you.
Oh, it feels good.
See?
Sure does. Perfect.
Good. You sure you're comfortable?
Sure. Thanks a lot.
Good night, Stretch. Good night, Daddy.
Good night.
Good night, Ross. Sleep well. Night, Stretch.
Night, Ross.
What are you doing?
Figuring our losses. The $85 for the lamp, $6 for dishes, about $200 for a new refrigerator.
Honey, accidents can happen.
Especially with Stretch around. It's like having King Kong in the house.
It's always a little awkward.
Say his folks moved to Detroit.
Yeah?
I wonder if they gave him the address.
How much?
Of course. It's $14.95. Now, don't worry about it. When Stretch leaves, Ross can use it. Hey, come on, Stretch. Try a few shots.
Come on. Come on, Stretch.
Great, Stretch. Beautiful.
Is it a little close to the house?
Certainly not. That boy's got the eye of an eagle.
And the grace of a hippo.
Teamwork.
You'd better not, Mr. Lane. I throw him kind of hard.
The harder, the better. I used to play a little basketball, but... Okay, Stretch, come on, let's... Now, hit me right under the basket.
One broken window? $25.
Good evening, Coach Cogler.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Lane. I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, not at all. They're playing the Purdue-Stanford game in the living room.
Oh, Rob.
Come on in.
Coach Cogler.
Mark.
Good evening. You know everyone.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Cathy.
Sit down.
Hi, Cathy. Thanks. I don't want to seem premature, Coach, but congratulations. For what? For coaching the first Brooklyn Heights champions in 10 years. Does anybody here know my wife?
Well, yes. Mrs. Colburn is my English literature teacher.
Well, when I got up this morning, I said to her, Florence, only 6 more days and I'll have that silver cup right in my hand. And she said, Horace, you haven't got a chance. And I said, why? And she said, because he's flunking. And I said, who? And she said, Stretch Edwards. Well, when I came to, I said, if it's close, Florence, let him pass. Please, Flo. And she said, how can I? He's got a semester average of 27 out of a possible 100.
I made a deal with her. The final examination is Friday. She said she'll pass you if you get a B.
Thanks, Coach. You're all heart.
No, they're just level with me. Don't let me get my hopes up high. Can you get a B?
No.
Thanks. Have a nice trip to Detroit. Is there any chance you could pass that test?
Not even if my own mother gave it to me.
Well, it was a beautiful dream while it lasted.
No B, no game. Of course Stretch can play, if he wants to.
He can?
Certainly. You are all arguing on a false premise.
But I still have to pass that test.
I know. That is the simplest thing in the world. Edgar Allan Poe, American author and critic, born 1809, died 1849. Among his stories were the murders of the Rue Morgue and the Purloined Letter. His poems, The Raven, The Bell, and Annabel Lee, are noted for their fantastic imagery. Great! Do you think it'll really work? Of course it will. It's psychologically motivated. Repetition is impressed upon the subconscious so that he can draw on the information at any time he pleases. It's a kooky way to win a basketball game, but who might argue with science?
There it is, Stretch. The unconscious teacher. Well, we're going to win this game. I don't get it.
It's a revolutionary educational technique. It's a cinch. You learn while you're asleep.
I don't learn when I'm wide awake.
Positive.
Positively.
So I said, positively.
Well, let's pop into bed, Stretch.
Now? It's only 8 o'clock, Mr. Lane. Who goes to bed at 8 o'clock?
I do.
I never go to sleep before 10 o'clock.
Well, this night is different. This is going to be the most rewarding night's sleep you've ever had. And tomorrow morning, those questions will be what you call a snap.
You mean I have to listen to that all night?
You don't have to do anything. Your subconscious will do all the work.
Now, let's get under the covers.
How do you sleep at 8 o'clock?
Try closing your eyes for a starter. Good night, Stretch. Good night, Ryan. Good night, Dad. Good night, Ross. Good night, Dad. Deep breath.
Keep your voice. Okay. Now, you be quiet.
I won't even brush my teeth.
Stop! I'm sorry. It was an accident. Stretch, do you hear me? It was just an accident. I'm sorry.
Edgar Allan Poe, American author and critic, born 1809.
It's going to keep you awake, is it?
Can't even hear it.
Well.
Murders of the Rue Morgue and the Purloined Letter. Poems, The Raven, Good morning. Come on, Kath, let's get started.
Yeah, go ahead, Cathy. Fire away.
Who was Thomas Paine?
Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine. The forward of Clinton High.
Long team, Stretch. He was the forward for the Minutemen. You remember? The age of reason, the rights of man. What about Edgar Allan Poe?
The writer?
I knew he could do it.
He wrote... I'm sorry.
What about Bret Hart?
It's no use. I just don't know.
Sure you do. He wrote... What did he write? The Outcast of Poker Flats, Plain Language from Truthful James, and The Luck of the Roaring Camp.
I guess I'm just dumb. It was nice of you to try and help me, but I'm hopeless.
Stretch!
There goes our last hope.
I'm sorry, darling.
I can't understand the machine not working. I can't either. Everyone knows that Edgar Allan Poe wrote The Bells, The Raven, and The Purloined Letter, that Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Treasure Island and Kidnapped. Didn't work, huh?
Listen to him.
Now all we have to do is teach him how to shoot a basket, stretch him 4 feet 5, and everything will be fine.
Stretch? You're not leaving.
What's there to stay for?
A lot of people are depending upon you.
And I've let them all down. 17 years old and a failure.
No, you're not. That's why you're the school hero.
Some hero. When I was born, I was a little baby. I mean little. I was just like everybody else until I was 10. Then all of a sudden, I shot up. Now all I'm good for is playing basketball and helping my father paint the ceiling. Believe me, I wish I needed a ladder. I feel like a freak.
You mustn't feel like that, Stretch. I feel silly calling you Stretch. What is your real name?
Elliot.
I've felt like a freak too, Elliot. My father is a foreign correspondent. Ever since I was a baby, I've traveled all over the world with him.
That sounds great.
Oh, it was. Except that everywhere we went, I was the new kid. It's not easy for me to make friends. I'm not as outgoing as Patty. So, when I finally did manage to make friends in a new school, in a new country, we'd move on and I'd have to begin all over again.
That's rough, Cathy.
I learned to fight in a lot of languages. You have no real problem, Elliot. You're tall and a very good athlete. And I'll bet you're very bright, too.
You know better than that. You're in my English lit class. I'm a dunce.
No, you're not. I've seen you in sessions with Coach Coughlin. Those plays are so complicated I couldn't follow them.
That's different. That stuff's simple.
Is it? Would you show me?
Sure. Everything's with numbers. For instance, this is number 12. I'm at center. I pass the ball to the forward, who flips it over to the guard. Guard feints and passes it over to the point man. The point man takes it and dribbles over to the other forward, who passes it across to the other guard. The guard takes it and dribbles down to the other forward and gives it back to me. I take it and pass it over to the guard. He dribbles down to the other forward, who passes the ball to me. I take it and wham.
12 means all of that?
That's one of the simple ones. We've got 35 plays. Some of them are real tricky.
And you've memorized them all by numbers.
It's easy.
Elliot, I want you to listen to me. You are going to pass that exam.
Me?
You. And we're going to do it by the numbers. Something to keep your strength up.
Gee, thanks.
That's all right. How's it going? Beautifully. Listen. Now, by the numbers. 11. Hup!
11. Robert Louis Stevenson. Born 1850, died 1894. Wrote Kidnapped, Treasure Island, The Master of Ballantrae.
Right. 17. Hup!
17. Mark Twain, pseudonym Samuel Langhorne Clemens. Born 1835, died 1910. Wrote Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, Connecticut Yankee.
That's great, Stretch.
You know something?
What?
It's easy with you calling the signals, but who's going to quarterback during the examination?
We'll worry about that later. Let me handle that when the time comes. No, thank you. Right now, we've got to get those signals. 77. Hup!
77. Edgar Allan Poe, American author and critic. Born 1809, died 1849. He wrote... The bells, a purloined letter, and,
Is everything all arranged? We'll be outside the classroom window in exactly 8 minutes. Good job. Hi. Elliot, how do you feel?
I feel a little dizzy.
You'll be all right.
I hope so.
He looks kind of green. He feels a bit warm. He's just nervous about the test.
This is the final examination in English literature. It concerns the lives and works of writers we've discussed in class. Now, you have an hour to complete the examination, and you may begin now.
Mrs. Copeland?
Yes, Cathy?
It's terribly warm in here. May I open the window?
Certainly.
Thank you. Coughlin?
That noise is disconcerting, Cathy. Would you mind closing the window?
Terribly warm in here.
Oh, it's
Mrs. Coughlin?
Yes, Cathy.
I still think it's terribly warm in here. The temperature must be at least 77. Mrs. Coughlin?
What is it now?
The clock says it's 14 after 10. Actually, it's 16 after.
Well, thank you for calling it to our attention. Don't do it again.
Mrs. Coughlin.
Cathy.
This is room 19, isn't it? I want to put it at the head of my paper.
I want you to finish the balance of this examination in the assembly hall.
But that's...
Right now.
Hello, darling. You're home early.
Well, I'm just covering the local sporting scene. You heard anything yet?
Nothing yet. Shouldn't be long now.
Well? He flunked.
Everything went fine until Mrs. Coughlin closed the window.
What's that got to do with the examination?
Oh, nothing.
Cathy.
I tried to help him, but Mrs. Coughlin got a little disagreeable about it and insisted I leave the room.
You didn't cheat, Cathy.
Not really. I was just calling the signals, and Mrs. Coughlin didn't let me finish.
There goes the old ball game. What are you cheering about?
Just past the exam, he's going to play. It worked.
I don't believe it.
He didn't either.
Well, congratulations. You just heard.
We knew you could do it, boy. Wonderful. There was nothing to it. The boy is a brain. And we're going to play in the league finals, and we're going to win. Yeah! Aren't we great boys? Rickety-rack, rickety-rack. Who's the boy? We go back.
Elliot!
I sure appreciate the confidence you people have in me.
We knew you could do it, Elliot.
All of a sudden, it came easy. I didn't need the numbers anymore. I just looked at the questions and wrote down the answers.
Oh, I can see the look in the other coaches' faces. You know what I said to my wife this morning? I said, Florence, you know that picture of your mother on the mantelpiece? And she said, yeah, well, what about it? I said, well, take it down. You know why? Because that's where the silver cup is going to go. You know why she's not going to take that picture down, Stretch?
Why?
Because you've got the measles.
Measles?
The measles?
I've waited 10 long years for this day. And what do I end up with on my mantle? My mother-in-law.
How do you feel?
Okay. I'm sure sorry, Cathy.
Why?
I've been nothing but trouble. Now you've got me for 2 more weeks.
I don't mind. I'm beginning to like athletes a lot. What you're doing for us is terribly nice.
Oh, it isn't anything.
Don't forget to drink your water, Elliot. Good night.
Good night. Number 68. The center pushes the ball to the guard, flips it over to the forward. The forward
Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Congratulations, Patty. Thanks.
Congratulations for what?
I don't know.
Hey, how about a movie tonight? There's a new horror picture at the Ritz.
I'll see if I have enough money.
Let me know.
Congratulations, Patty. What'd I do?
Maybe you want a sweepstakes or something.
Let's see what the Jungle Drums are saying.
Hi, Patty.
Congratulations. What are you talking about? Haven't you heard? You're up for the presidency of the Girls' League. Me? I nominated my cousin Cathy. Cathy made it, too.
How about that? You and Cathy are running against one another.
Oh, no.
I think it's wonderful having two presidential candidates under the same roof.
But I couldn't run against Patty. The Girls' League needs someone who's popular. What they call a wheel. I'll withdraw. Oh, no, you'd make a better president than I would. They need someone with culture. You've lived all over Europe. You speak French. I'll withdraw.
Well, just a minute. If you've both been accepted as nominees, neither one of you can withdraw.
What's going to stop us?
What do you think would happen to our whole political system if a nominee withdrew just because he liked his opponent?
You see, you could undermine the whole structure of our country.
I'm serious. Which one of you wins is not important. The important thing is that you get in there and try.
Yeah, beat each other's brains out. Cathy and me to fight one another, Papa?
I'm not sure this is such a good idea, Martin.
Well, there's nothing personal in it. Politics is a healthy form of competition. I've covered hundreds of campaigns. Everybody blows off a lot of steam, but when it's all over, there aren't any hard feelings. When you girls were accepted as candidates, you were given a responsibility to campaign to the best of your ability. Well, you owe that to your schoolmates, both of you.
When do you two make your speeches?
We're supposed to fire the opening guns in our U.S. history class tomorrow. If you get elected, can I get in on a graft?
What? Doesn't the honor involved make any impression on you?
Only the graft.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet roots, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike, at times they even talk alike.
you can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Don't worry, Kath. I'll find an excuse not to run. I'll probably flunk in Latin anyway, and they'll disqualify me. I won't let you fail in Latin. They need a dynamo like you. I know I'd make a great president, but they could use someone with brains, like you. I'd be selfish if I ran. If you were president, it would not only be good for the league, it would be good for you. What do you mean? Well, it might help to give you a sense of responsibility. Is that so? There's no point in taking chances on getting someone's feelings hurt. It'd be a landslide anyway. No, it wouldn't. You'd get a lot of votes, Patty. I meant it would be a landslide for me. You? You're silly. You're not really qualified to be a president. You said so yourself. You nominated me because they need someone with culture and brains. Well, I was being unselfish, too. I nominated you because I thought if you became a little more social around the campus, you might be able to get a date for the mashed potato ball. I can get a date any time I like. There's just no one I care to go out with. I nominated you because I thought it might help you to grow up. I thought it was time you had a little more on your mind than milkshakes and Richard Harrison. Not necessarily in that order. Oh, really? All right. You've just got yourself an opponent. I'm not much of a speaker. In fact, I'm not much of a politician. My esteemed opponent, Patty, is a wonderful girl. And she is a go-getter. The trouble is that when you want her to get, she's usually too busy going. It all depends on what qualities the Girls' League wants in a president. If you're looking for someone who can do the bossa nova and the baked potato, vote for Patty. But if you want someone who isn't flighty, someone who will dedicate herself to the tasks at hand with intelligence and integrity, then I ask that you vote for me. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from our next candidate, Patty Lane.
Thank you, Cathy. Well, at least I know the difference between the mashed potato and the baked potato. One is a dance, the other is a vegetable. One of the most important functions of the Girls' League is to set up extracurricular activities for its members. Cathy's idea is having a boss to play chess all night. If you want chess and classical concerts, elect her. But if you want a program of real fun, elect me.
And now our third candidate, Susan Baxter. Vote for me.
And then she called on me, and I got up and talked. It was the first speech I had ever made.
Were you nervous?
Not after I started. I'll bet you were smashed. Well, I did reasonably well, I think. For someone who was only interested in chess. I didn't mean that, Cass. It was just campaign talk. You know, like calling someone flighty.
What did I tell you? Democracy in action.
If I'm elected president of the Girls' League, I pledge to fight for more student dances. We need more guest speakers. We want more freedom in our choice of clothes. I say we should be more concerned with curriculum than with clothes. Cathy's been living in Europe. Maybe she'd understand our problems better if they were in French. I have a straight-A average. What is Patty's answer to that? Who wants a grind for president? In 2 years, we will be going to college. Let's not elect a president who has milkshakes for brains. The Girls' League should support our school sports. If Cathy is elected, we'll all be tripping over cricket wickets. Vote for me. Who got it, Richard?
Great, Patty. Of course, it's still pretty early. You know what I think we should do?
What?
Set up a regular campaign headquarters, the way they do in the national elections.
Crazy, Richard, with buttons and stickers and everything.
That's a ticket.
And I know just where to set up headquarters.
Good morning.
Guess again.
Good evening.
Don't look now, but I think World War III has just broken out. Welcome to National Headquarters.
Yeah, but Patty and Cathy share this room.
They did. Cathy took one look at this and fled from the house.
It's the lowest trick I've ever heard of. She's turned our bedroom into her campaign headquarters.
That's pretty terrible, all right.
I could kill myself.
Because your cousin's such a sneak?
No, because I didn't think of it first. Come on.
Where to?
We're going to counterattack. Can I help you, Cathy? You've already helped me by letting me have your room, Ross. You're certain you won't mind sleeping on the couch? For 50 cents a night, I'd sleep on the roof. Are you sure Conrad Hilton started this way?
The banner's up.
Good. I wonder what the sneak is up to. Wonder what the sneak is up to.
They've got the banner up.
Never trust a relative.
Gee, Patty, you practically threw her out of here. She had to go somewhere.
Whose side are you on?
Well, yours, only I hate to see women go to war. At least men are logical.
I wish I knew what she was doing.
What's the difference?
It's just good strategy to know what the enemy has up her sleeve. Hi, group.
Say, what do you hear from the White House?
And you gave her your room, you traitor.
That's a lie. I'm renting it to her.
Ross.
Yes, Mr. President?
How'd you like to be a spy?
I'm too young to get shot.
For $1?
You just bought yourself a spy. Who do I shoot?
I can't get into Cathy's headquarters, but you can.
Gee, I don't know, sis.
All you have to do is let me know what's going on in there, what she's planning.
I'll take my money in advance.
Richard. Give him $1 for me, will you?
I wonder if campaign contributions are deductible.
Now, I want you to get me all the information you can.
I feel like Nana Harry.
Is the new campaign slogan ready?
And they're still working on it.
What's it going to say?
Take the right lane, Patty. How's that for a slogan?
Take the right lane, Patty. That's great, Richie.
By the way, where are you going to put it?
In the school corridor tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It'll be the first thing the kids see when they get to school.
Hi, Kenny. What are your plans? We're going to have a rally at noon tomorrow. How many hours in rally?
Tomorrow afternoon we can put up the campaign posters. We can do it as soon as school is over.
Tomorrow afternoon will be too late. What? Nothing.
Do you know what we lack? A good, effective campaign slogan.
Cathy?
Yes, Ross.
How would you like to hire a counter spy?
Look! We've been taken. Would you please ask Cathy to pass the salt?
Cathy, would you pass... Aren't you talking to her?
I'd rather not discuss it.
Then I'm afraid you will have to try a salt-free diet.
Would you please ask Patty to pass the bread, Uncle Martin?
Well, even in national presidential campaigns, the candidates still talk to one another.
But they don't call their opponents spindle-headed bores. And they don't accuse our opponents of having milkshakes for brains.
They do if it's true.
As for you, do you know what you are?
Sure, an operator. You have to fight fire with fire.
Listen, you, I've had...
Time! Now, what is this all about?
Cathy is running a vicious, underhanded campaign. I can't help it if the truth hurts. The students don't want an electronic brain for president. They want a natural-born leader, like me.
Now, wait a minute. Let's declare the dining room neutral territory, okay?
It's too late. And it's your fault.
My fault? I'm not even running.
Maybe you should start. I asked you to let both of them withdraw in the beginning, King Solomon.
Well, you were wrong. This is nothing but a little healthy letting off of steam. Ross, would you ask your mother to pass me the butter?
Couldn't you sleep either?
No. Too much political tension in the air.
I'll fix that for you.
Oh, thanks. You know, I'm sorry about that little scene at dinner tonight.
We both acted like children.
You know, it's really ridiculous of us to worry about the girls. They love one another.
I know.
They couldn't be closer if they were sisters.
I know.
Well, what are we so worried about?
Martin, what if Cathy's elected? What about Patty?
What do you mean?
Patty won't like it one bit. She's a born winner.
Well, maybe it's time she had a little experience as a loser.
Patty would take it very hard if she lost. So would Cathy.
Oh, look, Natalie, I've covered hundreds of campaigns.
This isn't a smoke-filled caucus room. These are two sensitive girls competing with each other, and they're beginning to beat each other's brains out. What do you want, mayonnaise or mustard?
I'll vote for mustard.
I'll take mayonnaise. I heard on tonight's grapevine that Richard's going to take a straw ballot.
How'd it come out?
Ross doesn't know yet.
Ross is your grapevine?
Don't laugh. I think there's a good chance Ross could come out of this election a millionaire. Martin, what does a straw ballot mean?
Well, if Richard's handling it, I don't think it means anything. How could anybody win with Richard running their campaign?
I think he's a sweet boy.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't. He just shouldn't be running anything.
Isn't it terrible? I don't even want to hear what the results are, period. I don't even know who to root for.
Oh, we're being silly. Now, it looks like a big problem now, but in a few days we'll be laughing about all this.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. The election will be over, the winner and the loser will be buddies again, and all of these attacks on each other will be forgotten. You just wait and see.
Here's your sandwich.
I'm not hungry.
Neither am I.
How's it look? Shake the milkshake kid. Vote for Cathy. That's fine, Mary. Try to get them out by tonight, and we'll distribute them in all of Patty's classes tomorrow. Right, Chief? Hey, how do you like it?
Fine.
Is anything wrong?
Well, Cathy, can I see you a minute? Well, Richard took a straw ballot, so I thought we should take one. I just got the results.
What were they?
Well, I'm going to give it to you straight. Patty got 50%. You got 30%. Susan got 15%, and 5% voted for Rock Hudson.
Well, I suppose that's it then.
But we're not licked yet. The reason Patty has such a big edge is because everyone knows her. Don't forget, she's been going here since she was a freshman.
Well, it's too late for me to become a freshman.
Ah, but it's not too late for everyone to get to know you.
Oh,
By challenging her to a debate.
a debate.
A debate helps elect a president of the United States.
The Lincoln-Douglas debate in 1860.
You have been away a long time. Look, we could hold it in the big gym. The entire girls' league would get a chance to hear you.
It's a marvelous idea, Ted.
There's only one problem. Patty might refuse.
Not Patty. She's too much of an egomaniac. That egomaniac. Challenging me to a debate. Well, we know what to say to her.
Right. We say no.
No.
Why don't you challenge her to a game of handball?
You think she can out-debate me?
That's not the point. Ross sold me a copy of that straw vote that Cathy took. We're ahead. All we have to do to win is sit tight. Everybody knows you. If you debate with her, everybody will get a chance to know Cathy.
That's good.
That's bad. I have a feeling we better not tangle with her.
I have a feeling we better. We debate. Hello. I just wanted to let you know I accept your challenge. I knew you would. I'm only doing it to give you a fighting chance. I've already won the election. If you're referring to that straw ballot of Richard's, it doesn't mean a thing. Oh, I bet it would if you were winning. I suppose it would. I shouldn't have said that. You were right. What's a straw ballot anyway? Especially with Richard taking it. I wish we had never gotten involved in this, Patty. So do I. This whole thing's gotten bigger than both of us. It almost seems as though you have to be mean to win. That's politics. Well, it will all be over soon. Yeah. Gee, this is the first friendly conversation we've had in a long time. Feels good. I know. Patty, perhaps we shouldn't go ahead with the debate. I thought you wanted it. I did. But now I think I'd feel better if we didn't go ahead with it. All right, if you're worried about it, we can call it off. I wasn't worried for me. I was thinking about you. Me? I never told you this, but I was the debating champion of Mrs. Tuttle's of Mountain Briar. Well, this isn't Mrs. Tuttle's of Mountain Briar, cousin. This is Brooklyn Heights, my territory. I was only trying to help you. But you're too pig-headed. All right, we debate. Right, we debate. Cathy and the entire student body will be dancing in the corridors with a hot dog in one hand and a milkshake in the other. She'll turn Brooklyn Heights High into an amusement park. A school should mean more than that. Patty's a prominent personality and a promising promoter, but she is not a president. If the Girls' League votes for Patty tomorrow, it will be making a grave mistake. Thank you.
And now for her summation, Patty Lane.
If you have a Cathy Lane for a friend, you don't need an enemy. What's wrong with a little dancing in the corridors? Things are lively around here, and we're going to keep them that way. What we need is a president who knows our problems. If Cathy is elected president, our biggest problem will be our president. She turned my own sweet brother, who adored me, into a Benedict Arnold. Let's not turn her loose on strangers. Keep her out of office. If she's elected, you'll be setting our school back 50 years. Thank you.
And now for the summation of our third candidate, Susan Baxter. Vote for me. The stewards have just finished tallying the votes. This has been the most closely contested election in the history of the school. The candidates put up a hard fight. In fact, one could have wished for a little less heat and a lot more light. Things were said during this campaign that could have been put under the heading of battle fever. Now that the election is over, I hope these things will be forgotten and all the bitterness put aside in the best tradition of American fair play. And now, let's see who the new president of the Girls' League is.
I got here as quickly as I could. What's happened?
Patty's running away from home.
How do you know?
Come upstairs. There.
Why would she do this?
Cathy must have won the election and Patty couldn't face it.
Where is Patty?
I can't find her anywhere. I phoned you as soon as I saw this.
I've heard of bad losers, but this is ridiculous.
There's a lot of bitterness between them. Patty always felt that she's the more popular. It must have killed her to have Cathy show her up.
Well, it's time Patty found out life is not one big popularity contest.
Write it to her when she gets settled.
We better hurry with that suitcase.
It's all ready.
Hold it.
How could you do this?
I might have known you were mixed up in this. Young lady, you are not going anywhere.
What are you talking about?
You and Cathy, you are going to sit down woman to woman and settle your differences.
There's no point in that. We both...
Oh, yes, there is. You both belong here.
Of course we do.
Then you'll stay?
Sure, Papa.
That's my girl.
Oh, you sure have an emotional family.
Hello.
Say hello.
Hello.
There, that's better.
Better than what?
Cool it. Now, Patty and Cathy, we were a very happy family before this election, and we are going to be a happy family again. Now, isn't that what you really want, both of you?
Sure. We never...
Good. Now, just because Cathy won the election, you can't...
I didn't win.
You won, and you're still going to run...
win.
You didn't?
No. Cathy and I knocked each other out of the box. Susan Baxter won, the dark horse.
What about the suitcase?
Yeah, what about it? Listen, I don't mean to be a nag, but we better get it down. That truck will be here any minute.
Truck? The first thing Susan did as president was start a drive for the Salvation Army. We're contributing all our old clothes and things to it.
You mean you had no intention of running away?
Of course not. Cathy and I buried the hatchet. And each other, but we buried it.
Well, I told you it would be all right.
Don't you know you couldn't dynamite us out of here? Where else would we find a family like this with color television? Come on. I'd better get ready.
Teddy's taking me to the mashed potato ball tonight.
Oh, I'm so proud of him I could burst. So am I. I'm glad it's all over.
Hi, group. Boy, have I got good news for you. Guess who got nominated for president of the 5th grade?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights the girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Great, Cass. Think loose. Like this?
That's it. She's all go. Oh, we're going to give you two some real competition tonight in that dance contest.
Ted, I'm not going to enter the contest.
Why not?
I'm not good enough. Of course you are. I'm sure you'll win. I'm sure it's my house.
I'm counting on you tonight, Cathy. Well, gotta go. Come on, Ted. See you tonight. And don't get too tired. Practice sitting out a few. That's more fun. Bye.
Bye.
I'll see you tonight, Cathy.
Goodbye, Ted. Imagine you not knowing the hammer. If my father were a foreign correspondent and I traveled all over the world with him, I'd know every dance there was. Father and I went to the ballet quite often. I'll bet. I've never been in a dance contest before. I'm a bit nervous. It's just a bunch of kids coming over for some laughs. It's nothing to be nervous about. I wish I had your confidence. You're not afraid of anything. That's because there's nothing to be afraid of. It's all in your mind. Mom, can I tell her the bad news?
I'll do it. I just spoke to the doctor. I made a 4 o'clock appointment for you today.
For what?
For your flu shot.
Boy, do they use a long needle. Flu shot? Today?
Today. You've been putting it off every week for a month. Now, you're not stalling any longer.
Mom, I can't go today. I don't feel well.
Oh, what's wrong this time?
Same as last time. She's a coward. I'm not. I have this terrible headache.
Last week you had a stomach ache. The week before that you had a backache. Before that it was a stiff neck.
That's what I mean. I'm a pretty sick kid.
You're as healthy as a horse.
I may be a healthy horse, but I'm a sick kid. I hate flu shots. They hurt like the dickens. Don't they, Cathy?
No.
Who asked you? Mom, I can't get a shot today. I'm giving a party here tonight.
No shot, no party. You better get started.
No, that needle must be a foot long.
Out!
I wish I could watch. For a little flu shot. Shots don't hurt. Maybe they don't hurt you, but... Shots don't hurt you? Of course not. Cathy, I've got a great idea. I don't like it. You haven't heard it yet. All I want you to do is go to the doctor and get the shot in my place. I mean, because we look alike, the doctor won't know the difference, and he'll give me the shot thinking I'm you? Yeah. It's a wonderful idea. And it will work, too. Except for one little thing. What? I won't do it. How can you turn down a blood relative? I've already had my flu shot. And besides, my taking your shot isn't going to immunize you. You should take the shot. It will keep you healthy. I don't want to be healthy. I'm a sick kid and I want to stay that way. Patty? She's coming out, Natalie. Come on. Follow me. Don't be such a coward. You're not afraid of anything because there's nothing to be afraid of. That's what you said. I lied.
Cathy, I want you to go to the doctor with Patty and see that she gets her shot.
All right, Aunt Natalie. Can I go too? I'll help hold her. Why don't we do it tomorrow? My horoscope says it's a bad day for flu shots. Come on, Patty. A coward dies 1,000 deaths. A brave man only once. I'm going to my execution. She quotes poetry. Remember me! You know, I'll bet Patty talked Cathy into taking her shot for her.
Dr. Williams, please. This is Natalie Lane. Hello, Doctor. No, she's on her way. I just called to warn you. This time she may try to pretend she's her cousin. Good. Oh, and Doctor, be gentle with her. Patty's a very sensitive child.
He's not here. Let's go. No. I'll tell the doctor you're here. I'll be right back. You stay here. I'm too sick to see a doctor. You heard what your mother said. No shot, no party. Sit Pardon me.
Oh, hello, Patty. You're right on time.
I'm not Patty.
Oh, then you must be her cousin.
That's right. I'm Cathy.
I thought so.
I'll bring Patty in now.
That won't be necessary. Your mother called and warned me about you two.
That was my aunt who called.
Your mother became your aunt? When did she do that?
When she married my father's brother. I mean, Father and Uncle Martin look alike, and so do Cathy and I. People mistake us. You do.
It's all over, Cathy. Now you won't have to worry about getting the flu.
Hello. I wasn't worried. I've already had my flu shot.
It's the hospital, doctor. They're ready for you.
I'll be right there.
But, Doctor...
Patty, you're a very brave girl. We're all proud of you.
How do you feel? Fair. Are you going to tell your mother what happened? Of course I will. Sometime in the future. Are you going to get your shot? Of course I will. Sometime in the future. All right. I'll go tomorrow, I promise. Only, in the meantime, let's not say anything to Mom. She's kind of, well, you know how old people are.
I didn't hear you come in. Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, ma'am?
Did you get your flu shot?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel?
Great.
You see, I'll bet it didn't even hurt.
I can honestly say I didn't feel a thing. Here, try this. It's great for swelling.
Here's your dress, dear. I ironed it into... Why haven't you two started to get ready yet? Your guests will be arriving soon. Cathy, what's the matter with your arm?
Nothing, Aunt Natalie.
Well, then why do you got a hot water?
Mom, I have a confession to make. I didn't get that shot. Cathy did.
What?
It was an accident. I went in to tell the doctor that Patty was there, and he thought I was Patty. That's before I knew it. Ouch.
Oh, you poor baby.
I'm fine, really.
No, you stay in bed.
But I have to get dressed for the party.
I'm afraid there's not going to be any party for you tonight. I'm going to go call Dr. Williams.
Patty. I know how you feel, Cat. I'll tell you what. If you can't come down to the party, I won't either. Would you? Well, sure. Of course. That's what you want me to do. Do you? No. You talked me out of it. For your sake, I'll go down, but I won't have a good time. You'd better call Ted and tell him. He was looking forward to the dance contest. Why don't we wait? Maybe the doctor will say it's all right.
I just spoke to the doctor. He says you're having a mild reaction to the shot. It happens occasionally. It's nothing to worry about. You stay in bed tonight, and you'll be fine in the morning.
I'm sure I'll be all right.
You stay in bed, young lady. Oh, I know it's a disappointment, but there'll be other parties. I'll get you an ice pack. The doctor said to apply cold to the arm.
So I'm not Ben Casey. I can't stand Ted up at the last minute. He'll never date me again. Never. I wish I could change places with you so that you could go to the party and I could... I can keep your date with Ted. What? He'll think it's you. You couldn't. Of course I could. You took my shot for me. The least I can do is date your boyfriend for you. It's better than having him bring another girl. This way we'll keep him in the family. What about your date with Richard? I'll keep that too. You can't be both of us. When the boys come, there have to be two of us. You've got a point. Let me think. There are two boys coming over for two girls. And there's only one of you. Is there? Good evening, Ted, old chap. You're looking simply divine this evening. I don't talk like that. That's what you think. Oh, there you are, Ted, darling. I don't call him darling. You will tonight. How can you fool both of them? Leave it to me. Patty, promise me one thing. What? You can kiss your date, but not mine. Promise? Promise. Gee, I hope I don't get confused. How do I look?
Lovely, darling.
You look like your mother did when she was your age. It brings back memories.
Wasn't that long ago.
You remember the first dance I ever took you to?
Yes, it was at Jean Ann Dockstetter's house.
That's right.
You wore a new blue pinstripe suit.
That's right.
And you danced every dance with Jean Ann Dockstetter.
That's wrong.
I know, but you did it anyway. They were shaking the shimmy, and she had more to shake than I did.
That's right.
You two aren't going to start reminiscing now, are you?
I thought you liked to hear about the Stone Age.
I do. Only my guests will be arriving any second.
All right, darling, the Flintstones are leaving. Ross is sleeping out tonight, and Mrs. Crown is coming in to supervise the party. Please don't give her a hard time.
We won't.
Have fun.
We will.
Come on, Ma.
Paul. Bye.
What are you so jumpy about?
Me? Jumping? I guess it's just the tension of being a hostess.
Well, where's Cathy?
Who?
Your cousin, Cathy.
Oh, my cousin Cathy.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. She's in the kitchen helping Margaret with the sandwich.
Is everyone here, Pat?
Now they are. Excuse me, miss.
Oh, here she is. Hello, Cathy.
Good evening, Ted.
Hello, Cathy.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Crow. I thought you'd never get here.
Well, I had to run an errand for my parents.
We haven't seen you all evening, Cathy. I understand you've been helping in the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am. Would you excuse me? Would you care to dance?
Sure.
She's a lovely girl.
Yeah. I wonder where Patty is. Hey, Pete, have you seen Patty? Nope. I'll give you Henrietta. I wonder where she went. She was just here. There's a bunch in the den. Maybe she's there. Oh, thanks. Cathy? Cathy?
Oh, yes, Ted.
I'm really looking forward to the dance contest.
Are you?
Well, are you?
Oh, certainly. Only, Patty and Richard are so good, I don't think we stand a chance.
Oh, don't sell yourself short. You're much more graceful than Patty.
That's so. Patty is a natural-born dancer.
Well, she could use some of your modesty.
Ow! Oh, sorry.
That's all right. What's the matter?
I'm suddenly terribly thirsty. Would you mind getting me a drink?
Well, all right. I'll be right back.
Mary, have you seen Patty?
No, why don't you ask Cathy? I just saw her with Ted. Where you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I've been looking all over for you. Let's dance.
All right. We dance a little fast, please.
If you say so. Is this fast enough?
Hey, Patty, have you seen Cathy?
Oh, hi there, Pedro. I think she's in the hall.
Thanks. She's thirsty.
What are you stopping for?
Excuse me, Richard. I have to powder my nose.
In the middle of a dance?
I can't wait. It's very shiny. Here's someone who can prove my point. Cathy?
Yes, Mrs. Combs?
You've been in Scotland, haven't you?
Me? Sure, lots of times.
Did you see the Moors there?
Oh, the Moors? Yes.
What are they like?
I loved them, especially Mr. Moore. There you are, Ted. I've been looking all over for you.
I've been looking for you. Here's your drink.
Oh, thank you. Would you mind getting me another one?
Well, you can have mine.
Oh, thanks. My, that was good. Can may I have another one?
Well, can't we sort of be together for a little while?
I think it might be a good idea if we mingle. You go that way, and I'll go this way, and we'll meet.
Well, let's both go this way, then. I haven't had a chance to tell you how pretty you look tonight.
Thank you.
Well, you're the prettiest girl at the party.
I think Patty's prettier.
Are you kidding? She doesn't hold a candle to you.
Who says so?
Besides, you have a better personality.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, Patty's a nut. I mean, she's always doing crazy things.
She is not. As far as I'm concerned, Patty is the smartest, prettiest, and most intelligent girl I know.
Well, that's just because you're loyal to her.
You bet. You bet I am.
Oh, she's a clod. Well, anyway, I don't want to talk about Patty. Let's talk about us.
Let's not get...
Excuse me,
I wasn't kissing him. He was kissing me.
You don't have to explain to me, Cathy. You're not my girl. Patty is. Do me a favor, will you? And get Patty out of the powder room. I heard of shiny noses, but this is ridiculous. Come on, dance.
Yes, Richard. Certainly, Richard. Excuse me.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to dance, too.
All right. I promise you the next dance. I'll be right back.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Cathy, I'm afraid you misunderstood my question about the Moors. What I wanted to know was, do the Moors have Pete?
Yes, they have Pete. There's Pete and Sandy and Agnes. They're a big family.
It's about time. I might as well stay home.
I'm sorry. I got to talking to some of the girls.
Boys and girls, we're now going to have the dance contest. Prizes will be awarded to the boy and girl who, in the opinion of the judge, me, gives the best interpretation of the hammer.
Let's go. Where? In a contest.
I can't.
What are you afraid of? Who can beat it? Come on. You're sure hard to keep track of.
Good. I mean, I wouldn't want to be underfoot all the time.
Well, let's go.
What are you doing?
We almost missed the dance contest.
I can't enter the contest with you.
You just did. Don't worry, we're going to win.
Cathy and Ted are the ones to beat. Boy, she really went into orbit. I told you they were the ones to beat.
The winners are Cathy Lane and Ted Brownlee.
That's ridiculous. She has 2 left feet.
Don't be a bad sport.
I will be a bad sport. I don't mind losing, but not to her. She's a waltzer.
Hey, where is Cathy?
I'll get her.
Cathy, we won.
I don't deserve to win. Patty's 10 times as good.
We won it. What are you arguing about?
I just want to see justice done. Gee, I'm sorry, Rich.
It's Patty. It's Cathy. I ought to know. She's my date. I guess I ought to know my girlfriend. Tell them who you are.
I'm Patsy. I'm Patty.
Stop clowning around. Come on, I want to talk to you. Let go of my date. She's my date. Mine.
Wait a minute, Philip. Wait a minute. I can explain. It's all very simple. Well, not really simple. You see,
feeling too good myself.
No, wait a minute.
Hey,
Bart.
wait a minute. No, wait a minute. And then both boys started dragging me off.
It must have been a terrible experience.
Well, it was. When we got outside, they started swinging at each other. I had to break it up. Finally, I explained, but I get it.
Hello.
Hello, Cathy. Hi, Cathy. Hey, Patty told me you were sick last night. How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm much better, thank you.
Where's Patty?
She's inside.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Richard. Hello, Ted. I'm sorry about last night.
We're the ones that are sorry.
Yeah, we didn't mean to start a fight, and
That's all right. At least it served one purpose. Now you can tell us apart. I'm the natural-born dancer. With a shiner.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
why don't you try out for the play, Patty?
What for? I'm going to be a brain surgeon.
Yeah, it might be a blast.
I'm not interested in the Starsville bit. I think actors are real cold cuts.
Well, I promised Strassman I'd try out for it.
Who's he?
He's the guest director this year. He's very big off Broadway.
I'll be at lunch.
Well, come in and wait while I audition, and I'll buy you lunch.
You reach me. Seek no color for your going, but bid farewell and go. When you sued staying, then was the time for words. No going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes.
No. You're not ordering a banana split. You are Cleopatra, the greatest queen on earth, bidding farewell to her lover.
Shall I try it again, Mr. Strausman?
Over Shakespeare's dead body.
Who's your cousin?
These are the words of the immortal bard. He has survived for hundreds of years. Please do not plunge him into oblivion this afternoon.
I'll try not to, Mr. Strausman.
I will appreciate it. England will appreciate it.
Cathy didn't tell me she was going this route.
Maybe she was planning to spring it as a surprise.
Cathy's dinner-directed. She's just square enough to think this is some kind of big deal. Hope Bengali doesn't wipe her out. Nay, pray you seek no color for your going, but bid farewell and go. When you sued staying, then was the time for words. No going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes.
Thank you.
How was I?
I was moved, but not far. Only wait in the wings, please.
When you sued staying, then was the time for words. No going then.
Wrong. Go. Next. You. Come on, quickly.
No. I'm with him. I didn't come to...
Hurry, I haven't got all day.
I'm no actor.
Then you're an excellent company. Let me see if you can read your mother tongue.
Nay, pray you seek no color for your going, but bid farewell and go. When you sued staying, then was the time for words. No going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes, bliss in our brows bent. None our parts so poor, but was a race of heaven. They are so still, or thou, the greatest soldier of the world, art turned the greatest liar.
That's what I want. That's it. You are Cleopatra.
Me?
You're raw, but you have fire. I've never heard a reading just like that. You have a spark that burns with honesty and glows with passion. You are an instrument that I can play upon, a clay that I can model.
I never
acted before.
Oh, good. When I was in Hollywood, I directed dozens of...
You directed in Hollywood?
Well, I was an assistant director, actually, but it's the same thing. I worked with all the great stars. Garbo, Barrymore, Rin Tin Tin.
What about me? Yeah, what about her? She's the talent in the family. Yes, I'm the talent in the family.
You are sisters?
Cousins.
Well, you can play Iris and understudy Cleopatra.
Understudy? Why don't you let me play Iris and Cathy play Cleopatra?
You have captured the essence of one of the most complex characters in the theater, and the thought behind it. You are instinctively a method actor. I can almost see your mind working. Tell me, what was in your mind when you said, "No going then, eternity was in our lips"?
Lunch.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see.
What's flipped on? I think it's very exciting that you have the lead, Patty. I didn't mean to take it away from you, Cathy. I guess I just swept him away.
Well, at least you're playing Iris.
Yes. There's no such thing as a small part. Only small actress. Talent is what counts.
Boy, this family's rotten with talent, and I mean rotten.
Richard's going to play Antony.
That should deal history a mortal blow.
This isn't just another play. It's Shakespeare, the greatest genius who ever lived. Very few people can do justice to the immortal bard.
May I quote you?
Martin.
That's all right, Mother. Let him make fun of me. All great people have had to struggle against disbelievers.
You see, I've been holding her back. She could have been Helen Hayes.
It just so happens that Mr. Strassman thinks I can be a big movie star. He says I'm a natural.
Who's Mr. Strassman?
He's the guest director. He used to be an assistant director in Hollywood.
An assistant director?
You'll excuse me, I must rehearse now. In praising Antony, I have dispraised Caesar. I am paid for it now. Lead me from hence. In praising Caesar, I have dispraised Antony.
Wow, are we going to have to live with that?
We must be patient, Ross. Patty belongs to the ages now.
She might just surprise you, Martin Lane.
Just think, when I woke up this morning, that little girl was just my daughter, Patty. Now she's Queen of the Nile. And quite a day. You know, I can't make up my mind.
About what?
What shaped swimming pool we should have in Hollywood.
Alack, our serene moon is now eclipsed, and it portends alone the fall of Antony.
I must stay his time.
To flatter Caesar, would you mingle eyes with one who ties his point?
Not know me yet.
Antony, you follow her. And remember, bathe the stage in colors. I want to see the reds of passion, the blacks of hatred, and the magentas of jealousy.
I feel like a rainbow.
Now go on, suffer.
Together, with my brave Egyptians all, by the discanting of this pelleted storm, lie graveless, until the flies and gnats of the Nile shall bury them for prey.
Bravo. Well, let our mamas rest a while.
Did I suffer enough?
I was moved.
She sure is great, isn't she? I bet she'd really have a chance in Hollywood. Don't you think so, Mr. Strassman?
Hollywood is a city without a gate. It has no entrance. and the walls are so thick that the cries of talented people screaming to get in are unheard by the Philistines inside.
What does that mean?
It means that motion picture studios don't cover high school plays.
If you could get them to this one, I bet she'd melt their neons.
Like hi.
I'll bet Eleonora Juza never said like hi.
Of course not. She was prehistoric.
Well, you all set for the big opening Friday?
It's a slide.
You sound pretty cool about it. Don't you have any stage fright?
Great actors don't get stage fright.
Seems to me I read somewhere they did.
We don't.
Well, nice to get it from the horse's mouth.
Dado, working on a newspaper must be a real blast.
Well, we're not as glamorous as you show people, but it's a living.
It's more than a living. It's life. I mean, when you sit behind your desk, you hold the pulse of the world's heartbeat in your hand.
I do. I didn't know you were interested in the world's heartbeat.
To develop as an actress, you must develop as a human being. Be interested in all the songs of life.
Is that Shakespeare speaking or you?
It's me. The real me.
What is the real you trying to say?
Simply that I'd love to come down and see the newspaper sometime.
You've been to the office.
No, I meant the whole paper. You know, the printing press and everything.
I may owe your Mr. Strassman a big fat apology. When would you like to go?
Now. Hi there. Where in the world have you been? Down at the Chronicle. Ever seen a linotype machine? It's a review of you and Cleopatra. But it hasn't opened yet. Listen to this. But Jack, I have never seen a young actress with the fire and vibrant personality of Patty Lane. The enclosed review will give you some idea. I recommend that the studio sign her before someone else grabs her. You can see her Friday night bringing her magic fire to Cleopatra at the Brooklyn Heights High School. It's signed Lou. How do you like it? It's great. Who wrote it? I did. Who's Jack and who's Lou? Jack is Jack Warner, and it doesn't matter who Lou is. But won't Jack want to know who Lou is? I'm not sending this letter to Jack Warner. I'm sending it to Dory Sherry with a copy of the review I wrote about me. But doesn't Dory Sherry have his own fiction company? Sure. You're writing a letter about you to Jack Warner, and you're mailing it to Dory Sherry. Right. I don't get it. I'm afraid I don't either, Patty. Simple. Hollywood's a city without a gate. You can't just walk in on the Philistines. You have to use some imagination. Ever read about the fall of Troy? They used a wooden horse. Now I get it. She's going to use a wooden actress.
I didn't understand this, Mr. Sherry. The envelope was addressed to you, but the letter is addressed to Jack Warner. It must have been sent here by mistake. Whoever they're talking about certainly seems to be talented.
She's a talented con artist. This is the oldest trick in the world. Look, she even had phony reviews printed.
Oh. Shall I throw it away?
No, I like your initiative. Have someone cover the show for us.
Yet have I fierce affections, and think what Venus did with Mars. O Charmian, where thinkest thou he is now? Stands he, or sits he? Or does he walk? Or is he on his horse? Oh, happy horse.
Yes. I have to make a move downstage here.
This is where Mr. Strassman wants some greens.
I'll have to see a florist. Honestly, Cathy, I don't dig all that way out stuff. I just let go and do what comes naturally.
Whatever it is, it's very effective.
Better work Friday night.
Oh, happy horse to bear the weight of Antony. Do bravely, horse.
Cleo, Mom says to say soup's on. I simply cannot work with these constant interruptions. I must be let alone. Do you want me to tell Mom and Dad to move out of the house? Nobody appreciates what a terrible strain we artists go through.
Let's eat.
Child. All right, let's start from the beginning of scene 3.
All right.
The seats of 8 seats, second row center, were put aside for opening night.
Oh, but I'm afraid the whole second row's been taken by the faculty, sir.
Well, get them back. All the picture studios are asking for tickets. I can't understand it. They say that even Dory Sherry himself might be coming. Maybe he's heard of my work.
Hey, where are the girls?
Patty's in the kitchen rehearsing. Cathy's cueing her. They gave me a preview. Patty's surprisingly good.
Boy, that's a mother's love.
She has a natural acting talent.
Oh, she gets that from my side of the family, my Uncle Ben. He was a used car salesman.
I don't know about your Uncle Ben, but Uncle Dory Sherry's interested in her. He's ordered 4 tickets for tomorrow's opening.
The Dory Sherry?
That's right. Somebody wrote to him about Patty.
Wonder who that could have been.
Martin, what if Patty decides she really wants to be an actress?
We'll send her to a good psychiatrist.
Patty, would you like some hot chocolate?
No, thank you, Mama. I have to watch my figure. Cleopatra didn't.
How do you know? She was before your time.
I've seen pictures. I just came in to say good night to all you dear, sweet people.
Well, good night to dear sweet you.
I want to let you know that no matter what happens after tomorrow night, I'll never forget Penny.
That's a very comforting thought. And we will never forget you.
Are you planning on running away? After tomorrow night, you may all be in for a big surprise. But no matter where I go, I'll take you with me. Good night. I bid you fond good night. Dream sweet until tomorrow brings the morning light.
I wonder if they could build us a ham-shaped swimming pool.
In certain circles, that's called the prima donna bit.
You know something, Natalie? I really admire her. I mean, she didn't go after that part. They came to her. But she's really worked at it. She rehearses night and day. And I think it's begun to broaden her interests. When we went down to the newspaper, she spent the whole afternoon in the composing room.
Yeah. Good night, folks.
Patty's going to be good tomorrow night.
Good. She's going to be a smash.
Cathy, will you pass me the syrup, please?
Good morning, group.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, Uncle Martin.
Hey, where's Patty?
She's getting dressed. She overslept.
Now, there I was, so nervous that I couldn't close my eyes all night, and Patty overslept. Well, you really have to hand it to her. Most kids would be in a state of panic if they knew Dory Sherry was going to be out front watching tonight. There's our little star.
Good morning, darling.
Good morning, Patty. Hi, sis.
Hi.
How is Patty?
She still can't talk, but there's nothing wrong with her. It's psychosomatic. The influence of the mind or the body. Patty is terrified of opening tonight.
But it's just a school play.
Well, apparently she has a feeling that a great deal hinges on it. She has a fear of failing. And the easiest way for her not to fail is not to put herself through the test. So her larynx simply refuses to function.
Why don't we try putting her in front of a telephone?
Martin,
Oh.
there must be something you can do.
There's nothing to worry about, Mrs. Lane. This condition will go away the moment her fear goes away.
That will be too late. The show opens tonight.
I'm so sorry. Why don't you go back to bed?
Do you want to go to school?
You want to go to school and tell them that you're not going to be in the play?
What are you going to say to them?
All right, once again, please. Well, there you are. I was getting worried. We can't have anything happen to our leading lady on opening night. Now, I'd like to run through the death scene once more. Get the act.
Do we really have to?
What are you whispering for?
We can release 4 seats, Mr. Strassman. I just got the message that the group from Warner Brothers isn't coming.
I'm ready to rehearse the death scene, Mr. Strassman.
But Dory Sherry will be here, sir.
I feel disloyal taking your place, Patty. You should be on that stage tonight. Well, that's show business.
There'll be other shows, dear.
Sure there will. Gee, I'm sorry about this, kitten.
Are you sure you're going to be all right here alone? Dr. Lewis wants you to stay in bed and gargle every hour. We'll be back just as soon as the show's over.
Don't worry, Patty. You just relax Know that I'll be right there, doing the best I know how. I won't be as good as you, of course, but the audience won't be disappointed. I mean, Cleopatra will be on that stage tonight. I want to wish you all the luck in the world. I'm getting my voice back. I can play the part. You'll see Dory Shari. Shall we get the show on the road?
Well, Cathy, I just dropped in to tell you not to be nervous.
I'm not.
Oh. Well, you'll be fine. But just remember, speak up. Ringing tones. Not now to hear thee sing.
Not now to hear these things.
Well, that's the general idea. And remember the colors.
I'll try.
All right, break a leg.
Break a leg. Not now to hear these things. Not now to hear these things. Not now to hear Oh. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Castle. No, they're not here. They went to the theater. It's our annual school play. I was supposed to star in the production of Antony and Cleopatra. Can you hear me? You can? Thank you. Bye. Not now to hear these things.
Everybody, curtains going up.
Nay, but the student of our generals o'erflows the measure. Those, his goodly eyes, with o'er the fire.
Shame Patty had to miss this. But Cathy's very good, isn't she?
She's a real actress. Her father will be delighted.
Patty will kill herself.
You're doing fine, Cathy.
You really think so?
Mean it. Mean it. It's dying. There's no fire.
And they say we shall in battle by the second hour in the morn.
Where's the queen? That's your cue. I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Stratton, but I couldn't help it.
No, but over there. You're supposed to enter from over there.
Thank you.
Oh, no, never mind. It's too late now. Go on from here.
The Queen, my lord, the Queen. Oh, my lady, I have news.
I stand here.
I have news.
Speak up and answer my foreboding.
I talked to Caesar, O Cleopatra.
I cannot hear you.
I've talked to Caesar, O Cleopatra.
Come, falter not, but tell me the tidings. Yes, there my heart is melted in its own anguish fire. The message, I implore you. The message, I implore you. Cathy?
The news is evil. He sends so poor an opinion of his wing, which has superfluous kings for messengers. Agrippa has begun to fight. Caesar's will is that I shall be taken alive.
Oh, Antony. How urgent is it?
Secure for me this message, written in the greatest of
Go, Eros. Send his treasure after. Detain no judge, I charge thee. Agrippa has begun to fight. Caesar's will is that Antony be taken alive. That is verily what it says.
Go to her and comfort her, my lord.
These arms shall await your return. So shall we.
I am finished with thee, with both of thee. I bid you adieu.
Give me my robe and my crown. I have immortal longings in me.
The funniest thing I've seen in years. Why doesn't one of them get off the stage?
Which one? Where's the act? Give me the act. I was here first. It's my act.
It's all my fault. I should have gotten off the stage when you came on, Patty. I just got caught up in the part. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I never should have barged in on you. You were in the middle of a show.
Well, you should hear the audience. We're a smash. It's the best comedy I ever directed.
I want to thank you for one of the most enjoyable evenings I've had in years. My name is Ryan. I'm a talent scout for 20th Century Fox. You were excellent, young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
But you, you were sensational.
Her name's Patty Lane. Lane. She's my sister.
She's our daughter. Oh, well, you must be very proud. I think you've got a movie star on your hands. We have a picture coming up with a part that's perfect for you. You can come in tomorrow with your mother and father and discuss contracts. What do you say to that, Patty Lane?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Maybe she's anti-boy.
No red-blooded girls, anti-boys.
I'm really looking forward to the concert tonight.
Yeah, neither am I. Why can't we stay home tonight? It's our house.
Because Patty's entertaining and she doesn't want the Flintstones around.
Maybe we could get a visitor's permit.
Fine, then we could do that then.
Let's go.
Mary couldn't make it tonight, but I'm used to this. I always wind up with a dog.
Would you care for some ice?
Hey, Patty's the really lady one, isn't she?
Lady one?
Brownsville, the bidder. You're Patty's cousin from Cubesville, aren't you?
No, I'm just here from Europe.
Funny. Would you like to do the hammer?
You mean dance?
Do I look like a carpenter? They do dance in Europe, don't they?
Of course. But I'm not used to this music yet. Perhaps they'll play a waltz.
Boy, you're older than you look. Come on, chick, let's swing. Hello, Cathy. Would you like to dance?
No, thank you, Craig. Excuse me. I'd better get some more sandwiches. I think she needs to be shot into orbit. Save my place. I've been robbed!
like her? Well, at least you love me. Henry, you just don't understand Cathy.
What's to understand? She's musty. Serious.
She's afraid.
I'll clue you. Who needs a girl who's best from the neck up?
Cathy's not just an ordinary girl. She's traveled all around the world. Her father's a foreign correspondent. And the only reason she's living with us now is because he wants her to finish her school here. Cathy's a genius. Why, if she wanted to swing out, she could be a great scientist, a brain surgeon, a lawyer.
Or spy for the FBI.
I'm not asking you to marry her. I just want you to pay some attention to
I'm
her.
not a philanthropist. Get someone else to water your wallflowers.
Cat, Harry's just dying to dance with you.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry. I just got this sudden headache and I'm going to bed. But it's chow time. I'm not very hungry.
I am. Let's eat.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from...
Someone else to water your wallflowers. Hi, Cathy. Can you have chow with me and then we'll cut it and cool it and make the big scene?
Wait a pound cake. I've got to dig Cathy. She's Lady One, Wildville. Cathy, I've got 2 front row seats for the latest hit play.
Excuse me, Patty. I'm going to try and get a date with Cathy. I'll bet she's the most popular girl in the whole world. I'll break my date with Patty and take you bowling.
But you promised to have dinner with me.
Please don't fight over me. It's too embarrassing. I'm afraid I'm all booked up. The only night I have open is New Year's Eve, 1973.
You don't have to go bowling. Frankie Avalon opens tonight, and I've got a buddy who can get us in.
I'm terribly sorry, Richard. I have an engagement for this evening. As must be he. Ta-ta. I'm ready, pound cake.
Cathy, you're the dream.
It's Frankie Avalon.
A Venus de Milo with arms. Down, beast.
Another time, perhaps.
Bye.
Bye.
How was the party last night?
A swinger. You should have seen Tiger dance the hammer.
That's a sight I could do without.
Did you enjoy the party, Cathy?
Oh, yes, Aunt Natalie.
Boy, you sure go with a bunch of loudmouths. I couldn't sleep. I know. You were too busy sneaking downstairs. It's my house, too. I got a
Did you like the little joke in my editorial?
I'm not reading your editorial.
That figures. May I ask what you do find so amusing?
Aunt Jane, listen to this. Dear Aunt Jane, my boyfriend is a musician, but he's very shy. How do I get him to kiss me? Here's her answer. Pretend you're a saxophone.
Who's Aunt Jane?
She writes a know-how column for tight pants and sweets. What?
He's and hers. If you're not making it with your jack-o'-lantern, you gotta, like, swing with the Aunt Jane scene. You dig?
I'm sorry.
She tries to help teenagers, Cathy. Actually, she gives pretty good advice. Her jokes are pretty bad. Of course, what really bothers me is that Patty laughs at them.
Dear Aunt Jane, I sincerely hope you can help me with my problem. I would like to change my image. I am a terrible wallflower.
Boy, I've had wardens in my time, but old man Millhouse is a monster's monster.
Oh, he's an excellent teacher. I believe.
Just what we need, an excellent teacher. I bet he gave us that extra Latin homework just so we'd miss the basketball game.
With a teacher like him, you don't have to bother studying. You've already flunked.
Well, we were in the kitchen. At least we can keep our strength up. Come on, Cat.
I'll be along in a minute.
Okay, later.
You Can Be Popular by Aunt Jane. Anyone can be popular, but there are certain rules that you must follow. Are you willing to do this? Oh, yes. There are a few simple tricks that will help you. For instance, when you're out with your date and you find yourself tongue-tied, smile. Wider. Rule 1. Popular people are generous people. They give of themselves. Offer to help your friends. Yes, I'll do it right away. You're a smart boy.
Latin. Why couldn't the Romans have spoken English like everybody else?
If they did, we could be at the basketball game right now.
Yeah.
I finished my Latin thesis. If any of you are having any trouble with yours, I'd be delighted to help you. She's pure mind. She gets an A+ in Latin.
You sure you don't mind? Gee, this is wonderful.
Rule 1. Offer to help your friends. Now that you have conquered Rule 1, we can move on to Rule 2. You have proved you are generous, and it worked out fine, didn't it? Certainly helped my Latin. Rule 2 is, always be honest and frank. Your personality will become a magnet that attracts weaker people to you. The only way to help people is to tell them the truth. Remember, no one respects a dish rag. That's it. I've been a dish rag.
Hi, Cat.
Hello, Uncle Martin. A letter from Father.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. He's in Paris. I'm home. Hello, Aunt Natalie.
Hi, Cathy. Patty.
Hi, Mom.
I was worried about you. The gridiron dinner starts at 7 o'clock.
I'm sorry I'm late. I stopped to pick up my new dress. How do you like it?
Very smart.
Sleeky. It's very... Aunt Natalie, would you like me to be honest?
Certainly, Cathy.
I feel it makes you look a bit heavy. Well, it's important to be honest and frank. It's the only way to be helpful.
Of course.
The color is wrong, too. Too young for you.
Thank you for your honest and frank opinion. If you'll excuse me, I'll go change into something thinner and older.
Oh, now, honey, don't get your feelings hurt. It does make you look a little hippie. I think Cathy was right to be frank.
Nobody likes a dish rack.
That's right.
Is it? Then you might take off the one you're wearing around your neck.
This? Well, you love me in bow ties.
That was 20 years ago. Your neck was thin. It makes you look like Joe College.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
You never asked me before.
Well, Natalie,
folks, don't let's start an argument.
As long as it's Truth Day, young lady, I'd like to tell you about your irritating habit of constantly interrupting.
I was only trying
In fact, your manners in general could stand a great deal of improvement.
Excuse me.
Yeah, excuse me.
You're too shaggy. Excuse me. I only followed Rule 2. By now you should be making definite progress on the road to popularity. Where did I go wrong? To have people interested in you, you must be interested in them. I am. And you must let them know it. Ask questions. Nothing flatters a person more than to be asked about himself. The more you want to know about them, the more interested they know you are. Rule 3. Be interested. Ask questions. Hello, Craig.
Hello, Cathy. Is Patty home?
No, she isn't. Can I help you?
I just wanted to return her math book.
Oh, I'll give it to her for you.
Okay, thank you. I never did thank you for helping me with my Latin.
That's all right.
It was really nice of you. Well, I mean, you don't find many girls who go out of the way to help you with your Latin.
I was glad to do it.
You're a very unusual girl, Cathy.
Am I?
Maybe it's because you were brought up in Europe. But you're awfully continental. In a nice way, I mean. And you're very honest.
Rule 2.
What?
I make it a rule 2.
Oh.
I mean, nobody likes a dish rack.
I never thought of it like that. You're very interesting. I'm usually pretty shy around girls, but you're very easy to talk to.
So are you. I'm usually shy around boys.
You? Oh, you're kidding me. You probably dated a lot of older men. Europeans. I'll bet they're different, aren't they?
They've had more experience, but they've been at it longer.
Yeah. I guess you must find us pretty boring. I mean, it must be hard for a beautiful genius like you to find someone interesting to talk to.
Thank you. It's not that hard. For example, I find you very interesting.
You do?
Yes, sir. I think you're very unusual.
Oh, I suppose I am. Well, I dream a lot. Well, I mean, I have plans. I know what I want to do with my future. I feel you have to know what you want to be, and plan for it, and work for it.
Certainly an admirable attitude. What are you going to be, Craig?
Either a movie star or a dentist.
That's wonderful.
Well, I've sure enjoyed talking to you. Bye.
Hi. Rule 3. Be interested. Ask questions. Craig?
Yes?
Where were you born?
Where was I born?
Yes.
Omaha.
Isn't that exciting?
You must be thinking of some other Omaha.
Tell me about your family.
What do you want to know?
Everything, Craig Whitlaw. Whitlaw's a very unusual name.
You know something.
What?
You have a reason for asking all these questions, don't you? Someone told you to.
Well, in a way, yes.
I knew we'd never live it down. Okay, my Uncle Harvey's a bigamist. That's why we changed our name and left Omaha. But it's no use. No matter where we go, there'll always be some snoop digging up our family skeleton.
Be interested. Ask questions. Dad? Cat? Don't you want any dinner? What's in store? Me, and everyone's side. I'm going to be the youngest old maid in America. Holy moly. You can be popular. No, I can't. Even Aunt Jane couldn't help me. Only 3 lessons and everybody hates me. Some people are just meant to be wallflowers. Perhaps I'll be a lighthouse keeper. You're no wallflower. Why, you're the smartest girl I know. That's not what counts. Not with boys. And boys are what count. You're smarter than I thought. But you can't be a wheel by reading a rule book. That's fakey. If you want the monster to dig you, you have to write your own scene. Don't be dual. Dual? Don't you speak any English. Be yourself. When I'm myself, I'm by myself. You have to work with what you've got. What have I got? That's what we're going to find out. It should be easy. You've traveled all over the world. I could talk about the Louvre or La Scala. That's how you wind up being babysitter to a lighthouse. No use. Dancing's always a good gimmick. I mean, you start out with the boy's arms around you. I can waltz. Marvy, is that the only dance you know? I don't know any of the latest dances, except for some Zambesi tribal dances Father took me to in Africa. They were quite interesting. Great. I've got a Zambesi tribal dance around my hands. Of course, I don't have the dom beat, but the rhythm goes like this. You're enormous! Well, Zambesi people are river people, and they start by pulling in their boat. And then they inspect the nets. Cuckoo! Isn't that wild? And then they push the boat to the river. Something she picked up in Africa. On safari.
Crazy.
And then, with their nets full, they go home.
Cathy, show me this part again.
Oh, was that pushing
No,
down?
show me this one.
Oh, now let me see.
How about this part?
Pushing the boat and then rowing.
No, how about this one, Cathy? Show me.
Why don't we all learn it together? Let's start with pushing. It's an authentic African tribal dance.
Yeah?
And then...
Boy, I really dig that exotic bit. No, I gotta get some pointers from Cathy.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Hello, Cathy.
I'm sorry I'm late. Craig and I stopped at the library.
You've had half a dozen phone calls. The messages are on the table.
Thank you. That is a lovely dress, Aunt Natalie.
This old thing, why, it's 5 years old.
It's very becoming. It makes you look so slim.
Thank you.
I don't know how long this new phase is going to last, but I like it.
I read your editorial today, Uncle Martin. It was brilliant.
Let's not overdo it.
I'll get it, Aunt Natalie. Hello? I told you not to call me. We have to be careful. I can't talk now. Please, don't you understand? I can't talk now. If you don't mind, I think I'll split. Suddenly I have this terrible headache. I think I'll get in a wreck. Say hello for me to whoever it is. She's gone, Richard. I can talk now.
Oh, no.
Tomorrow?
certainly. I'll meet you after biology class at the gym. Mm-hmm. Oh, you'd better make it around the back so she won't know. Fine. Good night.
You're, seeing Richard?
I was trying to think of a way to repay Patty for being so wonderful to me. So Richard and I are planning a surprise party for her. Won't she be thrilled?
I know I am.
Dear Aunt Jane, I have this terrible problem. My cousin is a rat. She's been trying to steal this beast I've been going with. And I want you to help.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Say something to your mother, even if it's goodbye.
I'm sorry. I'm busy throwing Richard away. Bluebeard.
Man trouble?
Richard's not a man. He's a two-timing, double-dealing wolf. And you know something else? I couldn't care less.
I'm glad it doesn't bother you.
Do you know who he's taking ice skating Saturday? Sue Ellen Turner. He didn't even give me a chance to turn him down.
Would you turn him down?
Never.
Perhaps he has some special reason for taking her.
You bet he has. Her father has a sports car, and she lets Richard drive it.
I'm sure you're more important to Richard than an automobile.
A two-tone, four-barrel carburetor job with stick shift.
I lost that to a red roadster with a rumble seat.
You had boy trouble, too?
Your father and I almost broke up. We were going steady, but there was a cute little blonde named Pauline who was chasing him.
She had the red roadster.
And a rumble seat. One afternoon, your father and I had a date, and he never showed up. He called that evening to explain that he'd gone for a drive with Pauline. She had driven him to the country, and their car had broken down.
What did you do?
Tore up his picture and told him I never wanted to see him again.
How did he get you back?
He wrote a poem to me.
Poem?
That's right. A beautiful love poem. I was so flattered I married him a week later. You talk to Richard. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Love poem. When Love Has Gone, by Charles Worth Remington. When love has gone, love has gone. The skies cry bitter rain. The skies cry bitter rain.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day. Where Cathy The adores, a minuet, the ballet route, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still their cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Well, that's lovely, Cathy. What do you call it?
I don't have a title for it yet, Aunt Natalie.
How about Stardust?
You're very talented.
Thank you. I studied composing when Father and I were in England. I had to give it up when he started traveling around Europe for the newspaper.
Have you heard from him this week?
I got a letter this morning. He's in Bombay.
Happy afternoon, everybody, dear.
Richard's taking you ice skating Saturday.
How did you know?
I'm psychic.
He chose you over a sports car? He's sick. How'd you like to be a test pilot in a rat trap factory? Boy, when I go 6 more inches, am I gonna get you?
How did you get Richard to change his mind?
I wrote something for him. A check.
Ross
doesn't have homework to do. No, I want to stay here. I gotta learn to protect myself from girls. Ross. I'm going.
What did you write?
A poem.
You didn't. How does it go?
You know, just like any other poem.
Well, let's hear it.
All right. When love has gone. When love has gone, love has gone. The stars forget to glow, and laughter turns to sadder songs than we were meant to know. When love has gone, all has gone. Skies cry bitter rain for all the lovers who have kissed and will not kiss again.
That's beautiful.
Patty, I'm really impressed.
It was nothing. If you have literary talent or you haven't.
Before we have to take off like a herd of turtles, I'd like to remind you that this is the final week of the Jimmy Dean Songwriting Contest, and your entries have to be in before, or postmarked before midnight Friday. And I will sing the winning song next week on the show. Now, the winners gets a $100 cash prize, and his song will be published. So, get him in here, and we'll thank the heck out of you. All right? Good.
Here's Richard. I'll be home early. Bye. Enjoy yourself. When love has gone, when love has gone, love has gone. The stars forget to glow.
Good night, Patty.
Aren't you coming in?
I can't. I promised my father I'd be home early. My uncle's visiting us, and I have to spend some time with him. And I haven't finished my geometry.
Dad's out.
Why don't we have a sandwich?
Hi, Cat. You're just in time. Listen. When love has gone, love has gone, the stars forget to go.
She's playing my song.
To sadder songs than we were meant to know. When love has gone, all has gone. The skies cry bitter rain for all the lovers who have kissed and will not kiss again. Cathy, that's great. You're a real talent.
I'll say it's good enough to be in the Jimmy Dean Song Contest. You could win $100.
Money isn't everything.
Well, you want everybody to hear your song, don't you?
No. Some things are sacred.
Do you really think we'd have a chance?
No. Of course not. There are
probably millions of entries.
What do you got to lose?
You.
What?
You wouldn't want us to commercialize our talent, would you?
I don't understand you, Patty. You usually have more angles than Sergeant Bilko. And now you got a chance to win $100 and maybe be famous, and you don't want to invest in a 5-cent stamp.
You're right, Richard. I'll mail it in the morning.
Don't bother. I'll do it for you.
No. My song, I'll mail it.
It's all the same postal service. Do you know what it'll mean if you win?
Do I?
You'll be immortal. Like Whistler's mother. Don't worry. I'll mail this in the morning. Good night.
I've written a lot of music, but I've never had anything published. What do we do if we win? About 7 years. Cathy, we've got to get that song back from Richard. You don't like my music? I love your music. That's the point. It might just win. Then what's the matter? I'll show you what the matter is. When love has gone, love has gone. Stars forget. Patty, someone's stolen your poem. Boy, you really love me, don't you? I stole it. Patty, how could you? With my crooked little pencil, that's how could I. But I only did it to get Bluebeard back. I didn't expect it to go in any contest. Now do you see why we can't enter it? You know what they can do to you for plagiarism? No. Neither do I, and I don't want to find out. But we just have to tell Richard the truth. Have you ever seen Sue Ellen on ice skates? If Richard takes her ice skating, I'm sunk. I know what we can do. I'll call him and tell him I've decided I don't want my music entered in the contest. Then he'll never have to know about the poem. You've done it again. We'll call him first thing in the morning. Don't take any arguments. Just tell him you want the song back. Be firm. Hello, Mr. Harrison. This is Cathy Lane. I'm sorry to bother you so early, but I have to talk to Richard. It's urgent. It's urgent. He what? Where? Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Where's Richard? He's left. So early? He told his father he had to go to the post office. What are we going to do? 7 years. Papa? You're sort of an expert on everything, aren't you?
Nobody's an expert on everything. A good newspaper man has to know a little about everything.
I'll bet you've had a lot of interesting experiences. I mean, like, running into cases of plagiarism?
Plagiarism is a pretty serious matter, Patty.
How serious?
Well, it's a statutory offense. Plagiarists can be fined as much as $10,000.
$10,000?
And 7 years in jail.
I don't think I'm very hungry. Would you excuse me? I'm not very hungry either. What if it doesn't work? Will you stop worrying? Did I get you in trouble? Yes.
I know it's really a great song, except for one thing. It stinks.
Mr. Kramer, it has all the qualities of 3 coins in the fountain.
It has one quality. It's all wet. No more songs today. My ulcer can't stand it.
Kramer, we'd like to take a song back.
What do you mean you'd like to take a song back?
We sent in a song for the Jimmy Dean Song Contest. That's right. And we've changed our minds. We've decided not to enter it.
Is that darling? They decided not to enter. We've gotten over 50,000 entries. Biggest contest we ever had. You can have your little song back. We've already narrowed it down to 3 entries. Give them back their song.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Kramer. We can't tell you how much we appreciate it.
You want some real good advice? Don't be songwriters.
We'll find your song and mail it to you. What's the title?
When Love Has Gone.
When love has gone? That's one of the 3 that we have in the finals.
Cathy.
By Patty and Cathy Lane. That's you two, right? Which one of you wrote the lyrics? Come on, don't be modest.
I did.
Imagine someone that young writing lyrics like that. Ooh, you got real heart. It got me. Yes. The skies cried bitter rain. All the lovers that have kissed and will not kiss again. It put me away.
Thanks, Mr. Kramer, but if you don't mind, we'd like our song back. Then you'll only have 2 contestants to worry about.
Modest. You can always tell the real pros. Really. You know, if you took your song out of the contest now, people would think that the contest was fixed. Now, you wouldn't want anybody to think something crooked was going on, now would you?
No, sir. However...
Good. Be sure to watch the Jimmy Dean show next Thursday night. Real hot.
How did you get us into this? Me? Yeah, you and your music. You were the one who told me. We have nothing to be panicky about. The other 2 songs are probably great. Of course. And even if we did win, Charlesworth Remington probably doesn't even watch the program. He's a poet. He probably can't even afford a television set. Most poets are poor, broken-down beatniks. If he was famous, like Robert Frost or Carl Steinberg, we would have heard of him. Exactly. He's probably struggling along in some tiny garret in Greenwich Village, cold and hungry. If the song wins, we'll send the check back to the publisher and ask him to track Mr. Remington down and give it to him. That's a great idea. Stealing his poem is the biggest favor we could have done him. Cathy, we've taken a starving, broken-down poet and given him back his self-respect. You know what we are? We're patrons of the arts.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. The announcement of the winner of the Jimmy Dean Song Contest. And here he is with the good news, Jimmy Dean. And I thank you. We have, ladies and gentlemen, looked through thousands and thousands of songs, and picking a winner wasn't an easy thing to do. There was one song, however, that we kept coming back to.
My song.
We believe that this song is going to be a big, big one. It's the kind of a ballad that people have enjoyed for years and years.
Well, for heaven's sake, why doesn't he give us the name of it?
It is my pleasure to introduce for the first time on TV, When Love Is Gone. Lyrics by Patty Lane, music by Cathy Lane.
Congratulations.
You realize that everybody down at the Chronicle is watching this, even J.R.
I want to hear my song.
When love is gone, love has gone. The stars forget to glow, and laughter turns to sadder songs than we were meant to know. When love is gone, all is gone. The sky cries bitter rain for all the lovers who have kissed and will not kiss again.
Are you certain that old Remington doesn't have a television set in his garret?
I can't hear my song.
Isn't this exciting? There must be 20 million people listening to this song.
Perhaps 20 million. And one.
When love is gone, life is gone, the world's a spinning stone that's lost in space, and we must face our journey all alone. Our journey
Listen to this.
congratulations. I've just ordered first printing of 50,000 copies of When Love Has Gone. Looks like a winner. Sam Kramer Bird Music Corporation.
Cuckoo.
Hello? I know, isn't it exciting? The phone hasn't stopped ringing all morning. Every time the girls started to leave for school, there was another phone call or telegram, so I decided to let them stay home today. How often do you become famous? Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
Who is that?
It was,
Here's an offer to do a week in Las Vegas. You get one to go to Timbuktu, grab it. You never know when you might want to see Timbuktu. I'll get it. Hello? This is Patty Lane. It's Springtime Magazine. They want to do a telephone interview with us. Yes? How do I work? Well, it's a matter of inspiration. I mean, either you have it or you don't. I like to work in a darkened room, facing north. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of calls have been coming in, but I don't know if I want to make songwriting my life's work or not. Fame is so fleeting, isn't it? Well, I may do a Broadway show or two, and then I'll see. Would you like to talk to Cathy? She can't come to the phone right now. We'll be in all day. You can send the photographer out any time. Oh, thank you. Bye. Springtime Magazine is sending out a photographer. Shall I get my hair done? I don't think you have to bother. Why not? Please arrange to be home this evening at 8 o'clock. Coming to discuss very important matter. Charles Worth Remington.
Who's he?
Starving beatnik from Greenwich Village. Kind of collaborator.
How serious is it, Martin?
That depends entirely on Remington. He's probably boiling mad. And he has every right to be. He's not only been cheated out of his glory, he's been cheated out of his money.
We didn't mean to cheat him.
I have a hard time proving that.
What if we gave him some money, in addition to whatever he makes on the song?
We're going to have to. It's the only thing we have to trade. We'll put his name on the lyrics and give him all the royalties and offer him a cash settlement for damages.
What if he refuses to settle?
And we'll face that when we come to it. He either wants money or vengeance. That could be him now. Judging by that Rolls Royce parked out there, it's vengeance.
Mr. Lane, I presume?
Yes?
I am Charles Worth Remington.
Very pleased to meet you. Won't you come in, sir? Mr. Remington, this is my wife, Mrs. Lane, my son, Ross.
How do you do?
My daughter, Patty, my niece, Cathy, my dog, Mr. Remington.
Won't you sit down?
No, thank you. This won't take very long. I'm here about that song that was played on the Jimmy Dean show last night.
Yes, we know.
You also know who wrote the words to it?
Yes, sir. You did.
That is correct. 25 years ago.
It was all my fault. Cathy had nothing to do with it. I'm just as guilty as she is. I'm an accessory after the fact. It was all my idea.
Just let me handle this. Now, we are fully prepared to make any restitution you ask, Mr. Remington.
Restitution for what happened last night?
We'll do anything.
You already have.
You can say that again.
I wrote that poem to a girl called Alice. She was the love of my life. We'd had a quarrel, and I wrote the poem to show her how I really felt about it. It got lost in the mail. Of course, I didn't know that. When I didn't hear from her, I assumed that she wasn't interested in me any longer, so I left the country. I went to Australia, where I started a sheep ranch. I became very rich, but I never forgot Alice. What I didn't know was that she finally did receive my poem. And she tried to call me to tell me that she loved me too. But of course, I had left by that time. She even had the poem published, hoping that I would see it. All these years that I've been searching for her, she's been searching for me too. We had just about given up hope of ever finding each other. When last night she heard my poem set to music. I heard it, too. We both went to the television station. We met.
I'm going to cry.
So am I.
Alice and I are leaving on a round-the-world honeymoon trip tonight.
Then you're not mad at me?
I owe you a great deal, young lady. I came to thank you.
I told you we were doing something beautiful for someone.
I can't tell you how happy you've made us all.
Oh, there's just one thing. Alice thinks it was my idea to have the poem set to music, and she's very romantic. I don't like to disillusion her.
I won't tell anybody. I'll put all the money for the song.
Oh, you could do what you like with that. Well, Alice is waiting for me, so once again, thank you all. Bye.
See you happens, Remy.
We're going to make millions from that song. The first thing I'm going to do with the money...
Set up a scholarship.
Me? A scholarship?
That's right. You were the one who was worried about struggling writers starving in freezing garrets, remember? Well, this is your chance.
That's a wonderful idea, Uncle Martin. Maybe it's not so bad as that. Patty Lane Scholarship.
The Charles Worth Remington Scholarship.
Oh. Well, what do I care? There's plenty more where that came from.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I like vanilla better. Please. I saw him first. He's mine. Oh, he's not, Patty. He followed me home. Well, you can't keep him. Look, see, I know he doesn't belong to you. He doesn't belong to you either. Finder, keeper. Natalie, Patty's trying to take away. That's not true, Mom. I brought home the cutest.
Just a minute, both of you. There will be no more pets in this house. No exceptions. Where is he?
I left him in the living room. You mean I left him in the living room? He came home with me.
Well, he's going out with you.
There he is.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet roof, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Very happy to meet you, Mr.
Cal, ma'am. Please call me Cal.
Cal's from Bhukanistan, near India.
Well, you are very welcome here.
You are most gracious. This is the first home I have ever been in.
Oh, you mean in America?
I mean ever.
Back home, don't you live with your parents?
I am an orphan. I live with my uncle. It must be wonderful to have this kind of privacy. At home, 50 of us live under one roof.
50?
Sometimes more. My country is a very poor one.
I came over here to learn things so that I can help my people when I return.
That's beautiful. Cal is here to learn American know-how.
That's one of our best exploits. How do you like America so far?
Very, very much. The people are so warm.
I see. Oh, that must be the cleaners.
Oh, this is the first money I have ever handled.
You mean the first American money?
The first money ever. I mean, we are not allowed to handle money.
Excuse me.
How did you make out in your exams yesterday?
I did well in some subjects. In others, what do you say, goofed.
We have a lot in common. I'm terrible in school.
The most difficult subject for me is American history. We are having a test on Friday. I was hoping perhaps we could stuff together.
Stuff together?
Well, you know, squeeze.
Oh, you mean cram?
That's it, cram.
I'll help you, Cal. Who's going to help you? I know more about American history than she does. She's been brought up in Europe. I've had the advantage of living in Brooklyn Heights all my life. Would you like to stay and have dinner with us, Cal?
Please do. I make very good potato pancakes.
I would enjoy that very much. But unfortunately, tonight I cannot. I must be with my uncle.
Then come another night.
You come as often as you like.
I'll see you to the door. I'll walk you home. It's about time. Where did you walk him to, Buchanistan? Cousin dear, this is a free country. As one of our great American presidents said, if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. It's my kitchen. Cal came here today to see me. Then why did he walk home with me? Because you threw yourself at him. Maybe I did, but he caught me. I'm doing you a favor. Cal's not your type. And exactly what type is he? Well, he's dark and dreamy looking. That's my type. He needs someone who can teach him American customs. That's me. I'm as American as apple pie. Oh? And what am I? A wet crumpet.
You should have heard him, Martin. He's never had any money in his life. He lives in a place with 50 people, and yet he doesn't feel one bit sorry for himself. All he kept talking about was going back to his country and helping his people.
Sounds like quite a boy.
He is. He's beautiful and very serious-minded.
He came to this country to learn American customs.
And which one of you two is helping him to learn?
I am.
Oh?
Oh, don't look at me. I'm just a referee.
Is this what they mean by the eternal triangle?
I'll have to meet this boy. I didn't think the two of you were attracted to the same type.
A dreamboat is a dreamboat in any language.
I'd like to help him if we could. He lives with an uncle, and he didn't say much, but I get the feeling that the uncle is pretty strict with him.
Well, if he has a financial problem, I might be able to get him a job on the paper after school.
Could you, Uncle Martin? We'd appreciate that. Who's we? Calamere and I.
I'll check and see if we have an opening for a copy boy.
I could make him a loan. He couldn't afford your rates. You know something? I hope Cathy gets him. That's a terrible thing to say to your own sister.
It's a silly thing to say. Why, it isn't as though Cathy and Patty are competing for him.
No, of course not. No, of course not. Now, next question. The Louisiana Purchase was made in?
1803, December 20.
Very good. Next. Who followed President Arthur?
Mrs. Alton?
What I had in mind was President Cleveland.
I know. Grover. Could we stop a while, Catherine?
I'm sorry. I have been pushing you pretty hard. I got carried away.
You are a wonderful teacher.
You're easy to teach.
There's so much to learn, so much to do.
You can do anything you want to.
You make me believe it.
It's true. All you need is a dream, and you have one.
What is your dream, Catherine?
To make a chocolate souffle that won't fall.
No, tell me.
I'm full of dreams. I'd like to be a teacher, or a nurse, or a scientist, and invent something to help humanity. When I was a little girl, I used to dream of doing some great deed and having a city named after me.
Catherineville. It has a nice sound. My uncle would like you. Last night I told him about you.
What did you tell him?
It does not matter. I brought you a gift.
Cal, you must never do that.
But why? Is that not the custom in your country?
That isn't the point. You mustn't ever spend any of your money on me.
I did not spend any money on it. I had it. And I wanted very much for you to have it. Please, open it.
It's beautiful.
Do you really like it?
Very much. It will make a lovely paperweight.
A paperweight? It is yours to do with as you wish.
There you are. Well, sorry I'm late. Now we can all sit down and do our homework together. Let's see, here we go now. Who followed President Arthur? Mrs. Arthur?
Yeah, that's pretty. Where'd it come from?
Cal brought it.
No, it looks like a real emerald.
Except that if it were, it'd be worth about $100,000.
Well, it can't be worth $100,000. I just got him a job as a copy boy on the Chronicle.
That's wonderful.
Oh, Natalie. Unless I'm crazy, this real emerald is a real emerald.
That's impossible.
What'd you say this boy's name was?
Calmir Prakashamand.
Oh, no.
Have you heard of him?
Heard of him? My new copy boy is the Crown Prince of Buchanistan.
Cal, he couldn't be.
Why not?
Because he had lunch here and I used my old silver. He said he was poor. He said he lived in a place with 50 servants. And he never handled money because...
He had an equerry to take care of little details like that. His uncle is General Sarika, the United Nations delegate from Buchanistan. I did an interview with him last week.
Whose uncle is General Sarika?
Your friend Cal. He's the Crown Prince of Buchanistan.
What? Holy moly. My Cal is a Crown Prince?
Well, I don't know whose Cal he is, but he's a prince, all right. Oh, I'll get that. Guard it with your life.
He never told me. He wanted me to treat him like just an ordinary boy. The most romantic thing I've ever heard.
General Sarika.
Mr. Lane, I'm very sorry to intrude without notice, but the matter is urgent.
Well, I know why you're here, General, and I assure you they had no idea the emerald was genuine.
Emerald?
And it's right in here. General Sarika, may I present Mrs. Lane, my daughter Patty.
I'm very happy to meet you, General. Your nephew has spoken of you.
I have come on behalf of His Highness, the Crown Prince of Buchanistan, to bring a proposal of marriage.
Oh, Mom.
To your niece, Catherine.
Cathy? Are you sure you got the message right? I'm Patty. Both our names end in Y. It's very easy to make a mistake.
There is no mistake.
I'll get Cathy. Don't anybody dare say a word until I get back.
I don't know what to say, General. This comes as something of a shock.
I'll say.
His Highness is very impulsive, but once his mind is made up, he does not change it. If your niece will have herself in readiness at noon tomorrow, a limousine will pick her up and bring her to the embassy, where the marriage contract will be signed. Will that be convenient?
I'm afraid not.
Another time would be more convenient?
Yes, about 5 years from now. General Sarika, Cathy is 16 years old.
I have pointed that out to His Highness. He said he has nothing against older women.
Older?
In our country, the brides are usually younger.
Your Highness. Cathy, this is General Sarika. And now the General has come here.
I know. Aunt Natalie told me. Calmer sent you.
His Royal Highness has asked me to convey to you his deep feelings for you and assurances that he will do everything in his power to see to your future happiness.
He said that?
Well, now, this is all very flattering, and we certainly appreciate the honor, General, but
Your niece will be given a dowry of £1 million. She will have her own staff of servants, motor cars, a summer palace, and a winter palace.
A summer palace and a winter palace?
General, I'm afraid...
The marriage ceremony will take place in Buchanistan in 10 days.
No, it won't. Now, please tell the prince there is not going to be any ceremony. General Sarika, you must realize that American customs are a little different.
But surely these customs are the same all over the world.
Well, not in this case. His Royal Highness has picked the wrong girl. I mean, Cathy is not even out of high school yet. Surely you don't believe that she's going to leave her home and travel halfway around the world to live in a foreign country with the crown prince. Well, tell him, Cathy.
Yes.
Martin, we've got to find a way to stop this.
We're going to, but not by forbidding them to see one another. We've got to be very careful that Cathy doesn't get hurt. We can't afford to offend Calmere. I mean, he's the head of a country, remember?
How could I forget it? Why couldn't they have brought a cat home?
What?
Nothing. Hadn't we better send Kenneth a cable?
And say what? Congratulations, you're going to be a father-in-law? Now, don't worry, Natalie. Believe me, Cathy will not go through with it. She's far too sensible.
You mean she's too sensible to turn down a handsome young prince whom she loves, £1 million, a summer palace, a winter palace?
Wait a minute. Whose side are you on?
There's a lot to be said for the other side, Martin. And besides, Cathy loves Cal.
How does she know who she loves? She's only 16.
I married you when I was 17.
Well, that was different. I mean, Cathy is attracted by the glamour, the fantasy of being a princess and ruling a country. It's storybook stuff.
It does sound glamorous, doesn't it?
Well, it's not going to sound so glamorous after I finish talking to her. I'm going to point out a few of the grim realities. She's going to be living in an underdeveloped country where there's a very high rate of poverty and living conditions are appalling. Don't worry. I'll knock that romantic little dream out of her. Oh, hello, Cat.
Hello, Uncle Martin. You're home early.
Yes. He has a lecture to give.
I've had the most wonderful time. I've been out shopping with Calmere.
Oh, what'd you buy? Matching elephants?
Isn't hers?
Cathy, sit down. Your Aunt Natalie and I want to talk to you. Now, Cathy, you're only 16 years old. You just can't get married and go running off to live in a country halfway around the world.
I agree.
You do? I told you there was nothing to worry about.
I talked to Cal and his uncle about it. I'm going to sign the marriage contract now, but I have to stay here and finish school. I won't go to Buchanistan until I'm 18. Look at these books and maps Cal bought me. I want to learn everything there is to know about Buchanistan before I go over there.
Well, I think I can help you. I'd like to give you a few facts about Buchanistan.
Wonderful. Cal has already told me quite a bit about it. Did you know that its per capita income is one of the lowest in the world? The poverty and disease over there are incredible. And do you know what it's due to?
No.
Ignorance. They need schools, hospitals, roads. Cal and I have been talking about an irrigation project. If it works, it could turn a whole desert into farmland. Look. We could raise the per capita income 17% in the first 2 years. Isn't that exciting?
She asked you if that isn't exciting.
Oh, yes. Yes, very. Where's the money coming from?
Part of it is coming from me.
You mean you're going to irrigate a whole desert on $5 a week?
Cal is going to sell that emerald he gave me. At first he hated the idea. It's been in his family for hundreds of years. But I convinced him that unless it's put to use, it's just a worthless stone. It could feed 1,000 families for 3 years. Isn't it incredible? No one ever thought of it that way before. If you'll excuse me, I want to get some charts ready. Calmere is coming over.
Well, you sure talked her out of her romantic little dream. What are we going to do now?
Cable Kenny's going to be a father-in-law.
Come in. What did you knock for? It's your room, too. I didn't want to
disturb you if you were working on affairs of state or anything. What? If you want me to, I'll move into Ross's room and he can sleep on the couch. Don't you want to share this room with me anymore? Sure, but... Well, when you move into the palace, I don't want you to have to tell him the last place you lived you had to share a room and bath. What's he standing at attention for? Sit down. When do you sign the marriage contract? Friday? Gee, only 3 more days as a civilian. What do I call you? Princess or Your Highness? Is that for flurrying you? Patty, I love you. You call me Cathy, you silly idiot. Or better yet, Cat. You mean it? Certainly. I'm the good princess. Can I come and visit you at the palace? You better. I'll be dying of homesickness. No, you won't. You'll be too busy ruling everything. You'll have a suite of your own, and you can stay as long as you like. Cal doesn't have any brothers, does he? He has 7. 7? Bingo!
Anybody home at the palace?
Just a play, girl.
Is Cal here?
He stopped by to drop off a gift.
You know, we have to find some way to make him stop giving these expensive gifts.
I suppose so. Look.
The formal signing of the marriage contract will take place at our embassy tomorrow. As a courtesy, however, we thought you would like to look up the various conditions now.
Let me say it again, General. Cathy is a minor. Nothing she signs now will be binding.
We understand that, Mr. Lane. It is really a premarital agreement. We would like to get this done now because my nephew must return home next week. When Catherine reaches her 18th birthday, it will become binding.
Unless Cathy changes her mind.
I won't.
I will see to that. Now, as to the terms, it is traditional for the bride to bring to the royal family 10 water buffalo.
Where am I going to find water buffalo in New York City?
50 camels.
I might be able to find one at the zoo, but 50 camels?
In the matter of money, the bride pays a dowry of all her worldly possessions to show her dependence upon her husband. How much money do you have?
$7.25.
$7.25.
If you can wait until Monday, I'll have another $5.
It will do. I think this covers the main points, but there are always these little difficulties with the first wife.
The first wife?
Yes, the dowry changes in future marriages.
Future marriages?
What future marriages are those, General?
It is a small point. In our country, a man may have as many wives as he can afford.
My father had 15.
Do you mean you want me to be your first wife?
Of course.
And that you will marry other women after me?
Not right away.
Not right away.
This is the most outrageous...
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I just took it for granted you knew. It is the way of our people.
That's not my way. When I get married, it's going to be for keeps.
For keeps?
To one man. With one wife. Me.
It is nothing to get excited over. Different countries, different customs. You will get used to this.
I don't intend to try.
You don't mean you're refusing to marry me?
Better find a girl when you get back home. In America, girls like it our way better. One to a customer.
This is such a little thing. I do not understand.
I will explain it to you in the limousine. I'm afraid there is nothing more to talk about.
Just to say goodbye.
Cathy. Catherine, perhaps if we discussed this, you would change your mind.
Good luck with the irrigation project.
Thank you. Goodbye, Catherine.
So sorry, Cathy. Are you very upset?
No. Just a little numb. Do you know, I was almost a princess.
So where's Cathy?
She's getting dressed. She'll be right down.
Oh. Patty, has she said anything to you about,
Calmere?
Mm-hmm.
No. The first few weeks were pretty rough, but I think she's all right now.
I'm not. Boy, I could have been living in a palace.
She doesn't talk about it much.
She hasn't been going out at all. Can't you get her interested in something?
Or somebody?
I try. She just likes to be by herself.
Well, maybe you could try just a little harder, huh?
Sure. Good morning.
Hello, dear.
Kath. Well, what do you girls have planned for tonight?
Richard and I are going bowling. Would you like to join us, Kath? No, thank you, Patty. I think I'll stay in and write some letters.
Why don't you go, Cathy? You haven't been out one night in the last 6 weeks.
I guess I'm just not ready yet.
Try to forget him.
I will. I know it's ridiculous. By now he's certainly forgotten all about me.
Cathy?
From Buchanistan.
What is it?
Postmark. It's from Catherineville.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Look, here's one of Cathy's presents for Uncle Kenneth. From Africa.
Gee, it's going to be exciting having Uncle Kenneth here for Christmas. Can we all go to the airport with Cathy to meet him?
Of course.
Hey, where is Cathy?
In a room wrapping more presents for her father.
Christmas Eve will be here tomorrow. Monday the banks will let me borrow.
Will you please help me out of this?
Certainly, brother dear.
Thank you, sister dear.
Brother dear and sister dear. Those are the first civilized words they've exchanged since last Christmas.
Would you see this little string of lights in the basement, Ross?
Certainly, mother dear. Wouldn't it be great if we had Christmas every day?
I'd be bankrupt by February 1st.
Here are some more presents to go into the tree, Aunt Natalie.
Oh, those? You must have spent next year's allowance on gifts for your father.
I may have to float alone. I simply can't believe Father will be here tomorrow. It's been almost a year since I've seen him. In just 7 hours and 10 minutes, he'll be boarding a plane in Brussels.
Oh, I'll get that. You keep trimming. Well, good evening, J.R.
I've been trying to get you on the phone for the last hour.
Well, I guess Patty must have been using it. Is anything wrong?
There's a revolution going on in Kurdistan.
Yeah, I know.
What you don't know is that last night one of our foreign correspondents evaded their border guards and entered the country illegally. He's been arrested and is being held in a government prison.
One of our foreign correspondents?
Your brother Kenneth.
Kenneth? Kenneth Lane of Chronicle accused of espionage and inciting a revolution.
Well, that's impossible. Kenneth is in Brussels covering that trade conference.
That's what he's supposed to be doing. He flew over to Kurdistan without telling anybody. The rebel general's an old buddy of his and smuggled him into the country.
Well, that's good.
Is it? We're in trouble with their foreign office, our State Department, and the head of a foreign government. They've had me on the carpet all morning.
I'm sorry about that, J.R., but we've got to do something about Kenneth.
Yes, I intend to. If your brother Kenneth ever gets out of jail, he's fired.
You're firing my brother?
No. You are. Merry Christmas.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet roots, and crepe Suzette.
Our Cathy loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
But Kenneth's got to be here. You've no idea how Cathy's been looking forward to spending Christmas with her father. She's been planning for this all year.
I know. Now, we're going to have to tell her he's not coming.
You're right. You do it.
I think it would be better coming from you. You're a woman.
But Kenneth's your brother.
Well, he's your brother-in-law. Oh, Kat. Your Aunt Natalie wants to talk to you.
I was just going down to the basement to find another star. This one's bent.
Kathy,
Yes, Aunt Natalie?
your Uncle Martin would like to talk to you.
It's about Father, isn't it?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, yes, it is.
I've been thinking about it, too. He can only stay 1 week, and I've been trying to plan the most exciting things we can do before he goes back. It wouldn't be fair to just think about us. We should think of things that he would enjoy doing.
But if he couldn't get here for Christmas, we could always do all those things later, couldn't we? I mean, whenever he did get here.
Oh, he'll be here for Christmas. We've spent every Christmas of our lives together. Even when I was a little girl, after Mother died. Father would have to leave me to go to faraway places on assignments. Once I remember he was in Morocco. But no matter where he was at Christmas time, he always came back to me. On Christmas Eve, I would pull up a chair facing the front door and wait for him. And before midnight, that door would open and Father would walk in. He'll be here.
Cathy,
Yes, Aunt Natalie?
why don't you go find that star?
Right.
You handled that beautifully.
I handled it beautifully. Why didn't you tell her?
I couldn't.
Well, neither could I. You stand some more good news?
Go on.
When Kenneth gets back, he's going to be fired. It's J.R.'s orders. And guess who's going to have to do it to him? Scrooge.
Martin. Didn't you tell J.R. it's Christmas?
Sure. He does all his firing on Christmas.
This is the worst Christmas of my life.
Move over.
What are we going to do?
I'll tell you what we're not going to do. We're not going to spend Christmas Eve watching Cathy sitting in a chair in front of that door waiting for someone who's not coming.
Then we're back where we were. One of us has to tell her.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Miller and the news.
No, we don't.
Oh, Martin, she has to be told.
Yeah, well, of course, but I haven't got the heart to do it, and neither do you.
Then who's going to do it?
Alan Miller.
Martin, we can't do that.
Good evening, ladies and
Excuse me, I have to check on my plum pudding.
Don't go, Kat.
Excuse me.
Did you want to talk to me?
Well, no, but I just thought maybe you'd like to watch the news with me.
The Coast Guard has ordered all small craft to take cover, steamships to try to move out of the path of the storm, and coastal towns are being boarded up in anticipation of the violent onslaught. Moving to news overseas. World leaders in the spirit of Christmas met today to talk of peace and to plan treaties to implement those talks.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes. I must go. My plum pudding is burning.
Yeah, but the news isn't over yet.
You tell me if I miss anything exciting.
You're going to find a white Christmas this year, for all of Europe is shivering in the grip of a severe cold wave.
Papa, do you have any thumbtacks?
Oh, yeah, somewhere there.
Out of revolution-torn Kurdistan comes word tonight that an American foreign correspondent, Kenneth Lane, is being held in prison on charges of espionage. The State Department denies the charge and has asked for his release.
Uncle Kenneth?
In Bermuda,
Uncle Kenneth.
Match has ended in a...
Does Cathy know?
She left the room before Alan Miller got up enough nerve to tell her about it.
Gee, do you want me to tell her?
That's the coward's way out. No, I've got to do it myself. Maybe if I brought it up casually.
Sure, like, guess who's in prison? Or, the funniest thing happened to your father on his way here to spend Christmas with you.
All right, then the only way to do it is to be forthright and just get it over with. Cathy, your father was covering a revolution in Kurdistan, and they're holding him in prison over there.
I know. It says he's safe and unharmed.
That's right, Cathy. He is safe and unharmed. We have a lot to be thankful for. And the State Department will get him out in a week or two, so don't worry.
I'm not worried, Uncle Martin. Father has been in situations like this before. Then it's all right about Christmas? Of course. He'll get here. He always spends Christmas with me.
Well, there must be some way to get through. Try the embassy over there. Tell them it's a priority call. Oh, it's you.
I've heard of calling person to person, but this is ridiculous.
Well, I was trying to get through to our office in Rome. Eddie, look, you keep trying. Call me back when you have something. All right, thanks. I can't get any calls through to Kurdistan.
Maybe the country's closed for the weekend. Is it a big country?
Well, it's big enough to have a prison.
Why does your brother have to be such an adventurer?
Well, he takes after me. I mean, that's the way I'd be if I weren't married and didn't have a family.
I'm glad you've got us. It kept you out of prison.
Boy, I've been hearing some crazy rumors.
What sort of rumors?
About Uncle Kenneth. Is he in some kind of trouble or something?
Yeah, I'm afraid he is, Ross, but we're trying to get him out of it. Look, does Cathy seem very upset to you?
I don't know. She's kind of quiet. I mean, Cathy's always quiet. She's deep. You know what I mean?
We know what you mean.
Well, this may turn out to be a very rough Christmas for Cathy, so your mother and I would appreciate it if you'd go out of your way to make things easier for her.
Sure. I love Cathy. I wish she was my sister and Patty was my cousin.
No.
I know. It was just a wild dream. Okay, I'll do everything I can.
Thanks, son.
Why do bad things always have to happen to nice people? Why did it have to be Cathy's father?
You've been sitting there for hours. Why don't you help me hang some mistletoe? There are going to be a lot of boys dropping in tomorrow. No, thank you, Patty. I want to see Father when he walks in. Cass, it's Christmas and your father's not here. It won't be Christmas for another hour. Father enjoys surprising me at the last minute. He's not even in the country. Then he's on his way. He's not on his way. Cathy, please don't do this to yourself. He's in a prison 7,000 miles away. There aren't even any planes flying out of there. I remember one Christmas, when I was 10. Father was in Tibet. I was in London with a governess. I wouldn't go to bed. I got a chair, sat in front of the door. And at 5 minutes of 12, the door opened, and he walked in. He smelled a bit like a yak, and he could only stay an hour. But he was there. He'll be here. You'll see. Cathy, don't look for miracles. Isn't that what Christmas is all about? A miracle.
No word at all?
Mom,
What's going to happen to her if he doesn't show up?
I don't know.
I see. Well, what about the fighting? They have. Well, listen, I'll be at home. You call me here if you find out anything. Fine, thank you. It's our Rome office. There's no further news about Kenneth.
Dado, Cathy said one Christmas her father came to see her for just an hour.
So?
What if Uncle Kenneth came tonight for just an hour?
What do you mean?
You and Uncle Kenneth are identical twins.
Your Uncle Kenneth has a mustache.
You could put on a mustache.
And what good would that do?
If Cathy's father walked in that door before midnight, even if it were just for a few minutes, even if he explained that he had to leave again, don't you see? She'd have a miracle.
Oh, Patty, don't be ridiculous.
You said yourself you and Uncle Kenneth were always fooling people.
Well, we were a lot younger then. We could get away with murder. I remember there was a girl in our biology class, Harriet Olson. She hated me for some reason, but she was crazy about Ken. One night he had a date with her, and he couldn't keep it. So I kept it for him. She didn't even know the difference. We had a wonderful time. Next day, she hated me again.
This might work, Martin?
Well, this is different. I mean, I could never convince Cathy that I'm her own father.
Not even for an hour? You could tell her that you have to take the next plane back to Kurdistan, and before she knows what's hit her, you've gone.
Well, who got me out of jail and flew me over here? Friendly Martians?
You could tell her that the rebel general is a friend of yours and let you escape.
And an old Air Force buddy gave you a lift to New York.
What do you mean like this? You see, Cathy, this old Air Force buddy of... no, wait a minute now. You see, Cathy, this
He calls her Kit Kat.
Oh, yeah. You see, Kit Kat, this old Air Force buddy of mine flew me over here after I broke out of jail. Oh, boy. Cathy is too bright a girl to believe that. Now, it's out of the question.
Oh, you couldn't do it for a long period of time, but for an hour? She wants to believe so much, she wouldn't even question it.
Well, where am I supposed to be all this time?
Down at the newspaper office.
Will you try it?
No,
Oh, Martin, it'll break her heart if he doesn't come through that door before 12 o'clock.
What do you say?
Oh, I say... Where the devil am I going to find a mustache at 11:30 on Christmas Eve?
Maybe Daddy couldn't find a mustache. That's him. He made it. I hope it works.
It has to.
Father's here.
Is this the Lane residence?
Oh,
Merry Christmas, Kit Kat.
Hi, Uncle Kenneth. We knew you'd make it.
Hey, Patty. You've grown into a real beauty.
Hello, Kenneth. Welcome.
Hi, Nat. You look marvelous.
So do you. Well, come on in.
We were so afraid you wouldn't get away.
Yeah, well, I was a little worried about it myself, but I had a bit of the Lane luck, and here I am.
I'll bet the rebel general turned out to be a pal of yours and helped you escape.
Yeah.
And an old Air Force buddy gave you a lift to New York?
No.
No?
I was an old Navy buddy, Admiral Thompson. He got me a ride here in a Navy jet.
An admiral helped you?
Yeah.
I knew nothing could keep you away.
You know what really got me out of that prison, Kit Kat? The thought of you sitting here waiting for me.
You must be starved. I've made some sandwiches.
And after you eat, we'll open our presents.
And then we'll drink a toast.
And then I'll show you Cathy's in my room.
And then I guess it'll be time for you to leave.
Who's leaving? I just got here. Natalie, you feeling all right?
Yes. Are you?
I'm fine, I think. Where's Martin?
He had to go to the office.
On Christmas Eve? That's what he gets for being a managing editor. Well, why don't we phone him there?
No! No.
Why not?
He's probably not there yet. He had to make a lot of stops on the way.
Oh. Oh, say, that's a very nice tree you have there. I could see your handiwork in that, Kit Kat.
We all worked on it.
Where's Ross?
He wanted to wait up for you, but he finally fell asleep.
Why don't we try to wake him?
I wouldn't do that.
I think he's my nephew. I'd like to see him. Come on, Cat. Ross! Hey, Ross! Merry Christmas, old buddy. Come on down.
Uncle Kenneth!
How's my nephew?
Gee, you look just like my dad. Ouch! Nothing?
Oh, that reminds me. I'll go get the sandwiches.
Don't bother. I had a bite on the plane.
You should put something in your mouth. I mean, you should eat something.
Well, there's no hurry. Let me look around. It's a nice place.
I can't believe you're really here. I was so worried when I heard you were in prison. Was it very bad?
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't want to talk about it.
It was a ball. Guards and I played chess all the time. They were all old friends. Some of them were old friends.
Patty, why don't you take your Uncle Kenneth up and show him Cathy's in your room?
I'll be right back, Kit Kat.
Doesn't Father look wonderful?
Well, he may seem a little changed. I mean, an experience like he's just gone through could do that.
He seems exactly the same.
He does? Oh, I'm glad.
It's a nice room, Patty.
Well, you're really doing great. I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. I'm proud of you, too.
Where'd you get that tie? Never mind. Listen, you really threw us a curve with that Admiral bit.
Admiral Thompson?
Yeah. Maybe you better cool it a little. Cathy's pretty smart. The only way this is going to work is if we play in and out Finnegan.
In and out Finnegan.
That's it. The trick is to keep moving. Now, we'll give it a couple of more minutes, and then we'll go down and open the presents. Okay?
Merry Christmas, Kit Kat. I'm here. Are you surprised to see me, Kit Kat?
I'm going back to bed.
Say, it's great to see you, nephew.
Gee, you look just like Uncle Kenneth.
Natalie. Gee, you look great. Why, you haven't changed a bit.
Neither of you. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, I want to tell you, it was pretty exciting.
How did you get here?
Well, luckily, the rebel general was an old chum of mine, it turned out.
That was lucky.
Yeah, and he smuggled me out of prison, shooting going on all around.
Imagine that.
Yeah, and then I ran into an old buddy of mine from the Air Force, and he had me flown over here.
Not a Navy Admiral?
No. Air Force.
Oh, that's close enough.
How long can you stay, Uncle Kenneth?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Ross. I have some bad news for you there.
You have to fly right back.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they're holding a plane for me at the airport right now.
But you just got here.
Yeah, I know.
You just came to keep your promise to be with me at Christmas.
That's right, Kit Kat. I'll be able to come back to you in a few weeks.
I think I'm going to cry.
Well, there's no reason to cry. I want you to be happy.
I am. That's why I'm crying. I love you.
So do I. You're quite a fella.
Oh, thanks, Natalie. Say, by the way, where's Martin?
Boy, that's a good question.
I believe he had to go to the newspaper office.
On Christmas Eve? That's what he gets for being managing editor.
Did you bring me something edible?
What?
Something edible from Turkey.
Oh, no, I haven't had a chance to do any shopping. You know, what with the revolution being in jail. But as soon as I get back over there, I'll send you something.
You're one of the two nicest Christmas presents I've ever had.
Oh, thanks, Kit Kat. What was the other one?
You see.
Well, listen, why don't we all have some sandwiches, and then we can open the Christmas presents, and, gee, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to rush, because they're holding a plane. Why don't you tell them General Mazim is an old buddy of yours? Well, no, I'm afraid that's me.
Oh, Uncle Kenneth. Welcome. I don't feel well.
All you need is a scorecard, Ross. Hello, Martin. You look terrible in that mustache. Hello, Ken. You made it. Twice from the looks of things. How in the world did you get here? Well, let's not go into that again. What did you think you were doing? Well, nothing.
He was playing Santa Claus. Cathy, I think we are the two greatest fathers in the whole wide world. So do I.
Do you mean to tell me that you knew Kenneth was here all the time and you stood there and let me...
You were magnificent.
I think this is the happiest Christmas of my whole life. I hope it's not another one.
J.R. Martin, if you are masquerading as Santa Claus, you have no talent for it. It calls for a long white beard and a red suit.
Well, I know.
Then why are you hiding behind that scraggly bush?
I'm not hiding.
He was pretending to be my father.
Nonsense. There isn't the faintest resemblance. Couldn't fool a goat.
Well, you'd be surprised at what we used to get away with, Johnny.
Kenneth, I heard you had come back. I didn't believe it.
Well, you know I lead a charmed life.
I couldn't believe you had nerve enough to face me. I came here to find out for myself.
Didn't you get my cable?
If you mean the one from Brussels, no.
Brussels?
Where you were assigned to cover the trade conference.
Let's discuss this later, J.R.
You mean to say you haven't told them yet?
Told me what?
JR, in 60 seconds, it's going to be Christmas.
I'm not responsible for that. Martin has something to tell you.
You're going to give Father a bonus. I don't think so.
Tell it, Martin.
Well, I'm sorry, Ken, but you're fired. Fired?
You can't fire him. It's Christmas.
So it is. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Did you hear that? That's terrible. Imagine firing someone on Christmas. He wouldn't do that. Or would he? Is J.R. Castle going to turn out to be the rat of the Western world? Tune in next week and we'll all find out. Bye. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Oh, hi, Pete. Hi. How was Christmas? Fine. I got a flamethrower, a jet plane, a platoon of artillery, and a bicycle. A bicycle? Yeah. How was your Christmas? Don't ask. Boy, it's grim around here. Every time you open your mouth, somebody tries to snap your head off. Why? My Uncle Kenneth flew in from Europe. He's a foreign correspondent. He works for my dad's paper. Well, a publisher, old J.R. Monster Castle, fired him. At Christmas time? Yeah. J.R. stands for just rotten. Come on, let's get out of here. What's all that? My Christmas presents. I'm going to do a little trading.
Coffee?
Yeah, thanks. Where is everybody?
Well, Ross is out trading his Christmas presents. Patty and Cathy are in their room cooking up diabolical plots against J.R. Castle, and Kenneth is asleep.
Poor Ken. It's not going to feel much like celebrating New Year's Eve this year.
Neither am I. I think it's inexcusable for J.R. to have fired your brother at Christmas.
It's his newspaper. He can do as he likes with it.
It's his newspaper, but it's my father. I'm not going to let Mr. Castle get away with it, Patty. How are you going to stop him? He's already done it. Father loves being a foreign correspondent for the Chronicle. It's been his whole life. Papa says your dad can go to work on any newspaper in New York. If he wanted to be cooped up in an office, he'd hate that. He may have to get used to it. Not if we use our imaginations. We have to think of something that will make Mr. Castle hire Father again. Cathy, you don't know J.R. like I do. He makes Scrooge look like Santa Claus. I know one way to get him. He's very susceptible to flattery. What is there to flatter him about? What difference does it make? Tell him what a great publisher he is. He'll eat that up. If he were a great publisher, he would have given Father a bonus for what he did instead of firing him. A little soft soap can wash away a lot of problems. I could never flatter Mr. Castle. I would choke on the words.
Morning, J.R.
Good morning, Martin. I thought I'd pick you up so that we could ride over to the UN conference together.
All right.
J.R. is here, man your battle stations.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar.
Good morning, Natalie.
Good morning. Coffee?
Yes, thank you.
Cream?
No.
Sugar?
No. Very good coffee, Natalie.
If I'd known you were coming, I'd have prepared it differently.
Sarcasm does not become you, Natalie.
I'm sorry. It's just that when I see a fine newspaper man like Kenneth fired because he used some imagination and went out and got a great story...
Kenneth left his assignment without permission. Illegally entered a country in the middle of a revolution, got the paper in trouble with the State Department... and...
J.R., why don't you take him back?
Tell her, Martin.
It's a fixed policy of the Chronicle. When a man has been fired, he's never rehired.
That's ridiculous.
Natalie, you keep making coffee and I'll keep running my newspaper.
Excuse me.
She seems disturbed.
She can't stand anyone making a fuss over her coffee. Look at my notes.
Good morning, Mr. Castle. Good morning, Mr. Castle. Good morning, Mr. Castle.
Good morning, Cathy.
May I speak with you a moment?
Are you also planning to tell me how to run my newspaper?
Oh, I don't think anyone could tell you how to do that, Mr. Castle. You're the greatest publisher in the world.
Who said so?
Father. He's always saying that.
You never said it to me.
I think perhaps Father's a bit afraid of you.
Kenneth Lane afraid of me? He doesn't act that way. Why, he's the most
That's because you make him nervous. He thinks of you as being on a high pinnacle.
He said that?
Often. He says the only real newspaper publisher left in the business is J.R. Castle.
Is that so? I always thought he referred to me as Old Sour Lips.
Old Sour Lips? Old Printer's Ink, he always called you.
He did?
Oh, yes. He always says he could never work for anyone else. Where else would he find a warm, sympathetic genius like J.R. Castle to work for?
Young lady, I can't tell you what an impression this little talk has made on me.
Has it?
Indeed it has.
I'm ready, J.R. Oh, Cathy, would you give your father a message for me?
I'd like to hear that.
Certainly, Uncle Martin.
Just tell him I'll have lunch with him at 1 o'clock.
If she gives her father that message, you're going to be dining alone. And you can give your uncle a message for me, young lady. You tell him Old Sour Lips says he's still fired.
Boy, what a wuzza.
What's a wuzza?
J.R. Castle. You should have seen the deep freeze he just gave me.
You should see the deep freeze he just gave me. And besides, there's nothing we can do about it.
About what?
About that wuzza.
Yes, there is. When someone attacks my cousin Cathy, they're attacking me. Old Sour Lips isn't dealing with kids, you know.
Your father's going to do everything he can to see that Uncle Kenneth gets his job back.
I have a feeling that isn't enough, Mamo. It's going to take something diabolical.
Such as what?
I could get all my friends to cancel their subscriptions. That's 3 subscriptions.
Don't wreck the newspaper. Your father's still the editor. Why don't you stop worrying about it, Patty?
No. There must be a way to get to him. We have to find J.R.'s Achilles heel, that's all.
And then?
Hey, look at this. Rebel troops seize Kurdistan. General Mazim overthrows dictator. I always knew old Muzzy could do it. He's a good man. I spent a lot of time with him at his headquarters when he was hiding out in the mountains. I really got to know him.
Perhaps if you told that to Mr. Castle.
Old Sour Lips? No, I don't need him. I can always get a job.
A desk job?
Oh, what's the matter with that?
You always said that a good newspaper man went out where the news was made, and that the hacks stayed in the offices and put captions on history.
Did I say that? I was lying. Now, that's all behind me now, Kit Kat. It'll be interesting working at a desk.
Will it?
Of course. It means that you and I can be together.
That part of it would be wonderful. But if you were a foreign correspondent again, we'd be together anyway after I finished school.
Now, I want you to stop worrying about it, honey. I mean, I'm going to enjoy settling down. We'll move into an apartment of our own. Maybe we can find a place down in the village. Now, have regular hours, 9 to 5. Get 2-week vacation every year. We'll go back to the scenes of our crimes. Paris, Switzerland, Nairobi, Istanbul.
In 2 weeks?
It'll work out fine. You'll see.
I'll come back for your train. He'd be miserable at a desk job, Patty. He could go to work as a foreign correspondent on another newspaper. He loves the Chronicle. I think it hurt him very deeply when Mr. Castle fired him. He's very proud. Working for another newspaper isn't going to ease that hurt. Perhaps if I talked to Mr. Castle. You already did. What? I already did. Forget it. Old Castle's got a moat around him. You couldn't shake him loose with a... Yes, you could. Cathy, I know what to do. We fix one little detail, and J.R. has to hire your father back. What's the one little detail? Your father has to write a bestseller. What? It's J.R.'s Achilles heel. He's always bragging about my men who have stormed the citadel of the literary world and written best-selling books. The influence of working under a good newspaper publisher can't be emphasized enough. But Father's never written a book. So what? He's the best foreign correspondent in the business, right? Right. He's had all kinds of fantastic adventures, right? Right. Last night he kept us fascinated for hours just telling us of a few of his experiences. All he has to do is put it down on paper. He'll be so famous, J.R. will come crawling to him to get him back. He could write about the time he had breakfast in the kitchen with the Prime Minister. Or about the crap game with the Shah where 20 wives changed hands. Or the time he escaped from the tribe of nomads in Tibet. It could be a great book, Father.
Yeah, but I've never written a book, Kit Kat. I'm afraid
I know you could do it, Uncle Kenneth.
Listen, there's a big difference between being a reporter and sitting down and writing your memoirs.
Will you try?
Well, I suppose I could try.
We've done it again. You can work upstairs. We'll move in a desk for you and some writing tablets and pencils and a typewriter. And we'll be very quiet. I can't believe it. We have a best-selling author in the family. Beautiful. If I were a writer, my mouth would be watering. He can start right away. Boy, wait till old Sour Lips hears about this. The next step is to get the book published. It hasn't been written yet. Do you know your trouble? You worry too much about details. Let's get ready. Where are we going? To see an old buddy of mine. Who? The biggest publisher in the business, Bennett Blake. We'd like to see Mr. Bennett Blake, please.
You have an appointment.
We don't need an appointment. We're bringing him a bestseller.
I see. Your name, please?
Just tell him Patty Lane and Cathy Lane.
There are two young ladies here to see you, Mr. Blake. Cathy Lane and Patty Lane.
Patty Lane and Cathy Lane? It certainly is lucky you're knowing Mr. Blake. Where do you know him from? I saw him interviewed on a TV show once. You saw him in... Let's get out of here. Don't be silly. We're doing you a favor. How often does a bestseller come along?
No, they don't have an appointment, but they're bringing you a bestseller.
That's even better than an appointment, isn't it? Send them in.
This way, ladies.
Good morning, ladies.
You're Bennett Blake.
Whom are you expecting? My secretary tells me that you've brought a bestseller.
We didn't exactly bring it. It's at home being written.
Oh, it's an unwritten bestseller. Which one of you is the author?
Neither of us. It's being written by my father.
I take it this is his first book.
Yes, it is.
And you're here to get a publication contract and a big advance, right?
How did you know?
Because I have a file full of letters from people who want the same thing. I'm afraid there isn't much point in this, ladies.
But you haven't heard about Father's book yet.
Don't. You look like nice girls. Let me give you some advice. There isn't any publisher that'll give an unpublished writer a contract for a book without a complete outline and at least 2 chapters written.
But Uncle Kenneth's book is going to be a great book.
I wish Uncle Kenneth luck.
All right. We'll just have to take foreign correspondent to another publisher.
Do that. Now I'll read it when it comes out.
You'll find it on the bestseller list. Foreign correspondent by Kenneth Lane. Come on, Cathy. Bye.
Wait. What did you say?
I knew the title would get you.
Never mind the title. Are you talking about Kenneth Lane of the Chronicle?
Yes.
Oh, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask us. Do you know Father?
Everybody knows your father. I've been after Ken for years to do a book.
You have?
So he finally made up his mind. Well, I can't tell you how delighted I am. And he couldn't have sent 2 lovelier emissaries.
He didn't exactly send...
Rosalie, have a contract drawn up. Yes. Non-fiction. Title, Foreign Correspondent. Author, Kenneth Lane. Maximum advance. Yes. Delivery, 3 months?
I don't know if... Sure, that'll be plenty of time.
3 months, yes.
Just a minute. Come on in, honey.
How's it going?
Oh, fine. You know, it's always takes a little time for these things to get rolling.
I'm eager to read it. It's wonderful the way you've locked yourself in here. You've been working constantly. I'll bet you have a lot written.
Cathy, you remember I said I didn't think I could write this book?
And you were wrong, weren't you? Patty and I have a surprise for you. We got you a contract for your book with Bennett Blake.
You didn't.
Yes, we did. He was thrilled.
I have a little surprise for you. When the contract comes, you can put it right in there.
Father really tried to write that book, Patty, but it's against all his newspaper training. He said he couldn't get past the title.
All right, so we don't have a great author in the family. What's our next false move?
I think it's too late. He made an appointment to see about a job on another newspaper. He can't do that. He belongs on the Chronicle. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. He's doing it for me.
Boy, that's when parents are the worst, when they're doing it for you. You know something, cousin? It took a miracle to get your father over here for Christmas. It's going to take another miracle to get him back.
Martin.
Yeah, what is it, J.R.?
Where's Kenneth?
Kenneth who?
Your brother, Kenneth.
Oh, that Kenneth. Well, I think he's probably still at home. Why?
Well, he's too good a man to be sitting at home. You tell him to get his bags packed and take a plane for Kurdistan tonight.
You serious?
Do I seem to be filled with irrepressible levity? Get your brother on a plane tonight.
Kenneth doesn't work for the Chronicle any longer. You fired him.
Oh, that was merely a gesture of protest against this flaunting of authority. Why, Kenneth is the best foreign correspondent in the field. He knows I wouldn't fire him.
He does. Somehow I can't see you as a Santa Claus, J.R. Now, why don't you tell me what's going on?
Well, we just got this telegram. It seems General Mazim is willing to give an exclusive story on the inside of the revolution to
Ken.
Yes. It seems that while General Mazim was hiding out in the mountains, he and Kenneth became fast friends.
Well, well. So by disobeying your orders, Ken pulled off the story of the year.
Well, we won't go into that now.
No.
Of course, all the other papers and press services are after this story.
Of course.
But we are not going to let it get away from us. This is a top story. Top general flees army, hides in mountains, and overthrows government. This is the sort of thing that Pulitzer Prizes are made of. You tell that to Kenneth.
You tell it to him.
What?
You fired him. You rehire him. I'll see if he's upstairs.
But Martin, he's your brother. Don't you want to break the good news to him?
No.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Hello, Patty.
No, I'm Cathy.
I'm too wise a fox to be caught twice in the same trap. I've come to see your uncle.
Isn't he at the newspaper office?
What would he be doing at the newspaper office?
He works there.
You're talking about your father. I'm talking about your
Hi
uncle.
there, Mr. Castle. Is Papa here?
I detest this sort of chicanery.
Chicanery?
She's Patty.
Yes, I know. I told you.
You deliberately pretended to be you so that I would think it was her, and it didn't work.
Hello, J.R. Martin said you wanted to see me.
Kenneth, old boy, good to see you. You've been quite a stranger. I mean to say your paid vacation has done you the world of good. He looks fit, doesn't he, Martin?
Oh, yes, fit. What paid vacation?
Tell him, Martin.
J.R. is trying to ask you to come back to the Chronicle, Ken.
Oh, Father. I knew he could do it.
Well, I appreciate that, Johnny, but I've decided to take another job.
That's ridiculous. What sort of job?
It's a job on a city desk. That way I can be with Cathy.
Cathy and I have been working our heads off to get you back to Europe.
What?
It's true. That's why we wanted you to write that book. You belong over there, Father, doing what you do best.
General Mazim's waiting to give you an exclusive on the revolution.
And there'll be a small bonus.
A big bonus.
Big bonus?
I don't know what to say, Kit Kat. I hate the idea of leaving you again.
It will only be for a little while. I'll come over and see you this summer. Next year I'll be graduated, and we can be together again.
Well, it's just that, see, I had planned... Just say yes, Ken. All right. Cable the General not to talk to anyone till I get over there.
Oh, thank you, Kenneth. Good man. Natalie?
If it won't affect my husband's job, I would prefer not to speak with you.
Natalie?
I mean it. I think he's treated Kenneth shamefully. Kenneth should be back working for the Chronicle.
Aunt Natalie?
And you've overlooked something. He knows General Mazim. He could get a great story on the revolution.
Natalie...
No, leave her alone. I think Natalie has a point here. Natalie, why don't you and I go out in the kitchen and drink a cup of your great coffee while Kenneth packs his bag?
I put in some vitamins for you. You'll be sure to get plenty of rest.
I promise, Kit Kat.
And you wear the new sweater I bought you? The nights are awfully cold over there this time of year.
Right. Anything else?
Just please take care of yourself.
I will. For both of us. I'll write you as soon as I can.
Mr. Kenneth Lane? Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. Your plane will be ready for departure immediately.
Oh.
Flight 607, now boarding at gate 17.
That's you, Ken.
Don't worry, Uncle Kenneth. We'll take good care of her for you.
Oh, I know you will.
If you get a chance, I wish you'd take another crack at that book, Uncle Kenneth.
Oh, that's not for me, honey. Well, Happy New Year. Martin.
Will passengers on flight 607 please board now?
Happy New Year, honey.
Fly the plane well, Dad. Happy New Year. I love you.
I love you.
We made it through another one. Ready, Cathy? Ready, Patty. Let's get the new year on the road.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Have you thought about what I asked you, cousin? Yes, cousin. And the answer is no. It is more blessed to give than to receive. I only need $5. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. $5 is a lot of money, Patty. It's Mom's birthday Saturday, and I haven't got a dime. Do you know how the family is about us buying birthday presents with our own money? Why did you spend the money on that sweater? I never could resist bulky knits. Huh? Sorry. Good morning, Aunt Natalie, Uncle Martin, Ross.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, Cathy. Patty?
Hi, Group. Listen to your horoscope, Patty. It says you're wicked, stubborn, and hate animals and children. It does not. Let me see that. Where did you get this? I traded it for 2 comic books. You got taken. Listen to what it says about you, Papa. You're a Virgo.
I am?
You're incompatible with Sagittarius, Gemini, and Pisces. Mom, you were born... I'm a Pisces.
Now she tells us. And all these years we thought we were happily married. According to the stars, we were miserable and didn't even know it. Well, I better get going. I have an editorial meeting this morning.
Today's the 16th. It says here Virgos mustn't drive today, not before 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm afraid the meeting won't wait that long. And even us Virgos have to make a living. Bye-bye.
Bye, dear. Bye, Dad. Listen to this. Because of the conjunction of Uranus and Venus in the early hours of the day, care should be taken to avoid automobile accidents. That's a lot of silly superstition.
Square. But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Cathy loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
they walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are 2 of a kind.
Does that feel better, darling?
Natalie, I wish you'd stop making a fuss over me. I mean, it's just a little bump. Ooh. That idiot pulled out from the curb without even looking. And he dented the whole side.
Oh, can I see it?
The side of my car.
Perhaps you shouldn't go to the office today, Martin.
Of course I'm going to the office today.
Papa, it says here that
I don't want to hear it.
it really seemed to work. It warned you.
Now, don't start that again. It's a lot of superstitious nonsense.
That's just what I was saying, but be extra careful today, will you, Martin?
Wouldn't it be wild if this really worked?
Don't you think that if the people who wrote these books knew everything that was going to happen, they wouldn't have to write these books? Excuse me.
Hey, I'm taking a history test today. Would that thing tell me whether I'd pass or not? How do I know? I don't do this for a living. I just... Got an idea how to get Mom's birthday present. You're not really serious about this, are you, Patty? Of course I am. Everybody's interested in astrology. There's a fortune in fortune-telling. But you're not a fortune-teller. I am with the help of this book. And who's going to pay you for a reading? I'll show you, cousin. Here's my first customer. Susan? When do we go to her birthday party? In November. Right, November 3rd. She's a Scorpio. Boy, is she in trouble. Hi, Patty. Hi, Cathy. Are things better between you and Alan? Has he been talking to you? That rat.
And they say girls can't keep a secret.
He hasn't talked to me. I haven't seen him in a week.
And then who told you?
How you feeling?
How'd you know I had a sore throat?
Mercury is very strongly shot this month. You have to watch your health. By the way, why don't you wear your new dress tomorrow? You're gonna meet a dreamboat.
I am? Well, how do you know?
Sorry, I have to go now.
Hey, wait a minute.
If you want a reading, I'm available every day, 4 to 6, 25 cents. Bye.
Hey, what's with her?
I'm not sure, but I think she's planning to replace Nostradamus. Boy, the Gemini's in trouble.
What are you doing?
Playing polo.
Where'd you get all these books and charts?
From the library. Do you know? I memorized the whole zodiac chart.
I need some advice.
From your sister or from the stars?
From the stars.
That'll cost you 25 cents.
Boy, you fortune tellers are murder. Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, I'm going out for Little League Baseball. There are only 2 positions left open, pitcher and catcher. I was going out for pitcher, but Scotty Sheldon's going out for that. He's pretty tough competition.
So you're asking the stars if you should try for pitcher or catcher.
All right.
You're Taurus.
Taurus?
The book.
Is that good or bad?
Here we are. Taurus. You are sophisticated, a good administrator, and have inflexibility of purpose.
Gee, that sounds like I'd make a great pitcher.
You are a faithful husband, but there is violence in you.
All I asked was whether I should pitch or catch.
When do you have to make your decision?
Friday.
Friday. That's the 19th. Taurus, the 19th. You are standing at the crossroads.
That's me, all right.
But don't be swayed by deceptive influences. Strike out with all your might. Strike out. Sounds like you're going to be a pitcher.
Gee, I don't know how to thank you, Patty.
If you're a satisfied customer, send your friends around.
Bye. Hi, Patty. Are you busy?
Hi, Sue. What are you doing here? Let's sit down.
Can you really read fortunes?
So far, I saved one man's life and another man's career. Tell me your problem.
Well,
don't be nervous. Stars and I are your friends.
Alan and I have been going together for 6 months, see? And last week I found out while I was at my aunt's house, he was out someplace else doing something else, and I don't know what it was.
Anybody home?
In here, Martin. Are you feeling better, darling?
If you're referring to that little bump on the head this morning, it was nothing. Hello? Who? I don't know. Just a minute. Is Richard here?
He's upstairs with Patty.
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, hello, Richard. This call is for you. Don't mention it. You know, those kids are never off of that phone. I tried to call here for 2 hours this afternoon.
I told Fran about your accident this morning, and she said that a fortune teller told her not to take a train, and the next day there was a terrible train accident.
Natalie, coincidences happen a dozen times a minute.
I know. Still, was odd.
Boy, you sure are lucky to have a daughter like Patty. With her advising you, nothing can go wrong. Well, gotta go.
Richard, just a minute. Did Patty read your horoscope?
Did she? She's incredible. She told me an aunt of mine from the north would be coming to visit me to give me some money.
And you really believe it?
Well,
Richard, does it seem even remotely logical to you that dead pieces of matter floating around in space millions of light years away from the Earth could possibly have any effect on your daily activities?
Well,
Use your common sense, boy. Now listen, if what Patty told you was true, that would mean that all the thousands of people who were born at the same time as you would now be rushing home because a rich aunt from the north was coming down to bring them some money.
Well...
Now, doesn't that seem ridiculous?
Certainly sounds ridiculous. Well, Gotta run. Mom just called to say that my rich aunt just got in from Canada, and she wants to see me right away. Bye.
You know, Patty is just amazing. This is my third reading. She told me I was going to meet this dreamboat, and I did. Well, now I stopped seeing Alan.
I was going to be a nurse, but not anymore. My stars say I'm going to be a model.
You can go in now. Did she tell you anything?
She just changed my whole life.
What'd she say?
Well, you know how everyone laughs at me because I'm so clumsy and I'm always dropping things?
Yeah.
Patty says I'm going to be a brain surgeon.
What's going on here?
Oh, we're waiting for Patty.
You mean you're all lined up here to see the soothsayer of Brooklyn Heights?
She's in her salon.
Her...
Scorpios face a restless week under the influence of Neptune. The only place in the world where things are good for Scorpios is Australia. If you can't go there, the next best thing is to stay in your room.
I will.
I have a patient.
Forgive me for interrupting. I'd like to speak to you if the stars don't mind.
Would you excuse me, please, Phyllis?
Sure.
Phyllis? Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Patty, are you taking money for this?
Why not? I'm getting paid for a service.
Well, I'll tell you why not. In the first place, there happens to be a law against fortune-telling.
I'm not telling fortunes. I'm reading charts.
The term fortune-telling includes reading charts, reading palms, phrenology.
What's that?
Phrenology is the art of telling fortunes by feeling the bumps on people's heads.
That's ridiculous. Look, Papa, I studied all these books and charts. I know what influences people's lives.
But, Patty, there is nothing to this stuff.
You're always telling me you want me to think for myself. Are you telling me now that because you don't believe in astrology, I can't believe in it?
Well, I didn't say exactly that. I mean, I want you to find out things for yourself.
Then I can go on giving readings?
Well, all right. If these kids are silly enough to listen to you, I suppose it serves them right. But you are not to charge them anymore.
Oh, but...
And that's final.
You've just converted me from a profitable, thriving business to a non-profit charitable organization.
Couldn't have phrased that better myself. Say hello to the stars for me.
Don't catch cold.
Done it again. First I predicted Papa's accident. Then Susan's new boyfriend, Richard's aunt. I'm incredible.
And it has nothing to do with the stars.
Well, I must have something. These kids aren't paying me their hard-earned money for nothing.
Not anymore, they're not. Your father put a stop to it.
No, he didn't. All he said was I couldn't charge any money. I'm not going to. From now on, my readings are free. But if anybody wants to make a contribution, I'm not going to fight it. I need your help.
No.
All I need is $3 more to get Mom's birthday present. If you help me get it, I'll give up astrology.
Is that a promise?
I wouldn't lie to you. Saturn's in conjunction with Mars.
You look great, Kath.
I feel ridiculous. Why does it have to be two of you? Because the money will come in twice as fast. I have it all worked out. With two of us operating, we'll be able to close up shop by tonight.
Next, step this way, please. Enter and be seated.
Next, could you step this way, please? Oh, hi, Patty. I thought you were in the other room.
Hi, Sue. Sit down. Boy, have I got a problem. You told me not to see Alan anymore. I did. I did. And Alan asked me to the dance Saturday night. Well, I turned him down because you told me to go with Stanley.
Stanley?
That dreamy new boy I met. Pisces.
Oh, the fish. What's your problem?
Stanley hasn't asked me to the Saturday night dance yet. Hey, I'm not going to get stuck without a date, am I? At least I could always count on Alan.
Alan is a very nice boy. Why don't you go to the dance with him Saturday?
Oh, you told me the stars were against it. He's a Leo.
Oh? Maybe I better check it again. Here. According to your chart, the letter A is very lucky for you this week. And Alan is a very nice boy.
Oh, then it's all right if I accept a date with him?
I would if I were in your shoes. In your stars.
Oh, hey, thanks, Patty. I've been going with Alan for 6 months, and, well, I like him very much. I'm glad we're not ill-fated or anything. Well, now, I know you don't charge anything, but here's my voluntary contribution given of my own free will. Bye-bye.
Come back anytime. And remember, you'll start to lose the sun-moon opposition next week, and then you can swing out.
Oh, you're in here.
Oh, hi, Suzo. Sit down.
Listen, I forgot to ask you. What do I tell Stanley?
What do you tell Stanley about what?
Oh, I mean, do I just tell him I'm going to the dance with Alan?
You can't go to the dance with Alan. He's a Leo.
But you just told me to go to the dance with Alan.
Oh, why would I tell you a thing like that?
Because his name begins with A.
What does that got to do with it? His name begins with A. That's right. Sometimes that can make a difference. You better let me check it again. Here we go with Leo. Leo. Here. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. A is good for Saturday. Oh, but S is better. You better go with Stanley.
Is that definite?
Absolutely. It's written in the stars.
But Stanley hasn't asked me yet.
Don't worry, he will. Pisces moves very slowly, but wow. Enjoy the dance Saturday.
Thanks, Patty.
The suckers have all gone. There's someone downstairs to see you, old great one.
I think I'll take an astral break. Boy, I'm tired.
But it's sure a good feeling to know you've helped people solve their problems.
Hi there.
Hello. I'm looking for Miss Patty Lane.
Boy, the word sure spreads. Build a better mousetrap and everyone comes running.
My name is Roberts, detective, 2nd grade.
Detective 2nd grade, huh?
I'm checking on a report that a fortune teller's operating in this neighborhood. I was told you might be able to help me.
As far as I know, there's no real fortune teller in the neighborhood.
Can we quit now? I'm exhausted.
Why don't you run back upstairs and lie down?
Because you and I are going to have a talk, cousin.
That's a very interesting outfit you have on there.
You mean these fortune-telling clothes?
Oh, is that what they call it?
It's a costume for our school play.
School play?
What's the name of this school play?
We're doing Fortune Teller by Victor Herbert.
Is that so? Oh, that's a favorite of mine. There's a gypsy love song in it. Now, how does it go?
She knows. She's playing the lead. I'm paying it. Yes, now, don't be modest. Why don't you sing the song for Detective Robert, 2nd grade, who's here because someone says there's an illegal fortune teller in the neighborhood?
Slumber, my little gypsy sweetheart, dream of the fields and the grove. Can you hear me in that dreamland where your fancies rove?
Well, that's very nice. Very nice. Well, I guess I made a mistake.
That's all right. Come back anytime.
What?
Hey, you know that prediction you made?
What address did you want?
Patty, I want...
Oh, you wanted Patty. That's Patty. If you'll excuse me, I have an awful lot of homework to do.
I have sworn that was Patty.
Patty, I think you and I'd better have a little chat. Mind if I take a look at your room?
It's an awful mess.
I know. You've been rehearsing all afternoon.
All right. We didn't really mean to do anything wrong. We just...
Well, it's a nice room.
Thank you.
Now, you look like nice girls. I don't want you to get into any trouble.
No, sir. If there was ever any fortune-telling going on around here, I can promise you it'll never happen again.
I believe you.
Thanks. Isn't there a police fund for widows and orphans?
Yes?
We'd like to make a contribution. Hey! Did you want to say something? Hey! What a good idea.
Well, thank you, but why don't you take it down to the station? I'll be glad to accept it.
Fine. We'll bring it down this afternoon.
Good. Oh, would you like some advice?
Yes, sir.
Get rid of all that junk under the bed, huh?
I hope you didn't mind about the money. I thought it was the least we could do. I guess so. Boy, that was a close call. Never again. Cathy, listen to my horoscope. Today is a good day for you to start looking for a different career.
Tomorrow is your mother's birthday, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Cathy told me while you were holding those astrology readings.
Boy, she has a big mouth.
So, I was just thinking if you'd like an advance on your allowance, why, the stores are still open.
Do you mean that?
Yeah.
Thanks, Papa.
Couldn't help myself. It was written in the stars.
Hi, Ross.
Don't speak to me.
What'd I do?
You and your stars got me off the Little League team. You told me the stars wanted me to be a pitcher. Well, Scotty Sheldon got it.
Boy, this time you really fixed me.
Me? What'd I do?
I went out and bought a $200 hi-fi set.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I was going to pay for it with the money I got from my rich aunt.
Didn't she give it to you yet?
She came down from Canada to borrow money from us. The store won't take the set back, and I've got to work after school all winter to pay it off.
That's terrible, Richard. Susan?
Oh, there you are.
Well, I just came to tell you never to talk to me again. What's the matter? Well, why don't you ask the stars? Not in touch anymore.
Well, you told me to turn Alan down. Well, I did. Well, then I found out Stanley's going with another girl. And now I don't have a date for the Saturday night dance.
Yes, you do. Why don't you go with me?
She can't go with you.
Why not?
Because Aquarius and Gemini don't mix.
Oh, they don't, huh? Well, just watch.
Here's Cathy Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
It's a 5-letter word for breakout. Third letter is U. Erupt. That's what I'd like to do. You'd like to erupt? Break out. Seems like it's been miserable out forever. Why don't you read a book? You've read a book. Read one, you've read them all. What are you making? A sheet. I could have been a great dress designer, but I flunked sewing. Could never thread a needle. Why they use nervous needles? What's that for? I'm going to trace the design of the cap and see how it will look on the front. And tell you how it'll look. Ghastly. Why don't we go see a movie? Because I want to finish this. What are you going to call it? Catnip? Patty, why don't you go call Richard? I know when I'm not wanted. See you later, cuz. If you told me you needed money for a new dress, I'd have loaned you some. Don't you like this dress? It's catastrophic. Look, this is what the in-group is wearing. Doesn't it make you feel naked wearing something no one else has on? No. Hi, Patty. Hi, Mary. Hi, Cathy. Hello, Miss. Is that a new dress? Yes. It's beautiful. Where'd you buy it? I made it. Oh, you're putting me on. No, she really did. Cuckoo, isn't it? Could you make me one like it? I'm afraid I sure she could. For $9.95. It's a deal. But Hi. Say, that's wild. Who sells them? My partner and I. $9.95. And what do you call it? Catnip. Well, could you make me one in red and one in blue? One red, one blue. What's going on? Look what I just ordered, and it's only $9.95. How soon could I have one? Monday. I'd like it in green. Our Nile model 7A. My folks are taking me to Switzerland next week. Could you mail it over there? I'll send a memo to our shipping department. Great. You can go to the European market, too. Patty, I only have 10 fingers. I can't make dresses. Shh. Don't bother me with the details. Hey, do you have it in yellow? Any color your little heart desires. That's our model 6D. Girls, now let's organize here. What size did you like? Size 5?
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Orders, and that's just the first day. Partner, it's also the last day. Partner. No wonder you're nervous. A sensitive artist like you on the brink of greatness. Stick to me, and you'll become a dynasty. Stick to you, and I'll become a one-woman sweatshop. Do you know what you're doing? It took me 3 days to make this dress. That means it would take me 129 days to fill those orders that you promised for Monday. Will you calm down and let me explain? Explain what? You don't have any material, you don't have any sewing machines, and you don't have me. You're a creative genius, I'm a business genius. Together, we're gonna build an empire. Based on one little dress? Do you have any idea how many people built careers on just one little thing? Fulton invented one little steamboat. Whitney invented one little cotton gin. The Wright brothers... Patty, you don't know anything about the dress business. I can learn. Papa always says, when you need to know something, go to an expert. There are lots of good designers in this country. Hey, there's a beautiful dress. It's lovely. Gregory Madison. Who's he? One of the most famous designers in the world. That's our man. What are you talking about? You'll see. Operator, I'd like to send a telegram.
This just came from the Worldwide Dress Company, Mr. Madison.
Worldwide? Never heard of them. Must be a new firm.
Well, their president and vice president will be in town this afternoon at 4 o'clock. They'd like a meeting with you to discuss a matter of mutual financial interest.
Sounds impressive, huh? You better see the bar is stocked and get plenty of good cigars.
Yes, Mr. Madison.
Oh, are they here?
Yes, sir, but...
Well, don't keep them waiting. Show them in.
Yes, sir.
Talk to you later.
I'm Patty Lane, president of the Worldwide Dress Company. This is my vice president, Cathy Lane.
You're the... and you're the... I'm Greg Madison. That'll be all, Miss Hamlin.
You got our telegram?
The telegram, yeah. Please, sit down. Oh, well, would you care for a drink? Glass of milk?
No, thank you.
Well, what can I do for you?
It's what we can do for you, Mr. Madison. We're here to give you a hand.
Well, it's very kind of you.
You see, we've just gone into business, and we're going to give you a chance to get in on the ground floor.
A ground floor of what?
Our dynasty, if everything goes all right.
Well, let's hope that it will.
We're willing to give you a percentage of our business.
Well, that's very generous of you. But tell me, what have I done to deserve this?
It's what you're going to do, Mr. Madison. You see, my vice president here designed a dress and wore it to school, and now it's selling like there's no tomorrow.
Well, then what's your problem?
Well, we don't have any material to make the dresses to fill our orders, and we don't know where to get it.
Oh, I see.
We were hoping you could send us to your wholesalers.
May I see your designs?
Certainly. It's all right for you to look at it. We've already applied for a patent.
Oh, well, that was wise of you.
This is it.
Well, now, that really is charming. Really charming. You're a very talented young lady.
Aren't we? Do you really like it?
Yes. It does need something. Do you mind?
Not at all.
Now, then, let me see what I can do. Let me show you the famous Madison touch. Little Madison magic here. Whisk broom. Shears. It's amazing what you can do with little things that really have no... There. Take whisk and a little tape and attach thusly. That ought to do it. Well, this will give you a rough idea of what I mean.
That's much better. I love it. We should give you a royalty on... It's very nice, Mr. Madison. Exactly what we had in mind.
Now then, let's see what we will need.
Then you're really going to help us?
I'd love to. But look, don't worry about the percentage. Let me do it for the excitement of helping to found a new dynasty.
That's even better.
One thing, were you planning on using this material?
Yes, I was.
Well, may I suggest something a little bit heavier? Let's say a denim.
Why didn't I think of that? You would have.
Well, for that, I'll send you to the RC Manufacturing Company. And let's see. We'll need a few of these rhinestones. For that, the glitter Novelty.
Hi, dear.
Hello, darling. Ross?
Hi, Dad.
You look tired. How was your day? A brute?
Did you see any juicy killings or gang holdups?
I'm the managing editor of a newspaper, not one of the untouchables. There was a sign out there in the hall, WWDC.
Patty put it up. It means...
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Women's white dresses cleaned. Why worry desperate centipedes?
Worldwide Dress Company. There's an executive meeting going on in your study. Behind those closed doors are the president, vice president, and board of directors.
In my study?
Patty's the president. She's going into business.
She's gonna be a typhoon.
No, dear. A typhoon is a big wind.
That's close enough.
I think it'll be very good for her, darling. It'll give her a sense of responsibility.
Now, you and Craig make the deals and handle the business end of it. We'll sell the dresses for $10. Labor and material come to $6. That means we make $4 on every dress.
For every 100 dresses we sell, we make $400.
And for every 1,000 dresses we sell, we'll make $4,000. And every 10,000 dresses we sell, we'll make $40,000. We're rich!
Now, all the department stores have teenage shops. They'll be glad to do business with us.
Patty, it takes money to go into business.
No, it doesn't. My new silent partner gave me a letter to his wholesalers. We can get everything we need on credit. What's the first step? You mean, what's the first step? What kind of a question is that? It's obvious. Wait. What's our first step?
Well, you can't start manufacturing until you know how many orders you have to fill. The first thing you do is get your orders, buy the material, hire labor, and make the amount of dresses you sold.
See? I told you it was obvious. I know who our first customer is going to be. Stan Brook Department Store. Cathy, how long will it take you to make 10 more of those dresses? Me? You said we were going to set up a factory. Well, that comes later. I need 10 of those dresses right away. How's it going? All right. Gee, I wish I had your talent. See you later. Well, they're racing right along, aren't they? Yes, aren't they? I'll stick with it. Zip, zip, zip. Good old American motor. I'd give anything if I could do that. Come on, see you after the movie.
Your catnip dress. It's very original.
Our sales department is swamped with orders, but we'd like to help you out as much as we can.
I don't know if we could commit ourselves to an order from a firm that's had no manufacturing experience.
Call Gregory Madison.
Gregory Madison?
He's sort of our silent partner. We already have 70 orders from our school alone. And they're very inexpensive. We can supply them to you for only $9.95.
All right. Call off your clack. I'm convinced. If you can guarantee delivery, I'll give you an order for one.
One? Frankly, Miss Mason, with a product as outstanding as ours, we had hoped for a little larger order.
We don't like to plunge on any item till we've had a chance to test it. How soon could we expect delivery?
Would 6 o'clock be all right?
Well, we're not in that much of a hurry. Let's make the delivery date Friday, and I'll increase the order to 2 on a consignment basis.
But that would be fine, Miss Mason. Thank you.
All right. That's Friday, the 17th, on consignment. 2 gross. There you are.
Thanks a lot. Did she say too gross? That's what she said. Do you know how many dresses that is? How many dresses is it? 288 dresses. And you promised them by Friday. That's only 3 days away. We've got to cancel that order. Oh, we can't do that. We'll be out of business before we begin. What are we going to do? Use good old American know-how. RC Manufacturing Company? This is Patty Lane, president of the Worldwide Dress Company. Yes, I want to order 700 yards of blue Novelty Company. I'd like to order 1,000 rhinestone buttons.
I want to rent 10 sewing machines. You'll have to deliver them this afternoon in about 6 colors. Right. There you are. Right, Craig. Where are you from?
I live here.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Lane. I wasn't expecting you.
I like to drop in from time to time.
Right. Hello, Mr. Lane.
Craig?
How's it going upstairs, Craig? There you are. Pretty busy afternoon.
I can see that. Your trucks have got the whole block tied up.
That's big business.
There. Try it now. Thanks, Chief.
Oh, Chief. Could I see you for a minute? Cathy. And, Madam President, if you don't mind.
But, Martin, I haven't had this much fun in years.
There is something wrong with all this instant success.
Why? Richard figured out that by the end of the year, we could make $500,000.
Oh, Richard figured that out, huh?
You know how thoughts sweep the country, Uncle Martin. Why, they're like tidal waves.
Well, it's a funny thing about tidal waves. They go out, too.
Gregory said that if you're going to do something, do it big.
Oh, Gregory said that.
Look at this order.
Well, this says on consignment.
What's that?
Patty, are you sure you're ready to be president of a company?
Oh, don't be a big business pooper.
On consignment, young lady, means that if they don't sell the dresses, they can return them to you.
Why shouldn't they sell them? All the girls from school buy there. Sure. We just ordered material for another 200 dresses.
You're right, it is like a tidal wave. Beginning to wish I had an aqua lung.
I'll get it. If that's the shipment of boxes, send them up to the East Plant.
East Plant?
That's Ross's room. Martin, I think you ought to do a story on this.
Teenage tycoons' terrified dress trade? Natalie, it's not possible to start a business without experience, assets, or capital.
James Watt started with a teapot and some hot water.
I have a feeling that's what we're going to end up in.
This is Mr. Dobson, my aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Lane, and our president, Patty.
How do you do?
Hello.
How do you do?
I had planned on being here earlier, but there's a terrible traffic jam out there.
That's big business.
Business must be good.
We're having a hard time filling our orders.
Well, that's what we like to hear.
We?
Yes, I'm with the government. Small Business Bureau Division. Now, you're president of the Worldwide Dress Company?
Yes.
You operate from these premises?
Yes.
They just got started.
Do you have employees on the premises?
Yes, there are 12 of them.
Well, that's a good round number. You two went into business for yourselves, huh?
That's right. They're all on their own.
Well, not entirely on their own. We wouldn't want them to feel neglected. They have a partner.
A partner?
Uncle Sam. Here's some W-4 forms for withholding taxes, unemployment and disability forms for your employees. You'll have 48 hours in which to get a manufacturer's license. You'll need a safety inspector's seal for the premises and a waiver to rezone this house for manufacturing. There hasn't been a residential manufacturer waiver in the last 50 years.
Can they do this to us?
What are you going to do? bite free enterprise?
I'm going out to mail the dress to York now. How much is postage to Switzerland?
And an export license.
For one dress?
Some of our other departments will be calling on you this afternoon. I have a feeling that you're going to be keeping us pretty busy. Well, good luck with your business.
Small business pooper.
It was wonderful of your father to straighten out all that red tape for us. Sure was. It only took 2 lawyers, an accountant, and a business manager. The whole industry founded on our brains. Gives you a feeling of power, doesn't it? It gives me a feeling of panic. Richard said you ordered enough material for 300 more dresses. That's right. We have to be ready for the deluge. Reorders should be coming in any minute. Come on.
Hey, that's darling. I want one with a picture of Johnny on it. Where can I buy it? From me. I'm making them myself.
I want one, too. How much are they?
$8.95. Can I have 2?
Sure.
I'd like one with Pete and one with Joe. I want one in blue and one in yellow.
Great. Girls. Now, listen, girls, you don't want to buy those dresses. They're practical.
Really a
What have you changed? Boy pens.
Well, you gotta hand it to these kids. Give the public what it wants. Hello, Richard. Keep pretty busy, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, where's the president and the board of directors?
They're in the living room.
Huh? Counting their money, I presume. Why, I was sure wrong about this group. Well, this is a grim-looking gathering. That just proves that money doesn't bring happiness.
Welcome to Bankrupt Manor. I'm possibly the youngest failure in America.
Bankrupt Manor? What are you talking about?
We got drowned in the tidal wave.
But I saw a lot of trucks out there. They were making deliveries.
They were returning dresses. We've been deconsigned.
What happened?
Someone came up with a newer idea.
Yeah, you know how fickle teenagers are.
What about all that material you had stockpiled?
We went to Mr. Madison about that. He was wonderful. He took it all off our hands. He couldn't do anything about the finished dresses. They're a little out of his line. Boy, I really washed out. I'm sorry. It's as much my fault as it is yours.
Well, here are the figures. After we deduct material, labor, and insurance, and balance that against total expenditures, minus capital assets, we have $1.25 left.
Oh, that's not too bad. At least you ended up on the profit side of the ledger.
And on the debit side of the ledger, we're stuck with 25 dresses at a cost of $6 apiece. That's $150 we owe.
And I was going to build an empire. I should be declared a disaster area.
Honey, you tried. You had an idea and you followed it through. I'm proud of you.
But it didn't work.
Patty, a lot of dreams in life don't work out the way we hope they will. But that doesn't mean we have to stop dreaming.
Then you're not angry with me?
No. Well, you almost accomplished a very rare feat. For a while there, I actually thought you were going to start a business with no assets, no capital, and no experience. That could have set a very dangerous precedent.
I love you, Papa.
Listen now, may I make a suggestion?
We'll take it.
No, I haven't made it yet. I was just thinking, suppose we donate all these dresses to some worthy relief organization. Now, I'd be willing to bear half of the cost if the rest of you will bear the other half. And you can pay me back at the rate of, say, $2 a week.
Do you mean that? That's wonderful, Uncle Martin.
Good. Then it's all settled.
May I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Let's go spend the assets on some ice cream soda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Why don't we go to a movie? I can't this afternoon, Patty. I'm busy.
What are you making? A hat? Hey, I like that. Do you? I sure do. Do you know something? Yes. We are going to a movie.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair of their cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind.